What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is a story where Issei was betrayed and becomes the fallen dragon god emperor. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Now let's get into part 2. Citri Hospital, Citri Territory, Gehenna, 8:58 p.m. Issei sat in the waiting room, waiting for Mitsuki and Irina to return with food. Ingveld, Toka, and Micah had returned home to America to notify RIAS of what had happened as well as something else. "Where are you guys going?" Issei asked as he saw Ingveld standing with Toka and Micah. "We need to go back to America to tell Uncle RIAS what happened here," Ingveld said. "We also have to talk to someone important," Micah said as he waved his hand. The air inside of the hospital began to ripple as a rift opened in front of him. "Issei, when you get back, if you go back, there's someone that might want to meet you," Toka said as she walked into the rift. Micah followed after her after waving goodbye while Ingveld smiled at Issei before leaving. "Issei." A voice caught Issei's attention as he snapped out of his reverie. Issei turned around to see RIAS walking up to him. "Can we talk?" RIAS asked. "I did promise that we would talk later, didn't I?" Issei said as a weak smile made its way to his face. RIAS chuckled weakly as she sat next to him. RIAS, I know what happened to you," Issei said. "What happened to the others? And I know it's not your fault." RIAS remained quiet as Issei talked. "So, Issei, is it possible for us to?" "RIAS, the time we had together, the time we spent fighting together, our relationship, that was the greatest thing that has ever happened to me in my entire life. You were the first person to see me as something other than a pervert," Issei said. He paused for a second before continuing. "I loved you. I gave my entire being to you, my soul, my trust, my loyalty, everything. And when I saw you with him, I just shattered. I thought that you had taken everything we fought for, the peace we wanted, and threw it all away just for a fling. So when Natalia revealed to me that someone made her use her magic to sway you and the other girls, I was relieved because I knew that you had no choice on your part. But even knowing that, I can't be with you again because all I see whenever I see you is how you and Tatsuya were." "But Issei, that wasn't my..." RIAS was interrupted by Issei. "I know, but I can't. I just can't. It's not you. It's me," Issei said. "Issei, please," RIAS said as she looked at him with tears in her eyes. "I'm sorry, RIAS. We can't be together anymore," Issei said. RIAS looked at Issei with tears streaming down her face. Her azure eyes were broken beyond belief as her soul began to shatter piece by piece with Issei's every word. She clutched her chest as her heart began to throb in pain. Issei looked at her sadly as she fell to her knees and began to sob in grief and anguish. "Please, let me have this one more time," RIAS whispered as she stood up and wrapped her arms around Issei. "Just one more." RIAS leaned in and softly pressed her lips on Issei's. Issei reciprocated her kiss, pouring the last of his feelings for her into it. Tears streamed down both their faces before they pulled apart. RIAS pulled away and walked past Issei, before breaking into a sprint towards the entrance of the hospital, leaving Issei to watch as the last reminder of his past with her walked out the door. "NH?" Natalia groaned as her eyes fluttered open. "Nay-san." "Natalia." "Aaron." "To-san." Natalia groaned as she sat up. A sharp pain shot through her torso. She looked down and saw a massive bandage. The memories of her defending Aaron from an attack from Phoenix came flying to the forefront of her mind. "Natalia-san." The girl perked up at the mention of her name and stiffened when she saw Surzek's. Years of falsely perceived hatred against the Crimson Satan was not going away anytime soon, but for the sake of her brother and her father, she was going to make an effort. "Lucifer-sama," Natalia said. "I know that you're tired, but we need to talk to you about your actions," Surzek said. "Of course," Natalia said. "First of all, why did you do what you did? You tore apart several stable relationships, and for what?" Surzek asked. "I was forced to. He just came out of nowhere," Natalia said. "Fuck this shit," Natalia said as she stretched her neck to get the crick she was feeling out. Natalia exited her office as she walked down the stairs of the Tokyo Institute of Technology. She smiled as she walked down the streets of Tokyo, and her face dropped when she saw a large number of people in front of her. "It's times like these when I love being born a devil," Natalia said under her breath as she turned into an alleyway. She glanced around before spreading her feathered bat-like wings and taking off. Natalia flew through the air with a carefree smile on her face. She looked down and giggled when she heard the screams of frustration from the people stuck in traffic. "Sucks to be you, doesn't it?" Natalia said as she flew to her apartment. As she neared it, her body froze. Natalia looked around as she landed on the roof of her apartment building. "Come out," Natalia said as her hand began to glow. "Humph, the Neema senses run strongly within you," a voice said from seemingly all directions. Natalia's eyes narrowed and her body tensed when the darkness in the area intensified and massed together, forming a humanoid shape. The shadow was tall with yellow glowing eyes. "Who are you and what do you want?" Natalia said as a violet blade formed around her palm. Now, we don't want to get rough, do we? I don't believe in hitting women, and you wouldn't want something to happen to little Aaron now, would you?" The shadow said as a grin formed on its face. "You," Natalia growled. She shot off towards the shadow and swung her aura blade down on the shadow. Her eyes widened when her hand was caught. The figure's eyes became filled with glee as its grip tightened. Natalia cried out in pain as she fell to one knee. Her eyes widened when a foot planted itself in her stomach and she was sent crashing into one of the AC units. Natalia looked up in pain as the shadow slammed its foot into her chest, pinning her down. Now that was a dumb thing to do," the shadow said. "What do you want?" Natalia asked. "I want you to do something for me. You see, I had this little project that I need your help with," the shadow said. "Project?" A folder manifested in the shadow's hands and dropped it next to Natalia. "I need you to use your powers of Luxuria to awaken him," the shadow said. "Him?" Natalia asked. "Yes, him. By whatever means necessary," the shadow said. "Whatever means?" Natalia asked, fearing the implications. "Killing his family, having his sisters done unspeakable things to them in front of him, or something even more," the shadow said. "You're sick," Natalia said. "Come now, if you do this, I can guarantee your brother's safety," the shadow said. Natalia paused at his words. And if you do, I promise to resurrect your mother," the shadow said. Resurrect? That's impossible without evil pieces, and besides, my mother is a pile of bones now," Natalia said. "Humph." The shadow snapped his fingers and a bird fell out of the sky dead. The shadow walked over and slammed its foot on its corpse, smearing it across the pavement. Natalia sat up and watched in morbid wonder. "This is the power of a demon, child. Watch closely," the shadow said as it raised its arm. Violet strings of energy sprung from its hand and wrapped around the dismembered corpse of the bird. The strings attached to each piece and sewed them back together. The bird's lifeless eyes glowed violet and its body twitched before chirping. "No way," Natalia said. "Evil pieces can't even restore someone whose body has been ruined beyond the point of a possible resurrection. See, I can restore even your mother to life. Now, what do you say? Are the lives of your mother and brother not important to you, or do I have to bring Aaron up here and rip him to pieces in front of you?" The shadow said. "TCH, you bastard. Fine, you win. I'll do it. Who is it? Who's my target?" Natalia said. "Look in the folder," the shadow said. "Issei Hayudu," Natalia read as she opened it. "Make sure that he awakens by any means necessary," the shadow said. "What does that even mean? How do I know if he's awake?" Natalia asked. The shadow materialized a vial in his hand and held it out to her. "Blood?" Natalia asked. "Sense the energy inside of it," said. Natalia closed her eyes and sensed the vial. Her mind nearly broke when she felt it. What is this?" she asked. "The blood of our creator, Dayat," the shadow said. "Contains her power. The power of the aspect of extinction herself, given to countless children. We only need one to awaken to trigger them all." "Then why this one?" Natalia asked. "Because he's special," the shadow said. "Now, enough questions. Your target is located in Kuo. Now, time to meet your handler." Natalia's eyes traveled over to the side where she saw a blonde woman with drill-like curls manifested in front of her in a swirl of flames. "This is Phoenix, your handler," the shadow said. Natalia just glared at him. "Now get to it," the shadow said. "Did it give you a name?" Surzex asked. "He did," Natalia said. "He?" Ajuka asked as he raised an eyebrow. "His name," Natalia said. "His name is Beelzebub. Blacklight Files. File 202. File name, Tetralogy. Also known as the power of the four unified forces. The power belonged to the original Astaroth and his descendants. The power allows the members of the Astaroth family to manipulate the four fundamental forces of the universe: electromagnetic force, strong force, weak nuclear force, and gravity. While nearly all members of the Astaroth family focus on three of the forces, electromagnetic, strong force, and gravity, some members such as Ajuka Beelzebub has taken to manipulate all four forces, which went into the creation of the Kankara formula. His daughter, Natalia, can control the weak nuclear force for her dispersal technique in order to manipulate and control radiation, capable of emitting 160 grays of radiation. She can control gravity and strong nuclear as well. Kyoto, Japan, November 4, 2019, 8:45 p.m. Current time, 4 minutes and 52 seconds till midnight. KON. Kuroka slammed her head into her desk when she heard the bark. She began to pull on her onyx locks as her ears twitched and tails stiffened. She groaned as she stood from her chair as she walked over to her door. Kuroka made her way down the halls of Kyoto's palace, going over to the throne room as she rubbed her forehead. This is the third time this week. Yasaka-sama, whoever it is that's visiting can't be that bad, Kuroka said as she entered the throne room. Kun. Kuroka deadpanned as she saw Yasaka running around the throne room with a feather duster, cleaning everything in sight. She slapped her forehead and crossed her arms underneath her large breasts as she watched the Empress of Kyoto cleaning the throne room like a maid. Era, Yasuchan sure is going all out, a voice said next to Kuroka. Kuroka glanced over to her side and saw a kitsune with blood-red eyes. She had pitch-black hair and had a pair of fluffy black fox ears. She wore a black haori over a white yukata with a golden obi wrapped around her waist. The woman had a red skirt on and thigh-high knee socks with metal-plated boots. She had 9 black fluffy tails that had white tips swishing around lazily behind her. Yeah, Kuroka said. Her mind jolted when she finally realized who she was talking to and immediately bowed before her. Ko no e-sama. Kuroka yelped as she immediately bowed down before the kyubi before her. The sound of Kuroka calling her name froze Yasaka in place as she dropped her feather duster. She sprinted over to the duo spot and knocked Kuroka out of the way. Oh, Wani-sama. I'm so sorry. My place is a mess, Yasaka said, bowing down. Ah, Yasuchan. Konoha appeared behind her back and began to grope her chest. She smirked as Yasaka moaned every time she gave a squeeze. Did they get bigger since the last time I saw you? Konoha asked as she fondled Yasaka's breasts. She gave them a firm squeeze and grinned when Yasaka reacted. Enne-sama. Hiya. Yasaka cried erotically. Fufufu. Ow. Konoha let go of Yasaka's chest as a hand chopped her on the head. A woman with violet hair and crimson eyes walked out from behind Konoha with her fist steaming. She wore a white and violet kimono with a crescent moon crown around her head. Konoha, calm down, the woman said. Tsukiyomi-sama, Konoha said, rubbing the top of her head. Yasaka looked at the woman gratefully before turning to Kuroka. Kuroka, you can take the rest of the day off. Just come back in a few days. I need to talk to Tsukiyomi-sama and Wani-sama about something, Yasaka said as she composed herself. Yeah, really, Kuroka said. The prospect of a break was enticing. It was tiring working as a member of Yasaka's court, even though she was just the ambassador. Maybe I can see Issei for the first time in weeks. I haven't heard from him or Valley in a while, and I can even see Shirin, Naya, Kuroka thought. I'll see you in a few days, Yasaka-sama Naya, Kuroka said as she ran out of the room. As soon as she left, Tsukiyomi shook her head. That's your prospect, Yasaka. That's who will replace Tsurara Korakami? Tsukiyomi asked. Yes, Tsukiyomi-sama. Personality aside, Kuroka is a capable person. She can ascend to the point where she can be as powerful or even more powerful than Tsurara-senpai, Yasaka said. Eve High School, Sioux Falls, South Dakota, November 4, 2019, 11:45 a.m. Issei sighed as he placed his hand on his cheek. Behind the doors, he heard the shouts of Graphia at the school principal for not notifying her that Issei had become part of the exchange program. He shivered remembering what had happened in the hospital when he and Irina went to visit Natalia. Issei, I don't get why we're visiting her. Ajuka-sama said that she's okay. Irina said as she sipped some milk tea. I know, but I just want to check on her. I don't like what she did, but I sympathize with her, because she was right about me. If I were her, I would have certainly done something worse than this, Issei said, smiling as he held a box of donuts in one hand. Irina looked at Issei for a few seconds. Well, be glad you weren't in that sort of position, Issei-kun, Irina said. She reached over and interlocked her fingers with his free right hand. Feeling the warmth of her skin, Issei smiled and the two walked on, holding hands and enjoying each other's company. After a few seconds, Issei spotted a familiar mop of red hair. Ah, Surzexne, Issei said. Hey, Issei, Surzex said, walking over to him. He began to check Issei over. Issei sighed in frustration as Surzex raised his arm and began looking him up and down. Surzexne, this is like the 15th time you've done this. Issei groaned as Surzex pulled his shirt up and checked for wounds. Surzex-sama, Irina said as her eye twitched in annoyance. Only I can touch Issei like that, Irina thought as murderous thoughts ran through her mind. She completely forgot the fact that Surzex was just checking Issei for his health. Are you here to visit Yatoga, Naomi-san? Surzex asked as he opened the door. Yeah, I need to talk to her about some things. Maybe find out more about this Beelzebub character she mentioned, Issei said. Issei, Irina, and Surzex walked inside to see a doctor attending Natalia. She was sitting up with Aaron next to her as the doctor began to clear her for checkout. Well, Naomi-sama, it seems that you're ready to be checked out of the hospital. The Phoenix Tears worked their charm on your burn wounds and you are making an excellent recovery. We see no need to keep you here. Just let me get your stuff and a nurse will come to help you out, the doctor said. Thank you, Doc, Natalia said as she pulled out her 4-needle. She turned and noticed Issei, Irina, and Surzex at the door waving. Natalia-san, Irina greeted neutrally. Ah, Shidu-san, Natalia greeted with a small smile on her face. Issei, Lucifer-sama. Right, we're here to ask more about Beelzebub if you don't mind, Issei said. Oh sure, but do you mind leaving the room? I need to get changed, Natalia said. Of course, Issei said as he, Aaron, Irina, and Surzex all exited the room. Upon exiting Natalia's hospital room, Issei sensed the presence of someone familiar. Surzex and Irina stiffened and became rooted to their spots. A cold air traveled down the hallway, freezing the walls. Nurses and doctors all ran to keep the ice at bay as Issei and the others saw the frozen form of Grafia standing at the end of the hallway. She had tears streaming down her face as she looked at Issei. Issei, Grafia said as she took slow steps towards him. The tears began to stream down harder than ever when Issei smiled. Her walk broke into a jog which evolved into a full-on sprint. Issei, Grafia ran over and wrapped her arms around him. She hugged him tightly while Issei brought his arms around her waist. Ain, Issei whispered. Issei-chan, you're okay, Grafia whispered as she tightened her embrace. Surzex and Irina smiled at the scene. Grafia always cared for Issei, loving him as the little brother she always desired ever since her less than desirable parting with her younger brother, Euclid Lucifuge. She pulled out and remembered what she promised to do after she saw Issei again. Issei felt great pain in his stomach and the air was knocked out of his lungs as Grafia planted her fist deep into his gut and sent him flying across the hallway, crashing through a wall and landing in the hospital's courtyard. Oh, Surzex said. Shit, Irina finished. Grafia had an aura of frozen fury around her as she disappeared in a burst of speed. Issei groaned as he looked up and saw the furious, agonized eyes of Grafia looking down on him. You have some nerve pulling a stunt like that, Grafia said in a cold tone. Sorry about that. No one was answering so I figured I'd go and do it myself before I, died, Issei said. Grafia's aura and look of anger disappeared as she knelt next to Issei and pulled him into another hug. I'm so sorry for ignoring your calls. Can you ever forgive me? She asked. Yeah, I can never be mad at you for too long, Ainui, Issei said. Ma'am, please calm down, Issei heard a woman say through the door. Calm down. I am trying to remain as calm as I can in obtaining answers for the reason as to why I was not informed that he was going here. He heard Grafia yell. Because we already informed his legal guardian, a voice said. Issei froze. The tone of the voice sent chills down his spine. The voice left no room for argument as he heard Grafia's voice die down into useless babbling. Issei Hayudu, please come into the office, the voice said. Issei gulped and stood from his chair. He opened the door and saw Grafia sitting in a chair across from the woman with wide and shocked eyes. Issei's gaze traveled to what Grafia was looking at and saw the vice principal of the school, Dana. Dana, if Issei remembered correctly, was Ingveld's legal guardian and her aunt. Vice Principal Dana, Issei asked. Issei, I was told that Ashley was your legal guardian by our mutual friend, Selim, but this woman here is claiming to be your legal guardian as well. Would you care to explain? Dana asked, her yellow piercing eyes boring into Issei's own. Azine is my legal guardian, Issei said. Grafia narrowed her eyes and looked at Issei. Graine is my and Mitsuki's older sister, you see. I see that, though you two look nothing alike, Dana said, placing her hands into her pockets. Well, you see she takes after our paternal grandmother while we take more from our mother's side of the family, Issei said. Well then, Dana said, closing her eyes in thought. Very well. We do sincerely apologize to you, Ms. Hayudu. Lucian, Graphia said. I'm married. Ah, apologies, Mrs. Lucian. We humbly apologize for not informing you, though I have to admit, I was heavily under the impression that Ashley provided us with the papers signed by your parents. Perhaps you may want to consult them as well. Dana said. Yes, I might. Thank you for your time. Graphia said hastily as she stood and dragged Issei out of the office. Why did I have to play scared principal today? The woman asked, flicking her blonde hair out of the way. Her green eyes traveled over to Dantalion, who had a serious look on her face. Because you're the good cop principal, Morgana, Dantalion said. All right, I'm heading out. Cornelius said that Lisa might bring him in later today, so he wants us to prepare a meeting. Morgana said as she stood. She waved, her green eyes glowing slightly before crumbling away in a violet mist. Issei, Graphia said as soon as they were far away from the office. I'm going to head back to the Gehenna now. I assume that you're going to come home for good in 3 weeks during their Thanksgiving break. Issei looked at her and nodded. Good. Sign-ups begin in 2 weeks. I assume that you'll have a team by then. Graphia said. I do, but at the moment it's only me, Irina, and Mitsuki. Kiba, Asia, Gasper, and Rosweiss are staying with RIAS since she's their master, and the only reason I got Mitsuki was because I did seek Vera a favor, Issei said. And what was that favor? Graphia asked. You don't want to know, Issei said as he and Drake shivered from horrible memories. Regardless, you need to have a full team by February. The games shall start then, Graphia said. I will see you in 2 weeks. Of course, Ainui, Issei said. Have fun in the States, Odotu. Maybe go see the world's largest wheel of cheese. Graphia said as she disappeared in a red magic circle. RIAS sniffled as she sat in her bed. Ever since she and Issei had broken up, RIAS had retreated back into the Gremory territory, not even bothering to come back to her classes. Her eyes looked down as she saw another CC pop up in front of her. Koneko. RIAS mindlessly swiped the circle straight to voicemail and heard it play. RIAS-sama, where are you? It's been 2 weeks. Come back. We still need to train for the tournament and find a way to get Issei back. Akeno told us what happened back there in Issei's room. What you two talked about. I promise that we will get Issei BA. RIAS couldn't take it anymore and swiped the circle, dispersing it. Issei, our eternity together is nothing more than just a memory now. RIAS thought as she quietly began to sob. Her sobs of anguish morphed into ones of agony as she gripped her temples once more. Not again. My eyes, they hurt. RIAS gasped as she fell off her bed and writhed on the floor in pain. The pain soon subsided and RIAS opened her eyes. They were glowing blue with a faint white floral lazily spinning in the middle before returning to normal. Maybe I should tell Tusama and Kasama. I still have to tell them what happened since Nesama is so busy, RIAS said as she grabbed the glass of water sitting on her nightstand. Issei, do you have a second? Issei turned around and saw Ingveld standing behind him. She had a small smile on her face that made Issei's heart skip a few beats as the light from the sun cast an ethereal glow on her face. Sure, Issei said. I need you, your sister, and Irina to come with me after school, Ingveld said. And before you ask, Toka and Micah are going to be there too. Okay, what are we doing? Is there another monster in the town that needs to be taken care of? Because I have to admit, these constant Wendigo hunts have me tired right now, Issei said. No, nothing like that. Someone we know wants to talk to you, Ingveld answered. Is there something more? Like who it is? Issei asked. For now, all you need to know is that someone wants to talk to you. We'll answer any questions you have later on, Ingveld said. But, Issei, I promise, she said. Fine, but if you guys try anything, Issei said. Issei, there is nothing we could possibly try, and besides, we've been friends for a bit now. Don't you trust us a bit more now? Ingveld asked. I do, but Issei trailed off. It's all right. We haven't been very forthcoming with how we became monster hunters. I get it, but after school, you'll know why, she said, walking off. What was that all about? Issei turned and saw Irina and his twin sister walking up to him, carrying their textbooks. Ingveld wants us to come with her, Toka, and Micah to go meet someone after class. She wouldn't say who, and that made me cautious, Issei said. I think we should, Irina said. We have no reason not to trust them, but we should stay on guard. Irina's right, Mitsuki said. Whoever's running the monster extermination in this town to protect its citizens against Wendigos must have known we were here the moment we arrived. They must finally want to meet us after observing us hunt with those 3. Well, whoever they are, we can't take them lightly, Issei said as he began to walk with them to their next class. What about Graphia-sama? She came here to talk to the staff about your sudden Inclusion into the exchange program, Mitsuki said. Well, after all that, she said that when we finally go back during Thanksgiving break, that we should head over to Lucifad in order to sign up for the tournament. Issei said. Are you sure you don't want to stay here until their winter break? Irina asked. No, I think it's time I faced the rest of them. I broke up with RIAS, but that doesn't mean that I did the same for the others. I need to make it official, Issei said. And then, Mitsuki asked, I move on with my life. Issei said simply. Yeah, it's been so long since I've been here. Kuroka said as she raced up to the door. Kuroka, slow down. The house isn't going to disappear, Arthur said as he, Valley, and Biko followed behind her. But it's been so long since I've seen Issei, Naya. Kuroka complained, turning around to face Arthur's impassive face. Kuroka, why are you even bothering to come here? I told you that Issei isn't here and is out of the country for a foreign exchange program for Kuo. Valley said, if Issei's not here, then I'll just come to see Shirin. She must miss her precious Nachon so much. Kuroka rattled on. I doubt that, Valley said as he rang the doorbell. I'm coming, a voice said. The door opened and Valley had to look down to see who greeted them. It was that blonde vampire, Gasper if he remembered correctly. V. Valley, welcome. Would you like to come inside? Gasper asked. Sure, but I won't be long. Kuroka just came to see her sister. The ground underneath them shook and Valley had to grab onto the door to keep from falling down. Behind him, his friends weren't so lucky. Arthur, Biko, and Kuroka had fallen flat on their asses when the ground suddenly shook violently. What was that? Biko asked. Ito, that would be Asia Senpai trying to figure out a new spell, Gasper said. Asia's learning new magic. Is it healing magic? Kuroka asked. I'll come and show you, Gasper said as he led them inside. As they walked in, Kuroka couldn't help but notice the air around the household. While the house was in pristine condition, the atmosphere was. She couldn't quite put her finger on it. All she could say was that it was different from normal. The Hayudu household always had a cheerful and carefree air around it, and now, she didn't know what to say. What the hell happened here? Kuroka thought as he followed Gasper to one of the elevators that led to the training area. The five entered the elevator and made their way down to the training area. When the door opened, they were greeted with the sight of a mass of plants erupting from the ground, deflecting a blast of ice and fire at once. They spotted Akeno standing with her backs to them. Her arms were crossed as she watched the clash before her. Gasper, who was it? Akeno asked, not even turning around. Valley team, they're here with me right now, Akeno-senpai, Gasper said. Akeno turned around and saw the hardened faces of Valley, Arthur, and Biko as well as the cheerful, carefree face of Kuroka. She gulped a little. She knew that Valley, Arthur, and Biko were well aware of what happened to Issei and who the boys were, but Kuroka was completely out of the loop. Where's Shirin? Kuroka asked. Koneko-chan is over there, Akeno replied, pointing to the white-haired Nakomata who was sparring with a blonde boy with gray eyes. Who's she sparring with? Kuroka asked, her golden eyes gazing at the boy as he was sent flying by one of Koneko's punches. Oh, he's a prospective peerage member. Since Issei is going to be promoted to high class, Riyasama has been going around Kuo and gathered up these three. Akeno said. It was a half-truth. The boys were prospective peerage members, but how they met them was less than savory, and she didn't want to deal with that explanation without her king here. Come to think of it, I don't see RIAS anywhere. Where is she? Valley asked. She returned to Gehenna for some business with her parents. Akeno said. I see, Valley said. He turned and saw Asia Argento meditating off to the side with Rosweiss standing over her. A green aura manifested around Asia and the floor around them began to tremble slightly. She's improving. Yeah, she is, Akeno said. Gah! Akeno turned and saw Tatsuya being slammed into the ceiling by a root that had grabbed his foot. He was sent flying by a rogue green energy blast from one of the plants and impacted a wall. Akeno sighed at the sight. So who's plant guy? Biko asked. Do you remember Asia's boyfriend? Akeno asked. Yeah, Biko said. That's his sacred gear. Apparently it's called Purgatory Blossom. Akeno said. I see. Well, we must be going. Kuroka is going to stay with you for a few days until Yasaka calls her back to Kyoto, Valley said as he began to leave. He glanced over to Kuroka, who had run off to Koneko and began to hug the life out of her. Wait, Valley. What? Has Azazel-sama told my father yet? Not that I know of, Valley said. If he did, then he isn't showing it. However, I heard that the Neama heiress received a pardon from Mao Beelzebub. Akeno gritted her teeth. Her fists clenched at the sound of that name but quickly remembered that she was just a tool being used to destroy them. What else do you know? Akeno asked. Just that. If they know who sent her, they aren't saying anything yet. Valley said as he opened the elevator door. I'd be careful if I were you. Whoever coerced her, a member of one of the strongest devil clans, to go after you in RIAS is extremely powerful themselves, so you best watch out. I have a feeling that what you just discovered is just the beginning. And with that ominous warning, Valley, Biko, and Arthur left, leaving Akeno standing there with his warning echoing inside her mind. So where is this place that you're taking us to? Irina asked as she climbed into the backseat of Micah's van. It's located a few miles outside of town and is well hidden, Toka said from the front passenger seat. Someone will meet us outside. You can't exactly get to where we need to go on a car once we get there. After that, we're on foot, Ingveld said, smiling at them. Who exactly are we meeting? Issei asked. One of the teachers from the school. Her name is Lisa, Micah said as he pulled out into the main road. Lisa, as in the AP World History teacher. Irina asked. The very same. She's a monster hunter, believe it or not. We're also meeting Eric. If you don't know him, he's the AP Stats teacher at the school. Toka said. Take a left here. I know where to go, Micah said. Just making sure, she said. So, we're meeting two teachers outside of town. Does this seem like the plot of a horror movie to anyone? Mitsuki asked. Isn't our entire lives a horror movie with all the monsters and everything? Ingveld replied, smiling. You got me there, Issei said. Irina remained silent throughout the rest of the exchange, opting instead to look out the window and watch the scenery fly by. They had been driving for 15 minutes now and had already passed the city line a few miles back. The trees quickly blurred into one moving image as they drove down the countryside. Hay bales and fields that appeared to be made of gold passed by as Irina, Issei, and Mitsuki looked. Livestock roamed and small planes flew over some of the fields, releasing a mist that they could only assume was pesticide. After several more minutes, Micah slowly veered off the main road and down into the dirt path. The car slowly rolled to a stop as Micah parked in the middle of the woods. All right, Micah said, turning the car off. We're here. They should be waiting for us a few feet ahead. So why are we meeting in the middle of the woods? Irina asked as she hopped out of the car. You'll see, Toka said as she walked ahead of them. The six walked for a few minutes before spotting two people standing ahead of them. Issei narrowed his eyes and saw a man and a woman waiting for them. The man had his arms crossed and had blue eyes and silver hair. He wore a black shirt and a red trench coat with black pants. If it weren't for the eyes, Issei would have mistaken him as one of Valley's family members. The woman next to him had short, shoulder-length platinum blonde hair. Her eyes were pale gold. The woman wore a black coat with a black mini dress underneath. Issei suppressed his perverted urges when he saw how large her breasts were. They're bigger than Irina's, Issei thought, struggling to keep his giggles inside. Irina looked over at Issei and smacked the back of his head. You were thinking of something lewd, weren't you? Irina asked. Issei laughed sheepishly. Mitsuki giggled while Ingveld looked at the two in a confused manner. A few seconds later, Toka and Micah greeted the two. Hey, Captain, Toka said. Ah, Elaine Bellick, you're here, the woman said. Hey, Lisa, Micah greeted. Lisa, Eric, Ingveld greeted. Hey, if it isn't Ingveld, how's it going in school? We haven't seen you at the base for a while, Eric said, ruffling her hair. Ingveld pouted and slapped his hand. Stop doing that, Ingveld said indignantly. Issei, Irina, and Mitsuki stood awkwardly to the side. They felt out of place as the three greeted them with warmth. One could easily see the close friendship that the five had. However, one word caught their attention. The word that Toka had used to refer to Lisa. Captain. Captain of what? Eric laughed and finally spotted Issei, Irina, and Mitsuki. Hey, it's the man of the hour. Eric walked over to Issei and clapped his back. Nice to meet you, kid. Name's Eric. Eric Marshall, he said, greeting Issei. Nice to meet you too, Issei said, smiling awkwardly. Eric, Lisa said, walking over. Eric nodded and took his arm off from Issei. Lisa looked at Issei, her gaze making Issei feel small. The woman smiled, at his discomfort or for something else. Issei didn't know, but she held her hand out. My name is Lisa Emrys Diark. It is an honor to meet you, Red Dragon Emperor. I assume that this woman who looks like you is your twin sister Mitsuki Hayadu, and of course the ace of Michael, Irina Shidu, Lisa said as Issei took her hand and shook it. How do you know our names? Issei asked, tensing his muscles as he prepared to summon boosted gear. We've been watching the events of the supernatural world for a while now. And besides, even if we weren't, word travels fast. It's a small world after all, she said. Come on, you guys must be hungry. I know I am, Eric said as he began to walk off. Where are we going? Issei asked as he walked after them. Somewhere where we can eat, Lisa said. In the middle of the woods, Irina asked. You'll see. For now, just trust the fact that we aren't planning anything nefarious, Lisa said. How do we know you won't do anything? Mitsuki asked. Because we wouldn't be having this conversation if we were, Eric said. His words shut Mitsuki up as the students followed the two deeper into the woods. Eventually, they happened upon an abandoned concrete bunker. The concrete was cracked and decaying, and small vines and moss growing all over it. The lamp above the door was rusting and had a broken light bulb inside, and wild birds made their homes in the large enough cracks in the bunker's structure. All right, we're here, Eric said as he walked over to the abandoned bunker. An abandoned bunker, Issei said. Yup, now come inside. You'll find that it's much bigger inside, Toka said, winking at Issei, Irina, and Mitsuki. Hesitating slightly, Issei shrugged and walked into the bunker. Mitsuki and Irina looked at each other and followed after him. The inside was the complete contrast of how the exterior looked. Inside was a pristine room. The white lights cast a sterile glow over the room. Is everyone here? Lisa asked. Yeah, that's everyone, Toka said, counting as she looked at them. We're good, she said, giving Lisa a thumbs up. Lisa nodded and walked over to a panel that hung on the side of the wall. She opened it with a key, and Issei, Mitsuki, and Irina gawked when they saw a computer behind the panel door. Lisa typed something in and pressed her hand against the screen. All right, hang on, Eric said. Why? Issei asked. His answer came in the form of the entire room moving. Issei stumbled and saw the walls moving and upward, or were they moving downward? The speed of the movement moved faster as the wall began and the lights attached to the elevator shaft blurred into one. Issei saw the number of the panel go from G to 1F. The room stopped moving and they looked at Lisa and Eric, who had a small smile on their faces. And welcome, Lisa said as she opened the door. They walked outside and Issei, Mitsuki, and Irina were floored at the sight. Before them was a massive hangar-like room. Planes and vehicles lined the hangar as some of them were being fueled while some of them were being prepared for takeoff. Come on, the main facility is a ways away, Lisa said as she pressed a button on the wall. What was that button for? Issei asked. A ride. The complex is several miles large, with some of it being above the ground and other parts of it being subterranean, Lisa said. We're currently 500 feet underground. Looks like our ride is here, Eric said as he spotted a man driving up to them. He wore a gray uniform with a black sun logo embroidered on the left sleeve, a symbol that Issei had seen on Ingveld's necklace and Toka and Micah's clothing. Even Lisa and Eric had the symbol on their clothes. Where to? The man asked. Hey Pete, take us to Central Command, will ya? Lisa said, her ahogue dancing atop her head. Sure thing, boss, Pete said as they all piled into the courtesy transport. So when we get there, I want you guys to let us do the talking first and only answer when spoken to, Lisa said. Wait, is this who wants to meet us? How long have you known we were here? Issei asked. A few weeks now. We've known ever since you arrived outside Aurena's apartment, Lisa said. Wait, you know Aurenas? Irina asked. Of course we do. His kid's part of our organization, Eric said. The three glanced at Toka, who was busy discussing chemistry with Ingveld and Micah. The ride went on for several minutes as the group passed by several different facilities. Issei spotted several people wearing lab coats and walking down the halls along with others who bore different weapons. All of them wore the same Black Sun logo on their clothing. We'll be outside of Central Command pretty soon, Pete said from the front as he began to slow down. The transport slowed down to a stop and they all hopped off and stood outside of a set of sliding double metal doors. Hey look, Eric said. What? Lisa asked. Eric pointed to a circular pad next to the door and Lisa slapped her forehead. Let's just go, Lisa said as she pulled out a card. She pressed it against a keypad that was next to the door, causing them to open. The doors hissed as they pulled apart and then they all stepped inside. Okay, from here it's up, Lisa said as she pressed a button. So who are we meeting? Irina asked. My father, ever since you were detected entering the country via teleportation, has wanted to meet with you but waited a bit to see what you were like. I was sent to scout you, Which reminds me, where is Heaven's assassin anyway? Lisa asked, glancing at them. Well, Risa-senpai was called back to heaven for something. Irina said. I see. Well, we'll have to do this without her. Lisa said as the elevator came to a stop. Looks like we're here, Eric said as the door opened. Before them was a long hallway with several closed doors. Some of the rooms had windows that allowed Issei and the others to peer inside. They spotted several people in uniform discussing as well as some performing scientific experiments. They walked until they reached an ash wood door at the end of the hallway. Dad, Lisa said, knocking on the door. Mom, I brought them here. Ah, a gruff voice said from behind the door. Please come in. Lisa opened the door and led them inside. Issei marveled at the size. The room was large enough to fill several dozen people in fact. 10 flags which mirrored the 10 flags of Eve High School stood proudly in the back. In between them was a large portrait of a beautiful woman. She had soft, sky blue eyes and long silky blonde hair. Her skin possessed a fair yet slightly tanned complexion and wore a brown traditional Native American garb. She had a soft smile on her face as she posed for the portrait. Issei's eyes drifted from the painting down to the two people looking intensely at them. Be careful, partner. Those two. They're unnaturally powerful for humans. Drake said from inside the boosted gear. Issei nodded inwardly as he stared back at the man and woman. The man looked at Issei with a slight smile on his face. He looked like the woman in the painting for the eyes. He had shoulder-length golden blonde hair with a short, scruffy blonde beard. He wore a red sweater underneath a high-collar trench coat with gold embroidery. The woman next to him scared Issei, but despite the fear, Issei, Irina, and Mitsuki recognized her. She was the principal of Eve. The woman had striking green eyes. Like the man, she had pale gold hair styled in a bun with a curled bang running down the right side of her face. She wore a pair of glasses and a white long sleeve top with a keyhole neckline. She wore a black skirt with brown leggings and black shoes. The woman held a clipboard. You three are Issei Hayudu, this generation's Red Dragon Emperor, Mitsuki Hayudu, the current wielder of Telos Karma, and Irina Shidu, Ophanim of Heaven and Ace of Michael. The woman said. Yes, Issei said. How do you know our names? Mitsuki asked. I'm the principal. I have access to the entire student records. The woman said, pushing her glasses up. Really? Irina asked the two. We met her during an assembly. We forgot, the twins said simultaneously. Honestly, Toka said, placing her hands on her hips. Micah smirked while Ingveld smiled at their actions. Right? Lisa said, Mom, Dad, you guys want to introduce yourselves to our guests. She's right, dear. We're being really rude. We know their names, but they don't know ours. Lisa's father said, laughing a little. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Cornelius Dark. This lovely woman next to me is my wife, Morgana Dark. Pleasure, Morgana said, dryly as she pushed up her glasses. Hi, Mrs. Dark. I'm Issei, he said. I know who you are, Mr. Hayudu, but I must say, it was a treat to have the Red Dragon Emperor here at the school. Even with your reputation and the scolding I had to endure from Graphia Lucifuge of all people. Morgana said. Sorry about that. I am deeply sorry for her behavior, Issei said. It's fine. She was just worried. Morgana said. So what did you want to talk to us about? Irina asked, eyeing the two. As you might have been made aware by Elaine Bellick over here, Morgana said, gesturing to Toka. We have been observing you since the day you have arrived here and have been more than privy to how you are in your hunts with those Wendigos, especially that first one, and your encounter with the original Phoenix. How? Irina asked. Toka, Issei said, looking at the girl. He didn't know what to think of her now. The girl, along with Micah and Ingveld, were spying on them this whole time. Toka noticed his look and smiled sheepishly. Sorry, Issei. I wanted to tell you, but the old man over here said that I had to remain quiet on my status. Toka said. So what do you want? Issei asked. I am here to extend to you an offer. Issei Hayudu, Irina Shidu, Mitsuki Hayudu. I offer you membership into the Blacklight organization. Cornelius said extravagantly as he pressed a button in his hand. A puff of smoke and confetti erupted behind him. Morgana pinched the bridge of her nose as her husband's actions. Lisa looked at her dad with an embarrassed look on her face. Eric grinned while Toka, Ingveld, and Micah looked at the man with a blank look in their eyes. Well, Cornelius asked. What's Blacklight? Issei asked. Oh right, the supernatural world is mostly unaware of our existence. Cornelius said. tapping his chin. "Please have a seat. This might take some time to explain," he said, gesturing to the chairs in front of his desk. Issei, Irina, and Mitsuki looked at each other hesitantly before sitting down. Where to start? Blacklight is an organization that works in the background of both the mundane and supernatural worlds to observe and counteract threats no matter how large or how small. Cornelius said. "Wait, if you guys are an organization, then why haven't we heard of you?" Mitsuki asked. "Our existence is known to few. Nearly all of the old world mythological figures are completely unaware of our existence thanks to our efforts in developing several extremely high-powered cloaking spells," Cornelius said. Mitsuki nodded, satisfied by his explanation. "Where were we?" "Oh yes, our organization was founded by the now saint, Jeanne d'Arc, my ancestor, during the 100 Years' War. She founded it with her siblings after her hometown, Damermila Pucelle, was attacked by the Du-Lot werewolf clan and the Shuzen vampire clan, prior to their relocation to Japan, an organization meant to watch for threats to both the supernatural and the human worlds. You know, saving people, hunting things. The things that go bump in the night, be it human or supernatural," Cornelius said. "As you know, Jean's future military career bolstered the amount of people she recruited into her organization, which included both supernatural and human members alike," he continued. "Eventually, she died and her 10 most trusted comrades scattered across the world using the means of magic. Her sister, Catherine Dark," Cornelius said, gesturing to the portrait. "She was the one who founded this branch of Blacklight." "I see," Issei said. "So if you monitor threats to the world, does that mean that you were aware of Trihexa?" Irina asked. "Yes, we were aware of Chashek's appearance in this world. Honestly, it was plainly obvious when he appeared," Morgana said. "What's more is that we left trails and crumbs that let you all figured out who the leaders were and got them to reveal their plans." "So you were active during the time of the war?" Issei asked. "We were. Well, our Indian, Japanese, British, Greek, Israeli, Egyptian, and Russian branches were extremely active since the event did take place in your sector of the world. Our branch was focused on assisting," Morgana said. "Yes, that's right," Cornelius added. "This is the first time in a while that we've gotten directly involved." "You've interfered before?" Irina asked. "World War II was the last time we directly interfered. It was a necessary intervention," Cornelius said. "Why?" Mitsuki asked. Cornelius and Morgana remained silent at her question. "That's something you don't need to know for now. Knowing that requires you to be part of our organization," Cornelius asked. "So your answer, Red Dragon?" Morgana asked. I plan to return home for good during the Thanksgiving break here. How will membership even be possible?" Issei asked. "Wait, don't tell me that you're actually considering this, Aniki," Mitsuki asked, looking at her twin. "I'm considering it. I never said I accepted." "Well," Issei said as he turned back from his sister to Cornelius and Morgana. "It is. I'll contact the head responsible for the Japanese branch and he'll contact you directly. That is, if you do accept our proposal," Cornelius said. "Can we have time?" Issei asked. "Of course, however, you have until the 27th of November to make a choice. That's 2 to 3 weeks from now," Cornelius said. "Thank you, Cornelius, sir," Issei said. He got up to bow when Cornelius held his hand out. Whoa, you don't need to bow to me, kid. I'm not a god, nor am I one of those high-class devils," Cornelius said. Issei nodded and stood next to his sister and Irina. "I'll allow you to go on your way. Remember, 3 weeks at most," Cornelius said to the three. They nodded and Lisa motioned for them to follow her. In a few minutes, Cornelius and Morgana were left alone in Cornelius's office and conference room. "So, what do you think of him, dear?" Cornelius asked. "Based on what we know from data gathered after observing, he needs work done if he is to join," Morgana said. "You have to admit, the boy handled the situation well," Cornelius said. "I admit that he did. From what we know, I never would have guessed that the Red Dragon Emperor was good at diplomatic negotiations, though if what Bina told us was true, then that event really did change him," Morgana said. "A little at least." "I know. It must have taken a lot to suppress those perverted urges," Cornelius said. "Yes, it must have," she said. "Well, I might as well contact Taki and tell him that the Red Dragon is considering our offer. If he accepts, Taki will be in charge of him. I also need to call him to keep a closer eye on Kuo, and I'll contact the others to keep an eye out. One of the 7 prime demons is out for this kid, and we need to keep him safe from whatever they have planned," Cornelius said as he began to form CCs to make calls. "Dear," Morgana said as an idea popped into her mind. "Yes, I propose sending one of the operatives we have back with him to help him settle in on the off chance that he does accept. Morgana said, pushing up her glasses. Oh, and who do you propose that we send? Cornelius asked, curious at what his wife meant. We send Ingveld. Make, brother. Humph. They never learn, do they? Ophis said as she sat on the roof of a building. People scurried below her like ants, getting to where they needed to go. A familiar symbol caught Ophis's attention, and an immense sadness entered the dark pools that were her eyes. Guilt coursed through her. Many beings were under the impression that she was emotionless, but she wasn't. She was just jaded, but she could still feel and feel she did. Fitting for that to be your symbol. These people worship you, venerate your teachings, and twist them around, she said as she watched them. A few tears fell from Ophis's eyes as fond memories returned to her. Wanichan, look at what I made. Call it the soul. Pretty neat, right? Sapphira might steal it though for her own thing, but Mavit really likes it. Mao Wanichan, Red and Shakina stole my cookies again. Wanichan, do you think Infinity Nesama will like this? Wani-sama, a bunch of deities and I made something. We call it Earth. It's in one of the universes that Infinity Nesama likes to watch over. I'm sorry, Odo-chan. Please come back. Ophis said as she hugged her knees and began to cry softly. Blacklight Dossier. File A. Blacklight Organization. File Info. Blacklight is an ancient secret organization that was founded in the 1400s during the 100 Years' War by the now Christian saint Jeanne d'Arc. Its main purpose is to monitor the Earth for threats, be it from the human or supernatural worlds. Blacklight was responsible for the intelligence gained by DXD on Cow's brigade in Clipith and secretly provided them with the means to stop Trihexa. In the human world, Blacklight was responsible for helping end World War I and World War II, as well as provide the Americans with the location of Osama bin Laden. They are led by the Divine Ten. History. After fending off a werewolf attack on her village of Damermila Pucelle, Jeanne d'Arc, along with her siblings, began to hunt as a group. Most members came from the nearby village who had been caught between the crossfire in a war between the Shuzen vampire clan and the Dulit werewolf clan. It bolstered in size during Jeanne's military career, spreading all across mainland Europe. After Jeanne's death in Rouen, Blacklight spread across to different parts of the globe. Before the start of the series, the youngest Dark sister, Catherine, founded the American chapter of Blacklight, which comprised of the Native American population. In February of 1692, Blacklight played a hand in attempting to save many of the innocent victims of the Salem witch trials, which was started after a random passerby witnessed a battle between a member of the Divine Ten and an extremely powerful mage that tore apart and destroyed a large portion of the Boston due to the flooding that occurred during their battle. In World War I, with the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand, Blacklight became embroiled in the war when the British chapter was drawn in due to the amount of divine influence that was occurring during the war. They discovered that the assassin was under the influence of the old Persian pantheon led by Mitra in an attempt to resurge their pantheon's influence in the Middle East and stamp out Islam, as well as undercutting the Greco-Roman pantheon, who was on the side of the Allies. Following World War I and the Great Depression, Blacklight discovered the survival of one of the 7 prime demons and learned that he had been behind the start of the First World War as well as the Second World War. The Divine Ten banded together and confronted the demon and was able to severely harm him, but not before he took down 7 of them. Role, function, edit. The main role of Blacklight is to act as a buffer between the human and supernatural worlds. Blacklight mostly acts as R&D, distributing new weapons and technology, as well as spells and rituals to hunters or members of the hunting division. Their role is not merely restricted to researchers. Blacklight is also an organization created with the purpose of defending. Blacklight keeps tabs on various supernatural factions of creation. Due to the amount of supernatural and conventional knowledge that they possessed, Blacklight has been able to discreetly play a role in every major world event without being noticed by any side, human or supernatural. In addition, Blacklight possesses knowledge that not even the eldest of the gods are aware of. Conventional knowledge among the supernatural suggests that there exists only the human world, the dimensional gap, and the mythical realms. However, Blacklight discovered the existence of the higher realms of Beria, Atziluth, and Ake. Divisions. R&D Department. The Research and Development Department of Blacklight. Its main purpose is to design and distribute information and resources such as technology to better aid and assist their hunters in cases. The R&D Department is currently headed by XXXXX. Intelligence Department. The Intelligence Department is responsible for monitoring and documenting events, high-profile beings, and factions around the world. It is not limited to the supernatural, as they also limit the human world. They are responsible for classing and researching objects. The Intelligence Department is headed by XXXX. Hunting Division. The Hunting Division primarily consists of hunters who receive cases and missions from the Intelligence Department. The hunting division is also responsible for guarding extremely powerful artifacts contained within the organization's vaults in various chapters. The current leader of the hunting division is XXXXXX. Ah, no, please, let me go, the man said as he backpedaled into the wall. A woman with bright red hair with the fringe covering her right eye. Her lone golden eye glowed eerily in the darkness. Around him, his family members were dead. His wife had her jaw ripped off and her eyes were liquefied, leaving scorching eye holes in her skull. His eldest daughter was ripped in half from the bottom up and her entrails hung from the ceiling. The woman licked the blood off her fingers seductively as she stared at the cowering man before her. She smiled and grabbed his face. "Dear, I'm just doing this for your son is all. You see, your son is special. Isn't that right, little man?" The woman said, smirking. A little boy with black hair and hazel eyes about the age of 10 sat in the chair, tied with duct tape around his mouth. Tears streamed down his face from watching the woman before him slaughtered his family. "What's it gonna take to awaken you? Do you daddy dearest to die next?" The woman said, lifting the man by the throat. Pichichichich. The boy struggled against his bonds as his eyes began to flicker orange. The woman watched with interest and tightened her grip around the man's throat. "Come on, little boy, or I make daddy here explode," the woman said impatiently, continuing to tighten her grip around the man's throat. The boy's eyes glowed with greater intensity and the heat in the room began to rise. The rope tying the boy down and the tape covering his mouth combusted into flames as a pair of flaming bird-like wings erupted from his back. He screamed as he charged at the woman. The woman merely stood there and raised her hand, freezing the boy mid-flight. She moved her hand slightly, sending him crashing through a wall and into the garage where he was knocked unconscious from the blow. "So that's his power," the woman said. "Welp, looks like I don't need you anymore. It's nothing personal, just following orders." With those words, the woman squeezed the man's head and crushed it like a grape, sending skull fragments and pieces of gray matter flying all over the room. She sighed in disgust as she plucked out an eyeball from her hair and threw it away. She walked over to the hole in the wall and spotted the boy, lying on the floor with a minor wound on his head that was already healing rapidly. "Gremory," a voice said in her mind. "Yes, what is it?" Gremory answered as she hoisted the boy on her shoulder. "Citri is preoccupied at the moment in the healing chamber with Leviathan, so I need you to get the next one," the voice said. "Really? Fine, where is it?" she said, checking her nails. "Luckily for you, it's in the town where you found the one you were sent to get," the voice said. "That is a lucky break," Gremory said as her scara turned black. Her golden eyes glowed as a dark vortex appeared in front of her. "I'm gonna store this guy in my personal dimension. Now tell me, who is it?" "It's the girl from London," the voice said. "How'd she get here?" Gremory asked. "It seems that she teleported there, but be careful. The Red Dragon is also there, and so is Aurena's, Amenamenikanushi, Hanwi, and the Blacklight Organization," the voice said. "Isn't the Red Dragon a capture priority as well?" Gremory asked as she threw the boy into the vortex. "Yes, but not now. He's too strong for you to take by yourself, especially with his friends nearby. Once she awakens, I will go and capture him myself." "Whatever you say." "Good, now get to it." "All right, geez," Gremory said, severing the link. Her golden eyes looked out the garage window at the full moon and grinned. "Looks like we're meeting again sooner than you thought, little girl," Gremory said before disappearing from the garage. Sioux Falls, South Dakota, November 26, 2019, 7:30 a.m. "Ha," Issei said as he exhaled, creating a mist in front of his face. Irina walked next to him, arm in arm with Issei as the two made their way to school. Mitsuki walked behind them, conversing with Toka, Micah, and Ingveld. Today was the three's last day in the United States and the last day Issei had before he had to decide on Cornelius's offer to join Blacklight. "Hey," Irina said, looking at Issei. Issei hummed in question. "When we get back, how are you going to break it to them? Assuming that RIAS hasn't told them yet," Irina asked. "Gently. I want to do this in a manner that doesn't create tension because it wasn't their fault nor was it Natalia-sensei's. It was those people who orchestrated this entire plan," Issei said. "And when I find him, I'll show them the consequences of messing with the Red Dragon Emperor." Inside the boosted gear, Draig wept tears of joy upon hearing those words. "Oh Tiamat, if only you were here to see Issei, you might even stop trying to kill all my hosts," Draig said. I agree with you," Irina said. "But we need to find who the ringleader is. All we have to go off is Beelzebub and that could mean several things." We can help you with that. Issei and Irina yelped upon hearing Toka's voice. Jesus Lord Almighty, don't do that, Irina said, looking at her. Sorry. But anyway, if you join, you'll have access to our global information network. You'll be able to monitor all faction activities, Toka said. Really? How is it compared to the Devil's Info Network or Heavens or the other factions? Issei asked. Ours pulls insider information from all factions, Micah said. Due to our composition, we can get insider information from all factions as well as the use of modern-day Magi tech that we use to monitor both the supernatural realms and the Earth. Magi tech? Mitsuki asked. Classified, Ingveld said, slapping her hands over Toka and Micah's mouths. Seriously, they haven't joined and you're giving away top-secret information. Sorry? The two said in a muffled voice as Ingveld lowered her arms. I can't, you two are my seniors. Come on guys, let's get to class, Mitsuki said. Gremory territory. RIAS sat in her room, staring at her mirror with blank eyes. She sighed as she drew her knees up to her chest. She needed to find a way to start moving on. She knew Issei would be doing the same in this scenario though. It would be hard for them both. That, and she still needed to tell her parents. She had sensed Surzex and Grafia arrive inside the manor today and mentally prepared herself. Ria-sama. A voice called from the door. It was Grafia. Oh, you can come in, Grafianissima, Ria said without even glancing at the door. Grafia opened the door and walked inside, slowly closing the door behind her. Ever since the revelation of an enemy that targeted Issei's relationship with the girls through the daughter of Ajuka, Grafia and Surzex had begun to try and find the culprit alongside the other Satans, all while keeping it a secret from the general public. The two had decided that Issei and RIAS should be the ones to say it. RIAS, Grafia said, dropping the honorific. The girl's hair was a mess and she had worn an oversized shirt as she looked blankly at her mirror. Yes, RIAS, your parents are expecting you. You said you had something you wanted to say to them. Grafia said. Ne-sama, RIAS said. Will it ever go away? Grafia was confused. Will what go away? This pain, this cruel, agonizing pain, will it ever go away? RIAS asked her, turning with tears streaming down her face. Oh RIAS, Grafia said, pulling the girl in for a hug. She rubbed soothing circles across the girl's back. Ah, RIAS. Grafia pulled away and saw RIAS placing her hands on the sides of her head, gripping them in pain. RIAS. Grafia quickly formed a CC and called Surzex, Venelana, and Zeoticus, and in a flash of red light, the three appeared in the room. RIAS. Zeoticus immediately ran over to her and gently rocked her as she cried in pain. Daddy, it hurts. My eyes hurt. RIAS cried in pain. To think that she has it too, Venelana said, looking at her daughter in sadness. You don't mean, Surzex said, trailing off. Grafia looked at the Gremory matriarch with her mouth slightly open in shock. I know dear, but you have to push through it, Zeoticus said as his eyes flashed red, a bladed cross design appearing in the middle as he placed his hand on her head. RIAS's eyes flashed open as they glowed an eerie blue with a faint small flower pattern decorating her irises. The power of sight or perception. The Gremory family power, Venelana said. The last person who awoke it was, Grafia said, glancing at her husband. Our sister, Annalise, Surzex said. I don't understand. Why now? Venelana asked her husband. The power of sight has two ways to awaken. Through intense training or extreme mental stress, Zeoticus said. I assume it was the latter. What happened to her to place her in this level of stress? She didn't show signs of this when Issei supposedly died, Venelana said as she walked over and placed a hand on RIAS's forehead. About that, Surzex said. Issei and RIAS. Grafia began. We broke up, RIAS said, gripping her head as her eyes flickered back to normal. You what? Her parents asked in shock. We broke up, RIAS said as her tears began to flow down her face once more in rivers. Tell us what happened, dear, Venelana said soothingly. RIAS went on to relay the entire story to her parents, of how she had been influenced by a user of the magic, Luxuria, to perform an act of unspeakable betrayal to Issei, how this act led to their relationship being torn apart, of how Issei removed his pieces to escape the pain of death due to his pieces which she didn't notice during her time under the influence of Luxuria. She spoke of how her other pieces didn't look at her the same anymore. And I can't blame them, RIAS said. But ever since it came out that Beelzebub-sama's daughter was forced into doing that, they've been trying to build a bridge. So why did you break up if it wasn't your fault? Venelana asked. Because, Issei will only be reminded of that time I threw myself at Tatsuya while I was under the influence of luxuria. It'll only remind him of the pain. RIAS said. Oh RIAS, Venelana said. To think that they would go so far. To tear apart Issei and RIAS's relationship using Ajuka's daughter as a weapon no less. Xiaticus said. Did you find out who made her? Venelana asked as she consoled her daughter. No, not yet. All we have is a name. Beelzebub, and that could mean a variety of things. Right now, we're investigating if there are living members of Beelzebub's line, but so far, we've had none show up. Surzek said. Well, whoever it is, we have to find them. If at least, to bring peace to your sister knowing that the ones who did this are either dead or facing justice. Venelana said. It's not over yet, RIAS. You can still salvage what's left of your relationship and begin as friends again. Xiaticus cooed as RIAS sobbed lightly into his shirt. Sioux Falls, South Dakota, 10 a.m. A woman with white hair, wearing a yukata yawned as she made coffee in the kitchen. Her ruby-red eyes traveled from the coffee machine to the young red-headed girl watching TV in their living room. Her heart melted at the sight of her. She was just as cute as Toka when she was younger. Amino, Aurena's yawned, walking into the kitchen. How is she? She's adorable, Amenamenikanushi said as the two sat down on the dining table. It makes me want to have another child. Atlanta and Toka were so adorable as children. Where did the time go? The doorbell rang, alerting the couple to the noise. I'll go see who it is, Amenamenikanushi said as she stood from her chair and walked over to their front door. Upon recognizing the guest, Amino opened the door to reveal a woman. Hey, the woman said, smiling brightly at the two. Hanwi, Amino said, hugging the woman. Hanwi was an extremely beautiful woman with slightly tan skin. Her hair was long and silky, bearing some of the same untamed wild that Micah had. Her eyes were a golden hazel and held an air of wisdom to them. She wore a pink jacket with a silver moon symbol embroidered on her sleeve and white jogging pants. Come in, Amino said as she led Hanwi into the kitchen. As they walked in, Hanwi's eyes drifted down to Lily, who was peeking out from the couch and watched her. The moon goddess smiled and sent her a small wave, causing the girl to duck down behind the couch. Ah, she's cute. Whose kid is she? Hanwi asked. The Securite came in with her a few weeks ago, Amino said as they entered the kitchen. Aurenas spotted them and waved. Hey Sky Guy, Hanwi said. Moon Face, hello, Aurenas said in return. Housing wayward Nephilim are we, Hanwi said, leaning against the freezer. I doubt that our guests know what she is, Amino said as she grabbed her mug off the counter and began to sip. The Securite. I heard that he's a massive pervert from Odin, Hanwi said as she gratefully accepted a mug from Aurenas. Then again, I have a hard time believing that Frigg married him for his qualities. We all think like that sometimes, Amino said. So what brings you here? Aurenas said as he cracked an egg and began frying it. Can't a goddess visit two of her closest friends? Hanwi said. I know this isn't a social visit, Aurenas said. Fine, Hanwi said as she placed the mug down. There's been a murder. Then let the police handle it. Humans kill each other all the time, Amino said after she finished sipping from her mug. I would have if I didn't sense traces of it over at the crime scene, Hanwi said. Demonic energy and angelic energy. Except the angels was tainted. Not in the way that the fallen are. It was dark. So a stray devil and an unknown, Aurenas said. You know of any ultimate class stray devils? Hanwi asked. That are in America. There are a few. We have records of them back at the base, Aurenas said. Any located here? Hanwi asked. No, now that you mention it. They tend to propagate near population centers, Aurenas said. That's strange. What's stranger is that all of the family members are dead except for one, she said, looking down into her coffee. I assume that the survivor went missing, Amino said. Just like the others that have happened all over the globe, Hanwi added. Chances are whoever did this is long gone by now, Aurenas said. Even if we use Blacklight's massive information network, we'd be hard-pressed to find them. The patterns of attack locations are random. The only consistent MO we've seen from the murders have been one member taken. Yes, except that they might stay here, Hanwi said. Explain, Amino said, placing her mug down. That girl. She's Lily Hofferson, right? The missing child from the UK, Hanwi said. I'm sure as hell that whoever is taking them is probably aware of her presence here. The girl isn't exactly hiding her signature. They can't sense her when she's near our apartment complex. We have high-grade cloaking spells hiding our powers even from the dragon gods themselves. Amino said, but outside of it. Hanwi said, she's been out before, right? Amenamenikanushi and Aurenas went silent. The girl had been out in town with Issei to go buy groceries on several occasions and sometimes to go to the park that was located a couple of minutes from where the apartment was. And if she wasn't cloaked and didn't know how to cloak herself, then that meant that she was a living beacon. They were most likely tracking her this whole time. Hanwi said, so what do we do? Amino asked. We tell Cornelius, Arenas said. Cornelius is busy with preparations if Issei accepts his offer. Amino said, but this takes precedence. Hanwi said, I've been doing some digging through the other cases and found something. One of the houses that were raided by the culprits was next to a house with a CCTV and it caught the whole thing. But you need to watch carefully. It's there for a few seconds before the camera feed blurs due to interference. Hanwi pulled out her phone, a black iPhone 11 Pro Max, and showed them the video. Aurenas and Amino watched carefully as the video showed two people coming out. A man with black hair and a woman with red hair. There was a sack slung over the man's back. The two conversed for a few seconds before the two of them turned to the camera, revealing their golden eyes. Aurenas and Amino's jaws dropped at the sight. It was those two. That's impossible, Amenamenikanushi said. I know, Hanwi said as she put her phone away. To think that it's them. Gremory and Citri, Aurenas said. Didn't Gremory die during the Battle of Sinai when Sandalphon killed her? And Citri was slain by the Seraph Metatron, Amino asked. It seems that we were wrong, Hanwi said. Those two are still very much alive and they're kidnapping people for some unknown purpose. Nephilim. All of them are Nephilim, Aurenas said. We can only assume so considering that angelic energy was present. Hanwi said. But why? Amino asked. Remember, they're not the only ones still active. Do you remember World War II when Blacklight's 10 chapter heads, the Divine 10, had most of its members killed off? Aurenas said. The two nodded. One of the 7 prime demons was behind it. Aurenas said darkly. The Lord of Hunger, Beelzebub. So, you think that they might be working for Beelzebub? Hanwi asked. Just a guess, he replied. Well, no matter who it is they're working for, we need to nip this rose in the bud before it grows. Hanwi said. Thanks for the coffee, but I need to be off. I have some cases to file through. The two nodded as she began to walk out. Before she left, she turned to look at them. Tell the red dragon to be careful with the child. Who knows what might happen later today? We will, Amino said as she walked out. What do we do now? Aurenas asked. Impose a curfew and prevent anyone from leaving later. Judging from the pattern of the killings, they all take place at night away from the eyes of people during the day. We will keep the girl safe that way, Amino said. That will be a hard thing to enforce considering who her guardian is at the moment, Aurenas said. We'll say that it's for her safety, she said. Let's hope that Cornelius or Dantalion don't do anything stupid like assign them a mission or something, Aurenas said. Issei took a bite out of his sandwich as Toka told a story of the time she and Micah were neck-deep in a horde of Impausa, while a Thunderbird was attacking them during the Second Titanomachy in the US. The story was ridiculous in places such as the detail of Toka summoning an asteroid from the asteroid belt and smashing it down on the field to when Micah described how many of the Impausa he had killed, which led to the situation they were in right now. No, I killed more. All you did was flail around like a dying fish. Toka screamed in his face. Yeah right, Thunder Thighs. I killed more and slew that Thunderbird. All you did was sparkle like a damn firecracker while the Impausa swarmed us. Micah yelled. You won a Geo flea bag, Toka said. Yeah, you, me, outside bird brain. Micah screamed back. Oh dear, Ingveld said, placing her hand on her forehead as she tried to hide from the stares of her fellow students. Issei, Mitsuki, and Arena sat there awkwardly as the two began to go at each other. A heavy pressure fell across the entire cafeteria as their aura began to manifest. Lightning crackled outside and winds began to batter the school. The ground shook, sending students into a panic as they ducked under the tables. Earthquake. One of the staff yelled. Toka and Micah glared intensely at each other as sparks flew between them. They raised their fists and sent them flying at each other. Their attacks were stopped by Lisa, who appeared between the two and caught their fists. A massive shockwave flew across the entire cafeteria, shattering the windows. What are you two doing? Lisa asked as she began to crush their fists. Toka and Micah squeaked in pain as she tightened her grip. And nothing, Ms. Dark. Micah stuttered out in fear. Why yeah, Micah and I were just playing a rousing game of bloody knuckles, right Mikey? Toka said. That's right, Toe, Micah said. Lisa narrowed her eyes and let go of their hands. The two gods rubbed their knuckles in pain before yelping as Lisa tugged on their ears. If I ever see you two trying to destroy school property again, I will kick your asses 7 ways to Sunday. Do you understand? She said lowly. Yes, ma'am. The two exclaimed. Lisa released their ears and looked at the terrified crowd. She sighed and formed a violet magic circle as an iridescent mist formed over the room. Their eyes dulled before everyone blinked and looked around confused. Why are we under the tables? A student asked. You 6, come with me, Lisa said as she began to walk out of the cafeteria. The 6 of them looked at each other and shrugged before following her. We have received a report that there was a murder in town. Now, normally we would let the police handle this, but there were traces of demonic energy detected, so you 6 are going to go find it. Thoth believes that it's a stray devil, Lisa said. You want us to take it out when we find it? Toka asked. Yes, to prevent more murders from happening. We're nixing this in the bud, Lisa said. Do you know where it is? Irina asked. At the moment, no, which is why you're using these, Lisa said, reaching into the air and opening a rift. What are these? Issei asked as he caught a small phone. Miasma detectors. The energy of devils is known as miasma, and this thing will allow you to detect minute amounts of it that have been used. That way, you can find them by tracking the location of its most recent use of miasma, Lisa said. Like UV light to catch liquids that have evaporated but the stain is still there, just invisible to the naked eye. Ingveld said to Issei. Good, you're all starting when class ends. Ingveld, Toka, Micah, you can go. You 3. I need to talk to you in private, Lisa said. Toka, Micah, and Ingveld looked between Issei, Irina, and Mitsuki and Lisa before nodding and walking off. Darksan, did we do something? Irina asked. No, I was wondering. Have you thought of my father's offer? Lisa asked. I have, Issei said. And? Lisa asked. I'm afraid I'll have to decline. I still have a life to think about, and now, I might have a child to raise, Issei said. Needlessly putting my life in danger over and over again might put a hamper on that if I die. Lisa sent him a small smile and nodded. I understand. Well, the offer's always up for you if you want it. How about you two? Lisa said, turning to Irina and Mitsuki. I'll have to agree with Issei, Irina said. I'm already part of Heaven's forces, and the delegate to Kuoso having missions on top of that will be incompatible with my current lifestyle. I'll do it, Mitsuki said. The two turned to look at her in surprise. Really? I thought you'd agree with your brother, Lisa said. I do agree, but what you guys do keeps the world relatively safe. It took centuries for the other pantheons to come to an agreement and work together, but you managed to put together people from different backgrounds and have them work as a single unit that saves people. For example, you saved a lot of natives here from genocide during westward expansion, as well as helped the Native American gods fight off the Greco-Roman pantheon. I'd like to be a part of that, Mitsuki said. I see. Well, welcome to Blacklight, Mitsuki Hayudu, Lisa said. We'll formalize your induction later when you finish this mission, but from this point on, you're a member of the organization. Congratulations. For now, I'll be your superior officer. Glad to be here, Mitsuki said, holding out her hand. Lisa smiled and shook it. Are you sure about this, Michan? What about Sikvera? Issei asked. I'll ask her for permission to take the high-class devil exam, Mitsuki said. And besides, I'm relatively free to do what I want, so no worries there. Aniki. Just be careful, Issei said. I know I can't stop you from joining, but be careful. I don't want an agent to show up at our house with a folded flag. You have so little confidence in me, Aniki. If anything, the only way I'll die is saving your sorry ass, Mitsuki said. Bitch, Issei said. Jerk, Mitsuki replied. You two will never change, Irina commented as she watched the interaction between the two twins. That's right, because, Issei said. Us twins will, Mitsuki added. Always know what the other is thinking. They both finished simultaneously. I've never seen male-female twins as close as you two, Lisa said. We weren't always this close, Mitsuki said. But things change, Issei finished. Well, I'll be off. Have a good rest of your day, you 3, Lisa said, waving them goodbye as she walked off. I still can't believe you joined, Issei said as he watched Lisa turn the corner. I still can't believe you refused, Mitsuki retorted. And I can't believe it's not butter, but seriously, let's get to class, you two, Irina said as she began to walk away. Hey, wait up, the twins said as they walked rapidly to catch up with their twin-tailed friend. After they left, a figure came out of the corner. So, that's the first, Gremory said, licking her lips. Oh, I might have fun with you right after I finish this mission of mine. She chuckled evilly before walking away. What are we doing here? Natalia asked as she followed her father to the gates of Gremory Manor. Well, as the new head of House Naema, I'm introducing you to the heads of another house so they can show you the ropes on how managing a house is, especially since you inherited the territory left behind by Princess Lilith, Ajuka said as he rang the buzzer at the gates. But why the Gremorys? I feel like you're trying to get me killed, old man, Natalia said. Because why not? Now might be the perfect time to make your case to Lord and Lady Gremory rather than have that can of worms be opened in the future, her father said. I guess, Natalia said. A maid answered the gates and led them inside. If she was honest, Natalia was rather awed by the size and elegance of the Gremory mansion. Her mind raced through a dozen thoughts as she took in the lavish scenery before her. If Tucson had managed to make the underworld safe for us, would we be living in a house like this? She thought as she crossed through the threshold of the door. Ajuka! She turned and saw Surzex descending from the stairs. Her father smiled and waved. Surzex, he said. Surzex turned and bowed. Nea Madano. She bowed respectfully in return. Greetings, Lucifer-sama. Please just call me Surzex, the Crimson Satan said, waving off her politeness. I'd rather not. I'm still not comfortable around you to refer to you so casually, Natalia said, lifting her head. Natalia, Ajuka scolded. What? She said. It's all right, Ajuka. I understand where she's coming from. Despite not being the one behind Sila's death, I still slaughtered her clan, Surzex said. That's right, Natalia said. And the slaughter of innocent children is something I do not condone, Lucifer-sama. Surzek's eyes widened as guilt coursed through his body. He bowed his head in silence. Ajuka was about to reprimand Natalia when Surzex did something that shocked both of them. He got down on his hands and knees and prostrated himself before the girl, touching his forehead to the ground. If there's anything I can do to even begin making up for the atrocity that I have committed, I shall do it if it is within my power to do so, he said. Please lift your head, Lucifer-sama, Natalia said. Surzex did as she instructed and stood. I don't know how you can make it up since Kasan was the one who lost her family, and I had no relation to them nor did I know them, but if you could find someone to help me begin rebuilding my family's territory, that would be a start, she said. I shall try and get someone to help you with that, but know that you have my political support, Surzex said. It'll be my atonement for killing your clan. To be fair, they did kill your sister, Natalia said. But I knew they were just following orders and I could have been satisfied with killing the killer, but I targeted your clan and killed most of them, Surzex said. A silence fell upon the four of the house before the sounds of footsteps were heard. Graphia came into view as she descended the stairs followed by Zeoticus, Venelana, and RIAS. The moment RIAS locked eyes with Natalia, RIAS's eyes flashed blue before fading. Natalia looked at her with guilt in her eyes. Shall we take this into the family room? Zeoticus said as he looked between his daughter and the new head of the Naema house. Wait, Natalia said. She walked up to RIAS, and in a manner similar to Surzex, she prostrated herself in front of the girl, shocking everyone. Gremory Dano, I have committed a grave sin against you, and despite it not being of my will, I still performed the act. If there is anything that I can do within my power as recompense, I shall do it. Be it serving as your handmaiden, or if you wish to take Aaron as your newest pawn, so be it. But please, whatever punishment you decide, please take it out on me, Natalia said. RIAS looked shocked as the girl practically gave herself over to her. RIAS felt awkward. Sure, she didn't like the girl, but she wasn't prepared for this. Yatagami-sensei, I can never forget what you did, and I can never forgive it either. Whether or not you had a choice, you were the driving force in my breakup with Issei. But I'm willing to move forward with you if you take that step with me. This will always be part of our relationship from now on, but I'm willing to take a step forward if you'll let me, RIAS said. For the future of my house. Natalia looked up at RIAS in slight shock. I will, Natalia said. This will be rough. I admit, I detest the sight of you at the moment, so please bear with me if I seem ambivalent about our present situation, RIAS said. It's okay. I came here to see your parents for tips on how to run a house, Natalia said. Oh well, if you would, Zeoticus said. All right, Natalia said as she and Ajuka followed the Gremory family into their main living room. Sioux Falls, South Dakota, 4:45 p.m. So where do we start? Issei asked as he sat on the couch with Lily on his lap. Lisa said that the victim lived on Auburn Street, so we might as well start there. Toka said. Where are you going, Issei? Lily asked as she looked up at him with her big bluish-green eyes. Oh, we're just going out for the night to have some fun, Issei said. Can I come with you? Lily asked. I'm sorry, Lils, but you need to get sleep because we're leaving early tomorrow, Irina said. You guys never spend time with me anymore. Did I do something bad? Lily asked. Everyone felt guilt stab at their hearts at her tone. No, Lils. It's just, we're going to a haunted house with ghosts, Ingveld said, trying to scare the girl. Gee, ghosts? Lily asked in a frightened tone as she gripped Issei's shirt for comfort. Why, yes, Issei said. There are ghosts. Lily began to whimper in fear as she latched herself onto Mitsuki, who looked at Ingveld and her twin with a small glare as she hugged the little girl. Don't worry, Lily-chan. Wani-chan will protect you from the bad ghosts, Mitsuki said, smiling. Really? Lily asked. Pinky promise, Mitsuki said, holding out her pinky. Lily giggled as she wrapped her small finger around Mitsuki's. Cross my heart and hope to eat cake, Mitsuki said. Issei's eyes widened as a memory came to the forefront of his mind. Wani-chan, look, a young Issei said excitedly as he held up a piece of paper. A woman with hair as white as the Arctic snow stopped her work and looked down at Issei with a confused look. Upon seeing the paper, she smiled gently and took it. Era, Issei-chan is such a great artist, she said as she looked at the drawing. The drawing consisted of Issei, which was labeled Issei, and a stick figure with white hair which she assumed was her. You want to be like your Wani-chan, don't you? The woman said as she pinned the drawing to her wall. One day, I'll be as great as you, Wani-chan, Issei said. Oh well, we'll have to see then, won't we, Issei-chan, she said, poking Issei in the forehead. Issei's tiny hands went up to his head as he touched the spot where she poked him. Mao, Issei said as he pouted and looked away from her, refusing to make eye contact. The woman said. I'm sorry, tell you what, I'll finish this and then we'll go get some ice cream before your parents get back from your sister's piano recital. Promise, Issei said. The woman smiled gently as she held her pinky out. Issei smiled brightly and wrapped his pinky around hers. I cross my heart and hope to eat cake, the woman said. You're so silly, Wani-chan, Issei giggled. You're gonna make your Lily-ne-chan cry. I'm sorry, Issei said as he hugged her. Just kidding, Lily said, smiling mischievously. Ene-chan. Aniki, Issei snapped out of his memories when he heard his twin sister yelling at him. Ha, Issei said. I said if you want to leave Lily here with Amenamina-kanushi-sama and Arena-sama, Mitsuki said. It's all right, Amino said as she walked into the room with a plate of snacks. You kids go have fun, but remember, 7 o'clock. Be back by then, she said. Right, Toka said. That means you too, Toka, Amino said. Okay, Mom, Toka said in an exasperated manner. Thanks for the food, Auntie, Ingveld and Micah said as they grabbed a cookie. It's no problem, Amino said. You kids have fun, okay? Alright, so we have 3 hours, Micah said as he leaned back on the couch. 3 hours to go look around, Ingveld said. It's 5 right now, so we have 2 hours. Then we have no time to lose, Mitsuki said. Alright, Lily, can you stay here a bit longer with Auntie Amino and Uncle Aurenas while me and Wani-chan go and get rid of the bad ghosts? Issei asked. Lily nodded reluctantly as Issei gently took her off his lap. Alright guys, let's go, Issei said. Whose bright idea was it to split up anyway? Mitsuki complained as she sifted through the attic of the house. Her gloves were dusty as she picked up an old album and tossed it to the side. If I distinctly recall, it was your brother, Ingveld said as she moved some old photo books out of the way. Did you find anything? Mitsuki asked. No, not in particular. Just some old family albums and some toys from the older sibling, Ingveld replied as she opened one of the photo albums. A woman with blonde hair holding a baby with brown down on its head made her smile. The dad was ex-Marine, Mitsuki said as she pulled up a picture of an African-American man wearing a uniform that was decorated with several medals. Really? Ingveld peeked over Mitsuki's shoulder. So he was. Do you think that this could all just be one joke and that this could be one of the enemies the dad made while he was on tour? Mitsuki asked as she placed the photo down. I don't think so. Traces of miasma were found here, so it could only be a devil, Ingveld said. What if the stray was contracted? Some people resort to contracting strays with magic, Mitsuki said. That's a possibility, Ingveld said. Hello, Ingveld moved a few books out of the way and saw a black lockbox hidden underneath. A lockbox? Wonder what's inside, Mitsuki said. We should open this with the others, Ingveld said as she grabbed it. Right, I'll call them, Mitsuki said. She formed a CC and called her brother. Yeah, Issei said across the channel. Aniki, Ingveld and I found something, Mitsuki said. All right, I'll get Toka and Micah and meet up with you in the living room, Issei said. Right? She answered as she swiped away the CC. So what did you guys find? Micah said as he sat down on the hardwood floor. Ingveld placed the box down in front of her. It's a lockbox. Wanna crack it open for me, O trickster god? Ingveld said, glancing at Micah. Why me? Because you're good at picking locks. Just use magic. No. Yes. I'll do it, Toka said as she destroyed the lock. Geez, it's not that hard. Ha, a photo, Issei said, plucking out an old photograph. It must be the couple who lived here. The photo depicted an African-American man and a Caucasian woman with light blonde hair, caressing a swollen belly. She's pregnant, Issei said as he looked at the photo. Yeah, among other things, Toka said, pulling out a grimoire. Inside the lockbox were several vials of dried-up plants, animal bones, and several bottles of unknown liquids. A mage, Micah said. One of them was a mage. But which one is the question of the ages? Ingveld said. It's the wife, Irina said as she read a black-bound leather journal. She summoned a demon to resurrect her husband after he was killed in a home invasion. A devil, Mitsuki said, leaning over to see what Irina was reading. No, it says demon, Irina said. I can't live without him. I can't allow my child to live without him, so I need to take a leap. Mother spoke of demons who can grant wishes in exchange for a price. I will pay any price I can in order to have him back. I have to. So she summoned a devil and sold her soul, Toka asked. No, that practice was abolished a long time ago, Issei said. Something else is up. Oh, here, Irina said. It was a deal that suspiciously went in my favor. In a couple of years, all I had to do was stand aside and let him into the house for a few minutes before leaving. I took it, of course. Whatever he could want, it can't be worse than this. What do you think? Issei asked. This was a contract, but I assume that this woman already fulfilled her end of the deal. Look, there are 2 pictures of 2 children, so this attack wasn't linked to the devil she made a deal with all those years ago, Micah said. Well, this was a waste of time. There's no stray devil here, Irina said as she placed the journal down. We should put this back, just in case the police come back, Mitsuki said. As the group walked out of the house, they were oblivious to the pair of yellow eyes watching their every movement. Gremory sat on the roof of one of the houses down the street from the house of her latest target. When her eyes fell upon Issei, she licked her lips seductively as she looked him up and down. He may look average, but I have to admit, my descendant had taste, Gremory said as she stared intensely at Issei. Gremory, a voice called out. Gremory recognized that voice, the black hand of Lilith herself. She gritted her teeth and responded. What is it, Naima? Gremory barked in an annoyed tone. Humph. Don't talk to me like that, Emudo-yo. Beelzebub is currently busy attending to something Leviathan called him for in our princess's healing pod, so I am to relay this message to you. Bring the child here or face the consequences, Naima said over the relay. Fine, I already have an idea of where the girl is anyway, Gremory said in an annoyed tone as she stood. Her eyes never left the group as they piled into Micah's van. I hope for your sake that you complete this mission. Remember that Beelzebub is one of the 7 prime demons and one of the 4 original Mao, Naima said. Yeah, Gremory said as she severed the link. Gremory transformed into a funnel of smoke and followed Micah's van from a distance back to the apartment. Her glowing yellow eyes darted to the approaching building of the apartment and saw her from one of the windows. Gremory darted ahead of the truck and weaved around the apartment and found her way of entry, an open window on the 3rd floor. She slipped through and manifested inside the apartment. Now, little girl, Gremory said as she walked out the door. Let's pick up where we left off, shall we? Gremory slinked down the hallway, suppressing her power down to the barest minimum, making herself nearly indistinguishable from humans. She slinked down the halls to avoid the sight of Aurena's and Amenemine, who she had sensed earlier when she arrived in town. Following Lily's miasma signature, she found herself on the 3rd floor of the apartment building and stood outside a room. A sadistic grin made its way to her face as she turned into black smoke and slipped underneath the doors. Lily sat on the couch watching another episode of Miraculous Ladybug. The nice lady, Amino, as she had heard her be called, had gone outside to meet up with Issei and Mitsuki. The other man, she couldn't pronounce his name, Orange, had gone to go buy some pizza for dinner since it was her last day, so she was alone in the apartment room. A cold chill went down the 7-year-old's spine as fear coursed through her body. She slowly turned around and began to cry when she saw her. "Hello, little girl," Gremory said as she relished the fear she saw on Lily's face. "Do you remember me? I was the one who made your big brother explode into tiny pieces." Lily whimpered as she fell off the couch and began to backpedal. "There's no use in running anymore, little girl. This time I will bring you with me," Gremory said as she reached out to grab her. "All I'm saying is that the pineapple goes well with the pizza. The fruit just plays so well with the ham and the cheese and the tomato," Micah said. "Of course you'd say that. I'm an Epicurean. If I said that calzones were good if they were filled with strawberry jam, you'd wolf them down like a bunch of Tic Tacs," Toka argued. Ingveld, Issei, Irina, and Mitsuki looked at the two in an exasperated manner. Mitsuku giggled behind her hand as she watched her Toka argue with her best friend. Suddenly, a scream ripped through the apartment. "Lily," Issei said as he ran for Toka's apartment room. As he reached the door, a massive blast of frost tore the door off its hinges and blasted a massive hole in the apartment building. Everything outside of it was frozen for several hundred feet. Issei ran past the ruined door and saw Lily sitting on the floor, eyes wide in terror as tears streamed down her face. Issei ran over and grabbed her, causing the little girl to cling to him tightly. He looked over and saw the frozen form of a woman with her arm outstretched to grab her. "You're going to be okay," Issei soothed. The others came running over and saw the damage. "Our apartment," Toka yelled. "Toka," Micah said as he pointed at the frozen woman in the living room. Toka and Ingveld looked over at the frozen form of a woman. They stiffened as they summoned their weapons. "Issei," Ingveld said as her eyes flashed crimson. "Yeah," Issei said. He turned to Lily. "Lily, go get help." "But, Lily, now's not the time," Mitsuki said as she covered her hands in blue energy, forming ethereal wrist blades. Lily looked between the two and closed her eyes. She ran out of the room, leaving the others. The sound of cracking ice caught their attention as they saw fissures appear on the frozen statue. Black smoke poured out of the statue and coalesced before them into a humanoid shape. Yellow orbs of light unnerved them as it stared back at them with malevolent glee. Issei, Mitsuki, and Irina's eyes widened when they saw the figure's figure fully form. She had long blood-red hair with a fringe covering her right eye. Her skin was smooth and fair. She had a voluptuous figure. The woman wore a black jacket with a beige cardigan underneath and black pants with black shoes. "RIAS?" Irina asked cautiously as she tightened her grip on Hautaclear. "RIAS? Oh no, I'm not RIAS," the woman said. "Then who are you?" Issei asked. "Summoning boosted gear." Gremory Drake growled at the woman. "Oh, you know me. Judging by that gauntlet. Hehe, Red Dragon. I never thought that I would encounter you while on this mission." Gremory laughed as a red aura enveloped her. Everyone was sent sliding back as the force of Gremory's miasma slammed into them. "What?" Irina said as she dug Hautaclear into the floor to prevent from being blown off her feet. "This power, it's on par with Satan-class devils and minor gods," Mitsuki said. "While I would love nothing more than to fight you and capture you, that's not my job," Gremory said. "So if I may excuse myself." "Like hell," Issei said as he dashed forward. He threw a boosted punch at Gremory's face with the intent of taking her head off. Gremory grinned and her lone eye glowed. Her form flickered out of existence and Issei's eyes widened when his fist made contact with Irina's torso. "Jach." Irina coughed up blood as she was sent into the wall. "Irina!" Issei ran over and knelt next to her. He turned and saw Gremory in the spot where Irina had formerly been, grinning. Toka slashed her dagger at Gremory, forcing the demon to dodge while Micah came at her back with a tomahawk. Her form flickered again and Micah's weapon broke apart. "What's happening?" Issei asked as he supported an injured Irina. "It's her damned eyes. The Gremory clan's power of sight or their perception. The eyes in their initial stages aren't that bad, but Gremory's are fully evolved, and a fully evolved eye possesses different unique powers. Hers is the axial gaze. It allows her to warp the space around her and teleport or swap places with anything within her field of vision," Drake said. "Damn it. So that's how I hit Irina instead of her," Issei said. "As much fun as this is," Gremory said as she deflected one of Mitsuki's blades. She kicked the girl in the torso, sending her crashing into Ingveld and canceling her water spell. "I have a child to abduct." She raised her palm and blasted Toka and Micah with a blast of concussive energy, sending them through a wall. "Not on my watch," Issei said. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker Drake announced. Issei was clad in crimson armor and dashed towards her. Gremory dodged his punch and flickered out of existence, swapping with a piece of plywood. She slammed her elbow into Issei's back, sending him through the floor and into the unit below. Humph! Gremory turned around and felt an immense burning pain. She looked down and saw a yellow light spear sticking out of her torso. "That was for earlier," Irina said, clutching her stomach with her right hand and her left hand extended in a throwing motion. Tisage Gremory placed her hand on the light spear and pulled it out. She twirled it around before shattering it with her bare hands. The hole in Gremory's abdomen began to hiss as black smoke began to rise from it as the wound rapidly closed. Just for that, Gremory raised her hand and Irina felt herself being crushed by an invisible force. She was lifted off the ground. "You will die after I have some fun with you." Gremory began to close her fist, causing Irina to scream in pain as she felt her bones being ground to dust. "Ha ha ha, that's right. Scream for me," Gremory cackled. "You know, home invasions are frowned upon in all parts of the world," a voice said next to her. "Ha!" Gremory's head fell to the ground and rolled to a stop by the doorway. Her grip on Irina vanished and the angel fell to the floor, barely conscious. She looked up and saw Eric holding a massive black broadsword. "You okay, kid?" Eric asked. "Irina." Lily ran out from behind Eric. "Lily," Irina said with a bloody smile. "Where are the others?" Eric asked. "We're fine," Toka said as she walked through the wall. She was being supported by Micah. "The bitch blasted us with something. I think my ribs are broken," Micah said. "Aniki," Mitsuki groaned as she got up. "I'm down here." They all looked over at the hole that led down to the first floor. "Hey," Issei said as he lay on top of a pile of rubble. "How did you find us?" Toka asked. "When you guys left for your mission, Hanwi contacted us and let us know that the original Gremory was in town. Lisa tried to find you guys at the crime scene and I came here. Lucky, right?" Eric said. "Yeah," Irina replied. "And as for you," Eric raised his arm and formed a shield, deflecting a blast of energy. "So the stories from Dantalion were true. You bastards are hard to put down. Decapitation doesn't even kill you." "Dantalion," a warped voice said as black smoke swirled around Gremory's headless body. She shakily stood to her feet as bone formed, followed by tissues and nerves and finally, Gremory's skin and hair. She opened her eyes, revealing whites before her pupils rolled back down. "She's working with you. Interesting," Gremory said as she cricked her neck. She sighed in satisfaction when she heard it pop. "Why are you here?" Eric asked. His hand went to his pistol. "Oh, you know, kill a few families and kidnap their kids. 'Tis the job I am currently burdened with. Haven't you been following BBC World News?" Gremory asked cheekily. "Why are you taking them?" Eric said. "Now that would be telling. Unless..." Gremory walked over and traced her finger across his chest. "You could give me something in return for it. Cover your ears," Eric said to Mitsuki and Ingveld. The two looked confused before Ingveld's eyes widened and her hands went to her ears. Seeing this, Mitsuki followed suit. "Get your hands off my man," a voice said from behind Gremory. "Or what?" Gremory asked, turning around to meet the owner of the voice. Lisa stood behind Gremory with a small grin. "Exorcismus te, omnis immundus spiritus," Lisa began. Gremory's entire body flickered as she gripped her head in pain. "Omnis satanica potestas, omnis incursio infernalis adversarii, omnis legio, omnis congregatio et secta diabolica," she continued. Gremory stumbled backward, falling to one knee as she cried out in pain. She raised her hand to attack Lisa when Eric's blade swung down, severing it from her body. "Ergo omnis legio diabolica, adioramus te, cessa desipere humanas creaturas, aesci turni perditionis venenum proponere," Eric said. Gremory looked at them with hate as she screamed in pain. Her eyes began to glow yellow as her body began to lose its form. "Vade, Satana, inventor et magister omnis fallaci, hostis humani salutis, humiliare sub potenti manu Dei, contramis et effuge, invocado a nobis sancto et terribili nomini, quem inferi tremunt, ab insidious diaboli, labura nos, domini, ut ecclesiam tuum secura tibi facius libertate servire, te rogamus." Audi numbers the two finished in unison. Gremory screamed as her body dispersed into a whirl of dark smoke that shot into the air, dispersing into a wave of golden flames. Humph, no one can touch you but me, Lisa said as she grabbed Eric's ear and began pulling. Ow, ow, I didn't even have a choice. Eric yelped in pain. Still, Lisa pouted. Our apartment. Everyone turned and saw Aurenas and Amenamenekanushi standing at the door with the pizza. Everyone pointed at the hole. Why me? Issei cried out, already knowing what they did. So kid, Cornelius said, walking up to Issei. His travel bags were next to him as he stood by a massive circular gate. This is it. Issei looked towards Irina and Mitsuki, who were saying goodbye to Toka, Micah, and Ingveld. Eric and Lisa patted Mitsuki on the back, congratulating her on her induction into the organization. Aurenas and Amenamenekanushi looked at them with smiles on their faces. Hey, Mr. Dark, Issei asked. None of that Mr. stuff. Call me Cornelius, Cornelius said. Is it too late for me to accept? I know what I said to your daughter earlier, but this attack made me reconsider things, Issei said. Of course. The offer's always on the table, Cornelius said, grinning. What? Then why did I have a deadline? Issei asked. Because when you go back, you'll be busy, right? For that tournament with the Godawful name, Cornelius asked. Oh, still, I wouldn't have forgotten, Issei said. Sure. But what made you reconsider? Cornelius asked. I just want to keep them safe, Issei said. Can you not do that with the help of the Satans? Cornelius asked. I can, but that would place a bigger target on their backs more than anything. Association with powerful figures can make you and those you love targets for others, Issei said. And I want to know more about them. Gremory, when she was fighting Eric, said that the burden of kidnapping kids was assigned to her. And I want to know who. I also have a personal stake in this because they're after me too, Issei said. Cornelius remained silent. After a few seconds, Issei looked up at him, fully expecting the older man to reject him, but instead, Cornelius smiled. Do you know why Eric joined Blacklight? Cornelius asked. No, Issei replied, shaking his head. His family was slaughtered by vampires. When he met Lisa, my daughter, and they fell in love, Eric vowed to get stronger to protect her, not knowing that she was doing the same for him. So when I saw him killing some werewolves that were about to rape a young girl and boy, I offered him membership. I told him that it would help him better protect others, both those he loves and innocent people. He accepted, Cornelius said. So you're not the first to join this organization with the intent of protecting those around you, and frankly, it's a rare trait to see these days. Welcome to Blacklight, Issei. Cornelius extended his hand towards Issei. Thank you. You won't regret having me here, Issei said, shaking his hand. Issei, come on, Irina said as she and Mitsuki stood by the gate with Lily. Morgana shot Issei a knowing smile. Congratulations on your induction, Issei, Morgana said. Irina and Mitsuki looked at her with a blank look on their faces. Mitsuki blinked for a few seconds before breaking out in an excited smile. She glomped Issei, rubbing her cheek on her twin brothers as Issei tried to get out of her grip. Oh, Aniki, you joined too. We can be the greatest tag team in the organization now, Mitsuki said. Michan, I can't breathe, Issei said as he tried to push her off. You joined? Irina asked. Yeah, Issei said. Why? Because I want to keep you safe, Issei said. I can take care of myself, Issei, Irina said, placing her hands on her hips. She looked at him challengingly. Yeah, I know, but it makes me feel better. Besides, wouldn't it be cool to have a boyfriend who's part of a top-secret global agency? Issei said, smirking. You know what's cooler? Having a girlfriend in that same agency with you. I'm joining Mr. Dark, Irina said, turning to him. Oh, what a surprising turn of events, Cornelius said. Why? Morgana asked. I know these two better than you guys, and since you mentioned having a branch in Japan, me being there keeps your branch from being wiped off the planet whenever these two go at it in a fight, Irina said. I guess that's fair, Cornelius said. I'd hate to receive a call from Taki about rebuilding the base. I know that you're joining for another reason, Lisa said to her. She leaned into her ear. It's for him, isn't it? Irina's face began to turn red as she looked down at the floor. Lisa threw her head back and laughed. Ah, young love, Morgana said. Oh, that's right. Ingveld, are you ready? Cornelius said. I'm ready, chapter head, sir, Ingveld said as she summoned her bags. What's going on? Toka asked. Ingveld here is being relocated to Japan to help Issei and his friends settle into their new positions. She's essentially getting promoted to being What's that word? Senpai. Yes, Ingveld is their senpai. Cornelius said. Is this an assignment? Micah asked. Of sorts. It's a reassignment. Morgana said. I'm sorry guys. Ingveld said. I really wanted to join your team, Lisa. It's all right, Ingveld. Lisa said. Ingi, I'll miss you. Toka said, hugging her and sobbing. I can teleport. Ingveld said, sweat dropping. I know, but it'll be a bore not having you around. Micah said. Looks like I'm staying with you. Please take care of me, Issei-san. Ingveld said, bowing. Her chest bounced slightly, catching Issei's attention. A small trickle of blood made its way down his nose. Yeah, Issei said, trying to keep his perversion down. Unfortunately for him, a certain someone already knew what he was thinking. Staring at other girls while you're dating me and you don't even bother to ask. Issei Eephead. Irina stood behind him with several light spears floating behind her. An insane smile on her face. Cornelius, Issei said as he ran towards the circular gate. Morgana sighed and waved for Eric. He walked over to a control panel that was to the left of the circular gate and pulled the lever. The gate crackled to life as blue lines of energy flared brightly on the gate. A whirring sound was heard through the room, causing Irina to stop chasing Issei and look over. The air rippled and space collapsed in on itself, creating a massive blue swirling vortex. In you go, Eric said. We set the coordinates for an alley a few hundred feet from your house. How did you? Mitsuki asked. Find it. Google Maps. Lisa answered. Well, I'll see you guys later, Issei said. Irina bowed to them. Thank you for having us here, Aurena-sama. Amenamina-kanushi-sama. Irina said gratefully. Mitsuki mirrored her actions and bowed to them. I'll miss you guys, Ingveld said. We'll miss you too, Squirt, Eric said as he hugged her. I'll miss you too, Eric, Ingveld said. Remember, use Japan Branch's warp gate to come to visit. Or teleport. You know where our house is, Lisa said. We're gonna come visit you, Ingveld. Don't worry. Issei, you better take care of her, Micah said. Or you'll answer to us. Issei nodded, giving them a thumbs up. Wait. They turned and saw Dantalion running towards them with several packages floating behind her. She slowed down, panting. Ingveld, Dantalion said. Aunt Dana, Ingveld said. Have fun, Dantalion said, hugging her. I will, Aunt Dana, Ingveld said, hugging her back. After the two pulled apart, everyone waved goodbye as Issei, Irina, Mitsuki, and Ingveld walked through the vortex. After they disappeared, the gate shimmered before dissipating. This is going to be fun, isn't it? Cornelius said as a twinkle entered his hazel gold eyes. Unknown location. Gremory limped into the room, clutching her arm. A scowl marred her face as her yellow eyes seethed in hatred at the two humans who humiliated her. Eric, Lisa, I swear, I'm gonna fucking rip the skin from your bones, Gremory thought as she walked to the healing chamber. Devils whispered as she walked past them. Annoyed, Gremory sent them a seething glance, her yellow eyes glowing in anger. Gremory froze in fear and turned around, saw Beelzebub walking towards her. His yellow eyes bore into her own, robbing her of her ability to speak. Next to him was an immensely beautiful woman. She had silky, long black hair. Two curved horns adorned her head, and her golden eyes looked at Gremory with some pity and amusement. She wore a white dress that failed to hide her curvaceous figure. Beelzebub, I'm sorry. I was blindsided by the GH. Gremory spat up blood as Beelzebub planted his knee into her gut, sending her crashing into a wall. You will learn to face the consequences of your failure, Beelzebub said as he stretched out his hand. Gremory felt her organs being crushed as Beelzebub telekinetically lifted her into the air. Please, mercy, Gremory rasped out. The entire building suddenly shook as a wave of power slammed into everyone. Beelzebub's eyes widened and he dropped Gremory to the ground. Naima, is it? Beelzebub asked. It is. Wani-sama, you're awake, Naima said as she shook in excitement. Beelzebub. A voice called out. What is it, Leviathan? Beelzebub called. Get over here now. These readings, they're off the charts. Leviathan called urgently. Beelzebub gritted his teeth. I'll deal with you later, Beelzebub said as he began to run down the hallway. Gremory felt herself being lifted. She looked over and saw Naima holding her hand out. Come, let's go. You need to get patched up anyway, Naima said as she began to run after Beelzebub, carrying Gremory in the process. Beelzebub burst through the double doors of the healing chamber and saw a massive barrier in front of the healing pod that held a naked woman with white hair. Wires were attached to her body while a breathing apparatus was on her face. "What's going on?" Beelzebub asked. She's waking up. Lilith is waking up," Leviathan said in terror as he looked down at his tablet. Alarms sounded all over the compound as the walls began to crack. Lights and computer monitors exploded around them. Outside the building, dark clouds formed over the entire land, shrouding it in darkness. Lightning crashed outside as the earth shook once more. Lilith's healing pod glowed an intense shade of violet, forcing everyone to cover their eyes as the pod exploded. A pillar of violet energy ripped through the roof of the building, bathing the land around it in its eerie violet glow. Dantalion fell to her knees and vomited as terror racked her entire body. "No!" Dantalion squeaked in fear. "Dantalion!" Lisa ran over and knelt next to her. "We're doomed," Dantalion muttered in fear. "Ha!" Lisa looked confused as she supported her. "We're doomed, Lisa. We're all doomed," Dantalion said. Leviathan and Beelzebub fell to their knees and prostrated themselves out of fear. The sound of footfalls on puddles could be heard as the two Mao kept their foreheads to the ground, their eyes closed and their bodies quaking in fear. "It's been so long," a melodious and serene voice said from the mist. "Years of wasting away in a lab at the hands of the boy my brother sired, using a piece of my flesh and then being used by Hades as a weapons factory. So nice to feel the air on my skin again. I will finally pay him back by ripping Persephone's skin from her bones slowly and make him watch as I break his son." Beelzebub and Leviathan kept their heads down as she walked past them, healing fluid dripping from her naked form. Lilith opened her eyes and smiled sadistically as 6 pairs of pitch-black feathered wings sprung from her back. "Hello world. I hope you're ready, because I'm back. I call them humans." A man with white hair walked nervously to the front of the table. His blue eyes flitted around nervously as he looked at the other occupants in the room. A woman with violet hair gave him a thumbs up while a man with an eagle's head smiled an avian smile. A man with green hair that looked almost as if it was blue smiled in his seat. Thank you all for coming here today," the man said. "Get on with it, Yahweh." A woman with green hair barked from the other end of the table. "Don't listen to Gaia, Yahweh. Hey Earth bitch," the violet-haired woman said, giving Gaia a dark stare. "Let him speak." Thanks Parvati," Yahweh said, rubbing the back of his head. "Now why did you call us here?" A woman with dark skin, red eyes, and hair as white as Yahweh's asked. She looked at him with a blank stare that unnerved the other deities in the room. "Well, do you remember when we were playing stickball with asteroids and Shiva smacked one into the earth and killed the dinosaurs?" Yahweh asked. "You had to bring it up," Shiva said. "Yeah, ruin my dreams of intelligent lizard people, why don't you, brother?" A man with bluish-black hair said. "Can it, Vishnu?" Shiva retorted. "I present their replacements. I've been toying with the genetics of this rat," Yahweh said, conjuring the image of small hairy possum-like rat. "A megazostrodon," a red-haired woman with emerald eyes remarked from the back of the room. Next to her, a woman with blonde hair and a man with silver hair looked on. "Yes, this megazostrodon will become a species that I call humans," Yahweh exclaimed. "Humans?" Parvati asked. "Yes, humans. They will walk upright, think for themselves, and create tools to help them," Yahweh said. "Sounds interesting," Shiva said as he analyzed Yahweh's proposal. "But why? Come on, don't tell me you guys are satisfied right now with watching a bunch of rats digging for roots in the ashes," Yahweh said. Parvati began. "They're kinda cute. I tell you, once they evolve, you won't regret it. They'll invent something called chocolate. It's going to be the best thing ever invented," Yahweh said. The gods muttered among themselves and nodded. Ra raised his hand. "I have one objection," Ra said. What is it?" Yahweh asked. "The name. Let's change the name. Instead of humans, what about humans?" Ra asked. "Shit, that's good," Yahweh said. "I concur," a woman with teal hair and gold eyes said. She was Namu, the Sumerian goddess of saltwater, and who later down the line would become conflated with Tiamat. "Okay, I agree. Human is a bit weird, so all in agreement for humans?" Yahweh asked. "AI?" They chorused in agreement. Hayudu Manor, November 28, 2019, 1 p.m., current time. 4 minutes and 40 seconds till midnight. The silence was the only thing that could be heard in the alleyway. A stray cat bounded from one dumpster to another. The air rippled as a faint blue light appeared in the air. A whirring sound erupted in the alleyway as a blue-green vortex appeared in the air. Issei walked out of the vortex, Lily's tiny hand in his own. Next to them, Irina stretched her arms as Mitsuki and Ingveld followed them out. "So this is Japan?" Ingveld asked as they walked out of the alley. "We'll give you a welcome tour later, but welcome to our hometown of Kuo. The one place in the world where you'll find all the factions working as one," Mitsuki said. "You mean an infestation?" Ingveld clarified. "Yeah, it's getting kind of annoying," Mitsuki said. "So, which one's your house?" Ingveld asked Issei as they walked down the street. "It's that one," Issei said, pointing to the massive house. Ingveld's jaw dropped at the sight of it. She looked at Issei, Irina, and Mitsuki and weakly pointed to the large house with shocked, unblinking eyes. "That's your house?" she asked. Yeah," Issei said. "How rich are you?" Ingveld asked. "Well, it wasn't always like that. RIAS Gremory renovated the house for us and turned it into that," Mitsuki said as they walked to the house. "That looks hard to keep clean," Ingveld said as they approached the house. "Well, it would be easy to clean if some people would hire a maid," Mitsuki said, glaring at her brother. "Hey, Tusan and Kasan agree with me," Issei said, defending himself. "Humph, there's something you guys agree on," Mitsuki muttered. "Yeah, so you'll be staying here from now on. I'll prepare a room for you," Irina said. "Thanks, Irina," Ingveld said. Issei walked up to the front gate and pressed the buzzer. The door opened and the group walked up to the front door. "So, who's knocking?" Issei asked. "I'll do it," Mitsuki said. Mitsuki banged her fist on the door. "Hey, we're back. Open up." The door opened slowly, revealing a slightly disheveled Asia. She was rubbing her eyes and yawning. She was wearing her pajamas and her hair was all over the place. Her green eyes lit up when she was Issei, Mitsuki, and Irina. "You're back," Asia said. "Did you just wake up?" Issei asked as he walked past her. "Yeah, the training went really late, so I decided to take the day off. Akeno Wanisama and the others are at school right now," Asia said as she followed them inside. "You shouldn't be staying up all night, Asia," Mitsuki said as she placed her bags down. "I know, but this was important. So, are you going to introduce me to your new friend?" Asia asked, looking at Ingveld. "Oh, that's right. Asia, this is Ingveld." "Ingveld. Asia. She's our sister," Issei said. "You don't look related," Ingveld said. "I'm adopted," Asia said. "I'm Asia. How you do, Asia?" "Oh, I'm Ingveld. Ingveld Leviathan," Ingveld said. "Leviathan? You're a descendant of the original Leviathan?" Asia asked, her body tensing slightly. Irina noticed this and placed a hand on Asia's shoulder. "She's okay. Ingveld is nothing like Kateria Leviathan," Irina said. Asia nodded but maintained a slight guard around the violet-haired girl. "I understand if you're wary around me because of what my cousin did, and for that, I apologize," Ingveld said. No, it's fine. I shouldn't judge you based on something that your relative did. I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable," Asia said. "No, it's all right. I get this a lot," Ingveld said. "Well, not here," Asia said. She turned to Issei, Irina, and Mitsuki. "I'll go show her to where she'll sleep. You guys rest up. I'm going to make a feast for your return. Actually, I need to do something I've been holding off for a while," Issei said. The four turned to look at him, a curious look on their faces. "Do you remember where we kept the phoenix tears?" Issei asked. Yeah, in the training room. Why? Wait, where are you going?" Asia asked. "To the familiar forest. Tonight's a full moon, so the forest will be open. Drake suggested that I get a second familiar, one that can think for itself," Issei said. "That's smart. But what about Ryu Taimaru?" Irina asked. "Ryu Taimaru is still my familiar, but it's not really practical for anything other than combat and transportation," Issei said. "I want a familiar that I can pet and spoil, or use as a bodyguard." "I'll go with you," Irina interjected. "I'll be fine. It's to keep you out of trouble. And who knows, maybe I might get one for myself," Irina said. "Are you sure about that?" Issei asked. "Of course. Now let's go," Irina said. Right," Issei said. "Be careful. I don't know if the familiar master will let an angel into the familiar forest," Asia said. The two nodded and left in a red magic circle. "Come on, Ingveld. I'll show you to your room," Mitsuki said, grabbing her bags. "Wait, didn't they forget something?" Ingveld said. "Oh, shit," Mitsuki cursed as she slapped her forehead. Her idiot brother and his girlfriend forgot to bring phoenix tears. The doorbell rang, jolting Asia out of her sleepy haze. Next to her, Ingveld and her sister had fallen asleep watching TV. A bowl of popcorn laid untouched as a bottle of beer sat in front of Mitsuki. Asia sighed. She walked over to the door and opened it. "Asia," Akeno said as she walked inside. "Akeno Wani-sama, how was your day?" Asia asked as she stepped aside. "It was the usual," Akeno said. After Akeno went inside, she was followed by Koneko, Kiba, Zenobia, Ravel, and Rosweiss, who took off early. Akeno's violet eyes landed on Mitsuki and the violet-haired stranger in their living room. "Mitsuki's back," Kiba asked as he walked up to the couch with Asia. "Yeah, and she brought a friend with her. Her name is Ingveld and she'll be staying with us from now on," Asia said, omitting her last name due to worry of how they will react to her. "Does RIAS know about this?" Zenobia asked Asia. "Well, this is Neisan's house, so they have the right to invite whoever they want to stay. And no, RIAS Wani-sama hasn't been back yet. I'm starting to get worried," Asia said. As if on cue, the doorbell rang once more, this time waking Mitsuki and Ingveld up. "Huza, what?" Mitsuki said, rubbing her eyes. "Still the epitome of grace," Akeno said, dropping down beside her. "Oh, it's just you guys. Can someone get the door?" Mitsuki said, yawning. "I'll get it," Rosweiss said, walking over. The room remained silent as the movie played on. The sound of footsteps entering the living room could be heard as Rosweiss returned with the guest. Guys, RIAS-sama is back," Rosweiss said. Everyone turned to see RIAS standing there with a blank look on her face. Her eyes traveled and rested upon Mitsuki and Ingveld as they looked back at her. "Where's Issei?" RIAS asked. "Out," Mitsuki said. "Where?" "Familiar forest," Asia answered before Mitsuki could get another word out of her mouth. RIAS nodded gratefully and sat down on the couch alongside them. "I don't hate you, you know," Mitsuki said. RIAS blinked and looked at the Hayadu twin. "Why not? I did something horrible to your twin brother, even if it wasn't of my own accord," RIAS said, looking down. "Exactly. It wasn't of your own accord, and neither was it Yatagami-san's. I've had some time to think about this, and I don't know if Irina feels the same way, but Aniki told you as much, didn't he? You two were the unfortunate victims in the game of someone much more powerful, so we're good," Mitsuki said. "That goes to all of you. Just wanted to get that out there so that there are no misconceptions about how I feel." I don't know what to say," RIAS said. "Thanks, Michan. Don't call me that. I don't need someone else calling me that. Issei is enough," Mitsuki said. "So, who's she?" RIAS asked, nodding to Ingveld. "She's a friend we made who decided to come back with us. Her name is Ingveld," Mitsuki said. "Just Ingveld?" Akeno asked. "Leviathan. My last name is Leviathan," Ingveld said. RIAS and Akeno tensed as they eyed the girl. Rosweiss looked confused while Kiba, Koneko, and Zenobia looked ready to attack at a moment's notice. "Don't," Mitsuki said, flaring her power. The entire house shook as everyone was pressed to their spots. The pressure faded when Ingveld placed a hand on Mitsuki's shoulder. "It's all right, Mitsuki. I know how they must feel, considering that my family was affiliated with the Oid Satan faction," Ingveld said. "She's not like that. I've known her for 2 hours and trust me, Ingveld-san is a good person," Asia said. RIAS looked at her bishop and sighed. She turned to Ingveld, her eyes flashing blue, a petal formation spinning furiously at the center. "I will keep an eye on you, Leviathan-san, just in case. I'm sorry if it makes you uncomfortable," RIAS said. "No, it's fine, and I, in turn, shall prove that I'm not like my relatives," Ingveld said. "I'm glad we came to an understanding. Stand down," RIAS commanded. Akeno looked at her king and sighed. The other members of the peerage relaxed and returned to the movie. "So, what kind of familiar are you planning to get?" Issei asked as they approached the forest. He thanked his stars that Sona teleported him there, or they would have been stuck wandering the underworld for the entire night. Something cute but deadly," Irina said. "That's very broad," Issei remarked. "Well, what are you planning to get?" Irina asked in return. "Something cool like a dragon or a hydra or a Cerberus," Issei said, pumping his fist. "Can you imagine me on Ryutaimaru riding into battle with a fucking hydra at the helm?" Irina placed a finger on her chin to think, and the image of Issei charging in on a ship, screaming like Captain Jack Sparrow while a hydra rained down death and destruction on his foes appeared inside her head. "Oh, here we are," Issei said as the tree line appeared in front of them. "Is it supposed to be this creepy looking?" Irina asked as she took in the ominous ambience given off by the trees as shadows became more pronounced the further they walked in. "No," a voice said. Irina yelped and clung to Issei. The The two turned to see a man wearing a backwards baseball cap with red hair hopping down from the branch. "Familiar master," Issei said. Irina got off Issei's arm and looked at the man before her. "So, you here to get a familiar or in your case, second?" The familiar master asked. "Yeah, if you could just let us in, Zatuji," Issei said. "Have fun, but be careful. Tiamat's been sighted inside of the forest," he said before hopping back on the branch. "Tiamat, doesn't she kill?" Irina trailed off as she glanced at Issei. "I'll just have to be careful then. Let's split up and meet back here," Issei said. "Wait, what? Did you not hear what he just said? Tiamat is in the forest. You could get hurt or killed," Irina called out. "It'll be fine, so long as I don't run into her," Issei called back before disappearing into the brush. "That idiot. Let's rest for a day, but no, he comes running to the woods as soon as we get back," Irina grumbled as she walked off. As she walked, she heard a rustling noise coming from the bushes behind her. On instinct, Irina formed a halo disc and aimed at the bushes. "Come out," Irina said. Her jaw dropped when a massive white cat-like beast walked out of the shrubbery. Its body was at least as tall as a rig and as long as the trailer of a truck. Its body was decorated with spots, possessed 8 legs with claws, massive fangs that stuck out of its cheeks, and a long tail that extends in 3 points. Irina looked up at it. The beast growled, baring its fangs at her. The beast roared, forcing Irina to throw the disc in its face. The disc exploded, causing the beast to recoil in pain. It whined as it backed away, causing Irina to finally notice the wound on its hind leg. "You're hurt," she said, walking over to it. The beast whined as it shrank away from Irina. She frowned. "I'm sorry for attacking you, but I promise I can make you feel better," she said as she walked over to its leg. She placed her hand over the wound and a soft pink light emanated from her palm. The wound glowed before slowly disappearing. The beast felt its pain disappear and turned to look at its leg. It licked the part where the wound used to be and purred. It nuzzled Irina, sending her stumbling back a few inches. "Ah, you're welcome, big guy," Irina said, petting its nose. "What are you?" The beast tilted its head in confusion and nudged Irina. "Ha, you want to be my familiar? This is so cool. I'm the first angel to get a familiar," Irina said as she placed her hand on its snout. After forming the contract, the beast purred as Irina lightly scratched its chin. You're kinda big. How am I gonna carry you?" Irina said. The beast looked at her before being engulfed in a puff of smoke. It was no longer a large cat-like beast, but rather a tiny feline head with a small tail. "You're so cute!" Irina exclaimed as she grabbed the creature and hugged it, crushing it between her breasts. The creature struggled as it tried to breathe and meowed in happiness after Irina pulled away. "What should I call you?" Irina said. "Are you a guy?" The cat shook its head body. "So a girl." She nodded in Irina's hands. How about Yuki? Your fur is white, so I'll call you Yuki," Irina said. Yuki meowed happily as it nuzzled Irina's cheek. "Ah, I love you so much too," Irina said. "Come on, let's go find my friend, Issei. Maybe if he has one by now, he'll let you play with his familiar." Note to self, never say split up again, Issei said as he crept past a pool of Undine. "Well, you should have known better. Seems like you're still a naive fool," Drake said. "You gotta give me some credit though. The way I killed that arachne back there was pretty cool," Issei whispered as he hid in the brush. Issei sat in the brush, observing the various magical creatures he could make his familiar. He drooled at the sight of all of them. Which one should I get? The Byakko, the Sylphs, the Basilisk, or maybe that Siren Head? Issei asked Drake. "As long as it's powerful, though I would recommend either the Basilisk or the Byakko," Drake said as he looked on with interest. Thunder crashed across the sky, causing Issei to jump slightly. All the wildlife ran as a storm brewed overhead. "Rain. God damn it," Issei said. "No, this isn't rain. It's something else. Partner, be still and watch," Drake urged as he felt its energy signature. Issei nodded and suppressed his power and remained as still as he could. In a flash of blue lightning, a massive draconic wolf appeared in front of them. Its spikes lay flat on its back as red lightning coursed through its entire body. The dragon's luminous red eyes flashed as it took in its surroundings and then bent to drink water. "What is that?" Issei asked. "It's a dragon from my brood," Drake said. "That's a dragon. It looks like a wolf with horns," Issei remarked. "Don't be fooled by her looks. She's a dragon through and through. Powerful one, in fact. Strong enough to rival the Dragon Kings in sheer power," Drake said. "What's her name?" Issei asked. Zinogre Drake replied. What do I do? Just go out there and say, hey, wanna be my familiar? Issei asked. I mean, why not? It worked for Asia, Drake said. Drake, do you see how big she is? She's a badass walking, neck-popping Super Saiyan Dragon Wolf. Issei said, gesturing to her. Well, I don't see how that should be an obstacle. You have me and that boat, so if push comes to shove, she shouldn't be a problem, Drake said. Here, you know what? When you walk over, summon the gear and I can talk to her for you. Are you sure that will work? Issei asked. Trust me, you'll be fine, Drake said. Okay, but if she attacks, we're fighting back, Issei said as he crept out of the bush. The sounds of the rustling and Issei's footsteps caused the massive dragon to freeze and turn its head in Issei's direction. Issei summoned the boosted gear and held it out. The dragon growled as it crouched, ready to pounce on Issei at a moment's notice. Zinogre, Drake called from the gear. The dragon froze and tilted her head slightly. She walked over, sniffing Issei cautiously before speaking. Why do I sense Drake Nasama's energy all over you as well as something else? Zinogre asked as lightning crackled off her scales. I'm the current host of Drake Y Gotch and this generation's Red Dragon Emperor, Issei answered. That's right, Zin. Issei here came looking for a familiar, Drake said. A familiar? So this thing wishes to bind me to its will? Zinogre asked as she eyed Issei. No, I wish to form a partnership with you via contract. A familiar is a companion, not a slave, Issei said. And why should I comply with your rules? For all I know, you could be hunting me for my scales. Zinogre said. I give you my word on my title as the Red Dragon Emperor that I shall treat you equally as a companion and not a slave. This I swear, Issei said. Zinogre looked at Issei for a few seconds before glancing at the sacred gear on his arm. She let out a breath that blew Issei's hair back. She began to glow a bright red, forcing Issei to cover his eyes. When the light died down, a woman with pale skin and white hair stood in front of him. Her blood-red eyes bore into his brown ones as she stretched. She wore black robes and had a long, stocky metallic tail swishing around behind her. On her head, adorning her messy white hair, were 4 curved horns. A lone fang stuck out of her lips. Very well then, Red Dragon. But know this, I am only joining you because of Drake Nasama and nothing else, Zinogre said. Issei nodded, slightly taken aback by his new familiar's beauty. Now how does this work? Zinogre asked. Right. I beseech thee, Zinogre. Become my partner, my friend, my loyal teammate, Issei chanted. A red magic circle appeared in front of Issei and enveloped Zinogre. A bright light shone through the woods as the ritual continued before dying down. Zinogre looked herself over after the light disappeared. I don't feel any different. Are you sure it worked? She asked, lifting her tail onto her arms. Of course it worked. The contract just allows me to summon you, Issei said. That's it. You could have led with that, Zinogre said. Issei sheepishly nodded as he rubbed the back of his head. I think I'll call you Zin like Drake does, Issei said. Suit yourself, she said. Do you need a ride, Issei-sama? Really? That would be nice, Issei said as Zinogre transformed back into her dragon form. Issei hopped on her back and she ran off into the woods. Zin, I heard that Tiamat was here. Where is she? Drake asked. I don't know, but I've been sensing her energy fluctuate recently, Zinogre said as she dashed through the trees. So, is she going to notice that I'm here? Issei asked. She probably already knows you're here. That ritual wasn't exactly conspicuous, and since you're the Red Dragon, you might die, Zinogre said. Gee, nice vote of confidence, Zin, Issei said as he gripped onto one of her spines. Zinogre was about to speak when her eyes widened. She suddenly halted and threw Issei off her back as a massive ball of blue flames rained down from the sky. Zinogre, using her lightning, enhanced her speed and leaped back. What the? Issei said as he looked at the blue flames. It's Tiamat. Go run. I'll distract her, Zinogre said. It'll be pretty bad for me on my first day as a familiar if you die. No, I'm not leaving you here to die to her, Issei said, running over to her. Drake, a serene voice called out. A woman walked out of the woods. Her skin was as pale as the moon itself. She had long flowing black hair and wore a black-caped, long-sleeved robe. Her body was seductive and curvaceous, even more so than Akeno's. Her eerie blue eyes rooted Issei to his spot as he became captivated by them. On her head were a pair of long, curved, segmented, ram-like horns that resembled wings due to their sheer size. Tiamat, Drake said as he saw her through Issei's eyes. Tiamat-sama, please don't do anything you'll regret. Zinogre pleaded to the Dragon King. She ignored her and kept her sights trained directly on Issei. You're Tiamat? Issei asked. Yes, I am. And like with your predecessors, I'm here to kill you, Tiamat said. Please don't struggle. Issei barely dodged as Tiamat formed a massive energy claw and slammed it into the ground. He looked on with wide eyes as the trees behind him were leveled in an instant. I'm not going to go down so easily, Issei said as he summoned the boosted gear. Like all the others, she whispered. She raised her hand and a red sphere of energy formed in front of her. Genesis Wave. Issei was forced to take to the skies as a red beam of swirling energy tore up the land below him. He looked down and saw the massive trench carved by Tiamat's attack. Drake, Issei said. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Drake said. Unfortunately, without your pieces, you no longer have access to Cardinal Crimson promotion, so you can't use those. And I have more bad news. It seems that your DXDG is currently locked away. What? Issei said as he dodged another blast. How? I don't know, but it seems that this could be a side effect of your pieces being removed. Try to hold on. I'll find a way to get it unlocked, Drake said. Dragon Shot. Please do. Issei said as he fired a beam of scarlet energy at Tiamat. She craned her body out of the way and took off towards Issei. She raised her hand and the water in the familiar forest surged towards her. She threw her hand down and the water sped like missiles towards Issei. Shit! Issei weaved out of the water pillar's paths as he flew towards her. Take this, Issei said, landing a solid blow on her face. Tiamat was sent flying back. She caught herself in midair, touching the side of her face. You're much more defiant than the others, Tiamat said coldly. Her red eyes glowed eerily. Unfortunately for you, I won't allow you to perform such a move again. Tiamat formed a finger gun with her right hand. Umu Tabarutu, Tiamat announced. A blue orb of energy fired from her finger, piercing through Issei's leg. Gah! Issei screamed in pain as he lowered slightly. I told you, it's pointless to resist. Give up and I'll make your death painless, Tiamat said as she fired another one, this time piercing Issei's shoulder. Issei-sama. Zinogre appeared above Tiamat and swiped her paw down. Tiamat lazily raised her hand and caught the dragon's paw and threw her into the forest floor. She summoned some condensed water and shot it at Zinogre, shattering a few of the dragon's ribs. Zin! Issei yelled. You bitch! Issei snarled, turning to Tiamat. Hang on, Issei. I think I've figured it out. Your new power source is the thing blocking your DXDG. That coupled with the fact that it's synchronizing with Great Red's flesh. I've never seen anything like this. It's altering the body Ophis and Great Red made for you by inserting themselves into your cells. Drake said. Spare me the biology lesson and tell me if you can fix it, Issei said. I can't. I've never encountered anything like this, Drake said. You said that it's that new power source inside of me, right? The one from when I removed my pieces. Do you think that you can sync it with the boosted gears balance breaker? At least until I can figure out how to use it outside of it other than for flight and restore my pseudo-Diabolos dragon. Issei asked. I'll try. Stall for me. Drake said. I will, but I don't know for how long I can, Issei said as he barely dodged a swipe from Tiamat. Silence, I see, Tiamat said, catching Issei's attention. Have you given in and accepted your fate? Why? Issei asked, looking at her. His dark miasmic wings beat behind him. Tiamat looked confused at his question. Why what? She asked. Why do you kill red dragon emperors? Issei asked. Tiamat looked surprised at his question. Her face contorted into fury as she snarled at him. Her fangs glinted as she screamed at him. What right do you have to ask me that question? You who jails my beloved inside your body like an animal at a zoo. Tiamat raged. Issei was taken aback by her statement. I'm not Drake's prison. In fact, none of this was my choice. If I had any say in the matter of Drake's fate, he would be out, free to enjoy life. It's not my fault I ended up with the boosted gear. Issei fired back. But that still doesn't tell me why you kill them. What do you mean by Drake being your beloved? Issei asked. Tiamat remained silent, eyeing the boy with silent fury in her eyes. She clenched her fists, her entire body shaking in anger. Below them, Zinogre looked on in silence. She knew why Tiamat killed the Red Dragon Emperors. Fine, I'll humor you, boy. Consider this a gift before I rend the very life from your body, Tiamat said. a young blue dragoness walked through the fields of Wales. Tiamat relished the winds that blew gently through her scales. This was nice. She needed this every once in a while. Anu had allowed her to take a week of her duties as the Babylonian goddess of chaos. Though she wasn't a goddess, Tiamat was worshipped as one and she hated it. Though her deity status wasn't like the others. She was a replacement for Anu's parents, Namu, the elder goddess of salt water and creation, and Apsu, the elder god of fresh water and creation. The very ones who adopted her before their untimely demise at the hands of their brother, Enki, and his son, Marduk. But here in Wales, no one knew her and that felt great. It was a freedom she never felt before. I wish Anu was here, Tiamat sighed. Anu really needed to take a break. Dealing with Inanna's antics must have been exhausting to say the least. Over in the distance, she saw a young male dragon with scales as red as blood eating a large rock. Her stomach rumbled. She flew over and landed next to him. The dragon looked up at her. What? He looked up at her, disinterested in her presence. She looked down at the rock he was eating. He noticed her gaze. The dragon sighed and passed the rest of it to her. Tiamat looked at him gratefully as she dug into the carcass. Hey, what's your name? She asked, looking up. Blood and feathers littered her snout. Isn't it polite to introduce yourself first? The dragon looked at her with bored eyes. Tiamat blinked and remembered that she never did tell the dragon her name. Tiamat, my name is Tiamat. Remember it because I'm going to be famous one day. I will take Palladia Moor's place as a dragon king. She declared proudly. Palladia Moors, you want to try and fight her? Tough luck, shrimp, he said, dismissing her claims. Tiamat puffed out her cheeks and blew smoke from her snout. How dare this ingrate spit on her dreams? I'll have you know that I'm the Babylonian goddess of chaos, she yelled, standing up. And? The dragon said, looking at her with a bored expression. Tiamat fumed. What right did he have to talk to her like that? She was going to do it. She was going to prove this insufferable asshole in front of her wrong. Just watch, you overgrown tomato. I will defeat Palladia Moors. She yelled and flew off. Who did that stupid WRM think he was? Eugen. Ophis. Great Red. He was a nobody. At least she had a title. Draig. She heard him yell. Tiamat stopped and hovered. The name's Draig, Tiamat, he said. I don't care what your name is. Just you watch. I'll kick Palladia Moors' ass. Tiamat screamed. A few months later, Tiamat returned to Wales. She really needed a break. Inanna, that annoying bitch. Why did she have to start a contest with Aphrodite of all people? She destroyed an entire chain of islands and Anu was not happy. She saw the same red dragon roosting by a cliff. Next to him was a smaller black wolf-like dragon the size of a horse. Tiamat landed next behind them. The two twisted their necks and saw her. Oh, it's just you. Tiamat, was it? Draig said. The whelp looked at her curiously, or at least she thought the whelp was looking. The whelp's eyes were covered by red fur. I'm surprised you remembered me, she said, huffing. She glowed blue and shifted to her human form. Draig raised a scaly brow before glowing red and doing the same. In his human form, Draig has red hair and wore a red vest with black kilt. The whelp next to him glowed red before shifting to her human form. She had short white hair styled in a bob cut and wore simple black robes. I just need a name to the corpse that Palladia Moors will leave behind. Come the festival of the Dragon Kings, he said, smirking. His fangs glinted in the light as Tiamat's eyes burned in fury. Tiamat's cheeks puffed as her face turned red. The dragon was not wrong. Palladia Moors would rip her apart and cast her remains over the seas. I can help you, Draig offered. Tiamat looked up confused. First, he makes fun of her and now he helps her. Old Dala made him promise to help you. He always said to help a fellow dragon. The whelp next to him said happily, as if seeing the older dragon being scolded made her happy. Wait, Dala, as in Dalamadur, one of the Dragon Kings. He lives here, she exclaimed. Yeah, the old snake lives in that massive peak behind you. Draig pointed to a large peak behind her. She looked and saw a massive snow-covered peak. Tiamat could faintly make out the silhouettes of other dragons flying around it. She suddenly got on her knees and began begging. Please take me there. I've always wanted to meet a dragon king. She begged. Draig's sweat dropped. Aren't you a goddess? He said. Tiamat stared at him with massive watery red eyes and a pout on her face. Draig tried his hardest not to crumble at the sight. After a few seconds, he cursed himself for this weakness and gave in. All right, I'll take you to the old snake. Draig sighed. He marveled at her lack of dignity. This dragon called herself a goddess for the dragon god's sake. Tiamat looked at him and gave him the most beautiful smile he had ever witnessed. Drake looked away so she couldn't see the blush that was currently forming on his face. "Simon, we're burning daylight," he said as he transformed back into a dragon and took off. The whelp did the same and flew after him. Tiamat smiled and followed suit. After a few minutes, they arrived at a massive cave. Inside, Tiamat saw a massive serpentine male dragon wrapped around the largest stalagmite in the cave. It was impossibly big, more massive than any dragon Tiamat had ever met. It had a snake-like face with bright, red eyes. On its back were massive barbed spines that ran along its body, being clustered at the neck and spreading out as it moved along. It had a pair of large, clawed forearms and a glowing vents on its chest. If she had to measure, this being in front of her was as large as a mountain and bigger than even Typhon and Humbaba. The dragon turned its red eyes to Tiamat, analyzing her. A forked tongue slipped out of its mouth, tasting the air. Tiamat shivered under his gaze. "Drake, Zinogre, who is this?" he said, his voice shaking the cavern. "Old snake Dalamadur, this is Tiamat. She's new here," Drake told him. Dalamadur looked at Tiamat appraisingly. "A mate for you perhaps, Drake?" the old dragon asked. Tiamat and Drake choked and stared in disbelief at the dragon. "Are you crazy?" Drake and Tiamat said at the same time. "As if," the whelp named Zinogre giggled. "You're already in sync," she grinned mischievously. Drake and Tiamat looked at her with red faces. Dalamadur let out a booming laugh that shook the entire cave. "Why are you here, Babylonian dragon?" he asked. Tiamat's eyes grew wide. How did he know her? She felt pride swell up inside of her. A dragon as renowned as Dalamadur knew who she was. She felt like breaking out into a squealing fit but composed herself. "Palladia Moors has been telling me about a challenger from down in Anu's little gaggle of gods," Dalamadur told her as he brought his massive head down. "Yes, Dalamadur, sir. I wish to challenge Palladia Moors for the title of Dragon King," she said, puffing out her chest. "I see. Tell me, young whelp, what shall you do once you attain the position of Dragon King?" Dalamadur asked. "What will I do?" Tiamat said. She looked down at the ground. I don't know yet. You want to be Dragon King, but you do not know why you want to be Dragon King," Dalamadur asked. "Each Dragon King has responsibilities to dragonkind. It is our job to keep them safe and to rule our regions with utmost authority, yet we must also be wise and benevolent. So tell me, young one, what is it that you will do after you become a Dragon King?" Tiamat looked down. She thought about it, and thought. "Can I have some time?" "Of course. In the meantime, Drake, train her," Dalamadur ordered. "What? But Dalamadur, you can't possibly expect me to train this greenhorn and make her a force to be reckoned with by the time of the Festival of Kings. Plus, I still have to fight that white bastard," Drake said. "You will, Drake. Palladia has explicitly stated that she will not fight anyone unless they are strong enough to even stand in front of her without crumbling. You are the strongest dragon here, even more so than me or Palladia. You will train her," Dalamadur ordered. Drake huffed. While he was stronger than him, Drake would never attack the dragon he respected most and thought of as a father. "Fine," Drake huffed. "Let's go." Drake turned and walked out of the cave, followed by a nervous Tiamat. This dragon in front of her was more powerful than Dalamadur and Palladia. She gulped, then shook her head. "Dragons don't feel fear," she thought, slapping her cheeks. Upon exiting the cave, Drake and Tiamat transformed into their dragon forms and took off. "So, Lord Dalamadur said that you're more powerful than he is. Just how much more?" Tiamat asked. "I don't know exactly, just that I'm stronger than most dragons," Drake answered. "So that means that if you're stronger, you can go for the title of Dragon King, right?" Tiamat asked. "There's more to life than being a Dragon King. I for one am happy with how I am now. I don't want the burden that comes with being a Dragon King. Administering the region in which you reside and answering challenges from dragons who wish to usurp you, etc., etc., Drake said. "I mean, I kinda have to deal with that already. Ever since Apsu and Namu were overthrown by Enki, Enlil, and Anu. I've been chosen to represent them as the Ngur, so I already know what it's like to administer a region," Tiamat said softly. "Were you close to Apsu and Namu?" Drake asked. I was an orphan dragon. My birth parents, whoever they were, died defending the nest they found my egg in," she said. She missed them dearly alongside Anu, Ninhursag, and Enlil, and for that reason, she despised Enki and his children. They were the ones who slew the two deities who raised her and gave her their love and affection, and she, in turn, loved them as if they were her birth parents. I'm sorry for your loss, Drake said. If it's any consolation, I never knew my parents either. The old snake found me as a young whelp who recently hatched. My mother's carcass was lying off to the side, and he never found out who killed her, but I don't care. The old man and Zin, alongside this brood, are the only family I'll ever acknowledge. Tiamat nodded at his words. After a few more minutes of flying, Tiamat followed Drake to an open field and the two landed. All right, show me what you got, Drake said. Tiamat nodded and got ready to pounce. Without warning, she lunged at Drake, fangs bared and talons splayed ready to rip into him. Drake turned and swung his tail, hitting her. Tiamat was sent careening into the ground. She shakily got up. One hit, really? Even Zinogre can last longer than you, and she's only 25. Drake said with a look of boredom. Tiamat became angry. How dare this dragon insult her? She breathed a massive stream of blue fire towards Drake, who just stood there. Drake blew a small puff of red fire which quickly ate through her stream and impacted her in the chest, sending her flying and crashing a few feet away from where she stood. Tiamat screamed in agony as the flame ate through her scales. Drake sighed and willed the flames to go out. There was a massive burn wound on her torso and she was barely breathing. Drake started to panic. Had he accidentally killed her? Drake picked her up in his claws gently and flew back to the cave. Dalamadur had begun to yell at him and scolding him for nearly killing an important figure in another pantheon. Of all the harebrained things you have done, boy, this takes the cake, Dalamadur yelled. Do you not realize that she is the current holder of Apsu and Namu's positions within the Mesopotamian pantheon? If she died, Anu and Palladium Moors would have declared war on us. Drake just looked down and accepted the tongue-lashing Dalamadur was currently giving. Over the next few weeks, Drake visited Tiamat after some of the healer dragons assured him that she would survive but would end up with a scar on the left side of her torso. She was currently in human form, sleeping on a small cot. Drake sat next to her and saw the scar just below her left breast. He sighed and ran a hand through his hair. The sound of groaning alerted him to Tiamat, who was now slowly waking up. Tiamat's eyes fluttered open slowly as she took in her surroundings. She blinked in confusion. The last thing she remembered was her first spar with Drake. Why was she back in the cave? Did something happen? And why was she in human form? She turned her head and saw Drake gripping her hand with a smile. Thank the dragon gods you're awake. I'm sorry for going overboard with the flames. He began apologizing profusely. Ugh, what flames? She suddenly remembered the pain of those scorching red flames that ate through her body. Tiamat felt herself all over and touched a bandaged area just underneath her breasts. A scar. She had a scar. Tiamat grinned at the feeling of it. Drake saw her feel the area where the burn scar was and she grinned. Why are you smiling? Aren't you mad? I thought goddesses were supposed to care about their appearances. Drake asked her, confused. No, I'm a dragon first and foremost. This scar is proof that I can win. If I can survive your flames, that means that I can dish out whatever Palladium Moors has to throw at me. Let's keep going, Tiamat said as she looked at Drake. She saw how close his face was. Tiamat stared into Drake's green eyes. She felt as if she could just keep staring for the rest of eternity. Her heart began to beat faster the longer she looked into them. Tiamat, Drake said. Yes, Tiamat said, not paying attention to his voice. Your kind of CLO. Drake was interrupted when the sound of footsteps entered the room. Ahem, they both flew apart, red in the face. The two dragons turned and saw Zinogre staring at them with a smirk. You two gonna kiss already or wha? Oi, Zinogre rubbed the top of her head after Drake karate chopped it. Let's go, Tiamat. The Festival of Kings is only 3 months away and you spent 3 weeks of those napping, Drake said as he walked out of the room. Tiamat's eyes grew wide with excitement and followed him out of the cave. The next 3 months were spent training. Drake was a brutal teacher and Tiamat always came out with cuts and bruises. She was grateful for the training and took every beating with a smile. Over a few months, Dalamadur was impressed with her progress. She was becoming powerful. Her powers, as he had discovered, were over calamity. Each battle with Drake sharpened and reinforced her power, causing them to grow at an exponential rate. Maybe Tia is strong enough to defeat Palladium Moors, Dalamadur thought as his eyes fell upon the Bluenet who was eating meat with Drake and Zin. The Festival of Kings, a yearly event that every dragon went to. The location had changed every year, but this year, Dalamadur hosted the festival in Wales. It wasn't like the average human festival with tents and food. It was a place where dragons got together and proved themselves. Tiamat looked at the crowd before her. While this wasn't her first time attending a festival, the sheer number of dragons that showed up to one location never ceased to amaze her. Whelps flew overhead, chasing each other and shooting small, harmless wisps of fire in a game of tag. As the two walked among the crowd, Drake's eyes widened when he spotted a familiar tuft of white hair. "Albion, you white cracker bastard," Drake called out. The person in question turned to face them. His blue eyes widened as a battle-hungry grin appeared on his face. "Drake, you damn redneck," Albion said, walking over to Drake and Tiamat. A white aura enveloped his entire body. The two looked at each other and an oppressive aura began to come down on the entire festival. Everyone froze, wondering what the two would do. Drake and Albion did the one thing everyone expected least. They fist-bumped. "I look forward to our next match, you white bastard," Drake said to him. "Same here, lobster boy," Albion replied in kind and walked away. Everyone sighed. They didn't need to clean up. The last time those two fought at a dragon festival, Atlantis had sunk and Poseidon was pissed. He tried to fight the two, but Drake and Albion merely roared at him, causing the poor sea god to faint. "All right," they all heard a voice call out. The 6 dragon kings walked out. Palladia Moors was in her human form. She had black hair and blue eyes. Next to her was Eugen. He was also in his human form and had green hair and blue eyes. Dalamadur stood next to Eugen. He had blonde hair and a long beard. His eyes were still red. Next to Dalamadur was Phthalis, the strongest dragon king. He had white hair and red eyes. Next to Phthalis was Kirin, not Chelan. Kirin had white hair and red eyes like Phthalis. Her defining feature was the lone horn that protruded from her forehead. Finally was Chromium Ruel. He had gray hair and silver eyes. Palladia stepped forward. The challengers for the titles of Dragon King stepped forward, she announced. Tiamat walked to the front proudly. 5 others walked to the front with her. The matches began. Dalamadur was defeated by a golden dragon named Fafnir. Chromium was defeated by a black dragon named Vritra. Eugen was defeated by a giant of a dragon named Migardsormer, or Jormungandr as the others called him. Kirin was defeated by a dragon named Yulong Phthalis, was somehow defeated by a dragon named Tannin. Finally came Tiamat and Palladia Moor's fight. They were in human form. Without warning, Tiamat launched herself towards Palladia. Palladia smirked. Amateur, she thought. She thrust her hand forward to catch Tiamat in midair but hit nothing but air. Tiamat appeared in front of her and sent a kick to her gut, launching her into the air. Tiamat appeared behind her and drove her elbow into Palladia's back, sending her back down into the ground. Palladia stood up and saw Tiamat hovering over her in the air. She smirked. "This will be a good fight." Palladia launched herself to Tiamat, the force of her jump creating a massive shock wave. Palladia appeared in front of Tiamat with her claws extended. She swiped her claws, but Tiamat dodged it. Tiamat sent a punch towards Palladia, who blocked it and kicked Tiamat, sending her flying through the air. Tiamat grit her teeth. She extended her hand and shot a plume of blue flames. Palladia responded in kind by sending her own deluge of blue fire. The two flames fought for dominance as the air around the flames began to heat up. Every dragon could feel that heat as small plants began to combust. Suddenly, Tiamat let up and dodged the blue fire of Palladia. She flew towards Palladia with her fist coated in blue fire and nailed her right in the chest. Palladia snarled and transformed into her dragon form. It was a massive black dragon with twisted horns and blue eyes. She breathed a massive ball of fire at her. Tiamat transformed into her dragon form and breathed a stream of blue fire in return. Her fire blast cut straight through Palladia's fireball. Palladia felt an intense burning pain in her torso. She was hit with Tiamat's flames. Tiamat flew up to Palladia, who was hovering, trying to extinguish the flames. Palladia looked and saw Tiamat swing her tail in a downward motion, sending her crashing into the ground, creating a massive crater. Palladia looked up and saw Tiamat forming a massive red sphere of fire. Amu Huber. Palladia opened her mouth and formed a ball of black and red flames. Beacon of Destruction. Palladia and Tiamat fired their respective attacks. Palladia's fire beam was slowly pushing Tiamat's fireball back. Tiamat struggled to push back but was losing ground slowly. She was about to give up when she heard Drake. "Tiamat, are you going to give up? What happened to that dragoness that wanted to be a dragon king? I didn't waste my time training a quitter. Fight!" Drake yelled at her from the crowd. Tiamat looked at Drake with wide eyes. "Drake," Tiamat thought. She closed her eyes and smiled. Drake smirked when he saw the smile on her face. She pushed the last of her energy into her attack, causing the fireball to expand to the size of a cruise ship. Palladia's eyes grew wide as she tried to push back but found that she couldn't push back. Her attack was swallowed by Tiamat's Amuhuber. The massive ball of fire impacted and a massive explosion incinerated everything in the area. The explosion died down. Palladia was seen standing with severe burns. Tiamat landed in front of the Black Dragon of Annihilation. Palladia grinned. This girl would be a great successor, she thought. Good job, whelp. Never in my life did I see the day I would be dethroned, but strangely, I'm at peace with this. I hereby grant you the title Dragon King. Hail Tiamat, the Blue Dragon King of Chaos, she said as she passed out. Tiamat shifted to her human form and wiped the sweat off her brow, panting. Tiamat! She turned and saw Drake and Zinogre running towards her. Drake hugged her and swept her up, and they both laughed as Drake spun Tiamat around. They touched their foreheads together. Kiss, 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 kiss. Tiamat and Drake saw the crowd gathered around them. They were cheering for them to kiss, Zinogre and Dalamadur chief among them. The two went red, looked at each other, and shrugged. Their lips touched and Tiamat felt as if she was in heaven. For Drake, he had never felt anything more satisfying, nor had he felt happier. The two broke apart for air and looked at each other and smiled. They separated and looked at the crowd holding hands. The years would fly by and the dragons would have their festivals. Of course, no dragon could defeat the current kings. Drake and Albion had their fights which would devastate an entire country, giving the gods headaches. But that didn't matter to Drake or Tiamat. The two could never be seen apart for long, for where one went the other followed. Soon, Drake and Albion gained the title Heavenly Dragon. A heavenly dragon and a dragon king. Their relationship became somewhat of a fairy tale among mating dragons. They were happy, that was until the Great War broke out. The dragons cared little for each side, continuing about their lives. The Pantheons scrambled to protect their borders, forcing Tiamat to return to Mesopotamia to strengthen the borders. It'll only be for a few weeks, my mate. I'll be back, Tiamat reassured him. Tiamat and Drake had built themselves a small home outside of a human town in Europe. To the people, they were nothing more than a young couple in love with each other. I know, I just have a bad feeling, Drake said to her. Tiamat planted a kiss on his cheek. It's nothing, I'll see you in 2 weeks, she said as she formed a dragon gate and teleported to Mesopotamia. 2 weeks would pass and Tiamat returned to their home in Wales. She felt that she and Drake had been apart for too long and couldn't wait to return home to him. As she walked, she saw the village they lived in up in flames. Tiamat saw angels, devils, and fallen fighting each other, with Drake and Albion restrained in the background. A figure with white hair and white robes floated above them with his hand outstretched. She took off and shifted to her dragon form, killing every angel, fallen, and devil in her path. The white-haired man turned around and Tiamat fell to the ground. She tried to get up but felt herself unable to. Tiamat looked up and her eyes widened. The last person she had expected to see in this battle was him. Yahweh, Tiamat asked, confused. What are you doing? I thought you said that you wouldn't get involved in this war. Circumstances have forced me to intervene, Tiamat, Yahweh said as he held his hand down, slamming Albion's head back into the ground. Well, what are you doing here in my home? Why is my love restrained? Answer me, God of Genesis. Tiamat snarled. I'm sorry, child, but these two are too dangerous to be allowed to roam free, he said sadly. I'm afraid that I will have to deal with them before something worse happens from one of their battles. Tiamat's eyes grew wide at his words. No, please let him go. Take me instead, Tiamat begged with tears streaming down her face. Tiamat, she turned to look at Drake. A reassuring smile was on his face as he looked at her. It's okay, Tia. Everything will be okay, Drake said to her, calming her down. Albion struggled to stand up but could not do it. He couldn't even breathe fire. Yahweh had somehow prevented them from using their powers. Yahweh snapped his fingers and Drake and Albion screamed in pain. A white light came out of their eyes and mouth. Drayrang, no. Tiamat screamed and begged him to stop hurting her mate. She screamed until her voice was hoarse. Finally, Drake and Albion stopped screaming and their heads fell limp. Tiamat looked on in pure horror and anguish when she saw Drake. His eye sockets were nothing more than smoldering holes. Yahweh waved his hand and a red and white sphere appeared. It was his soul, Drake's soul. Yahweh placed Drake's soul inside a red gauntlet. The gauntlet transformed into a red light and shot off into the sky. He did the same with Albion's. Suddenly, Tiamat found herself able to move. She felt livid at this being for daring to take her mate away. She let loose a jet of flames only to find nothing had come from her mouth. Her head fell in despair as she looked at her mate's corpse. Her head shook in denial as she began to roar and scream in rage. Yahweh watched sadly as several angels, fallen, and devil tried to restrain her only to be slaughtered. A white-haired angel with 7 pairs of black wings appeared next to Yahweh. "Father, are you just going to allow her to slaughter your forces?" she asked. "Let her unleash her grief, Lucifer. If need be, I'll restore those I lost today to her rage." Yahweh said, I'll kill you." Tiamat roared, turning to Yahweh and Lucifer. She charged at the god, talons splayed ready to tear into his throat when Yahweh raised his hand. Tiamat felt a force slam into her abdomen, sending her crashing into the ground. "I'm sorry," Yahweh said sadly. "I know how you must feel." "Lies. How could you possibly know how I feel?" Tiamat roared. "I have felt what it's like to lose the person you love. But mind you, she didn't die. She just didn't love me the way I did her," he said. Tiamat quieted down and began to sob. She limped over to Drake's corpse and curled herself around him. Lucifer looked on in sadness as she watched the dragon wail and saw her father looking at her with similar anguish. "Do not despair, Tiamat. One day you will be reunited with him through a host who bears a kind heart and has suffered similar despair," Yahweh said. He and Lucifer disappeared, leaving a broken Tiamat to weep in the ruins of her home. "And then what happened?" Issei asked, a look of pity on his face. I wept. I searched when I heard from others that there was someone who wielded his powers. Imagine my surprise when I discovered that he was trapped inside the body of a human, doomed to repeat his battle, to die over and over again. I can't stand that. I won't stand for it. I will free him no matter who I have to kill." Tiamat said, "Now do you understand? I kill the hosts in a way to capture the boosted gear before it passes on so that I can free Drake from the prison Yahweh placed him in." "I don't know what to say," Issei said. He had never imagined Drake to have a history like that. Was it right for Issei to continue hosting him? His body was a barrier to Drake's attainment of freedom, to be reunited with his mate, who hovered in front of him. But he couldn't, because he was trapped within the boosted gear, because Issei was alive. "You don't need to say anything. Just, please, don't make this harder for me than it is," Tiamat said. Issei looked down, conflicted. Should he fight back or should he let Tiamat kill him? "Partner, what are you doing? Snap out of it. If you die, what will happen to that angel who loves you? To that Valkyrie? To your friends and family?" Drake roared inside of Issei. "But, Drake, don't you want to be free?" Issei asked. "Partner, I have always wanted to be free, but not at the price of losing you. Issei, you're the best host I've had. My best friend. Yes, we've had some rough spots, the Alpi Dragon era. But through all that, I have never once regretted being your ally," Drake said. "What about Tiamat?" Issei asked. "Tiamat, if Issei wins, will you leave him alone?" Drake asked. Tiamat nodded. "If he wins," she said. "Tiamat, I'm sorry for leaving you alone," Drake said. "It's all right. At least we got to talk again," she said. "One last time before I kill this boy who separates us. I'm not going to die. I have people waiting for me. I too have someone I love waiting for me, and I won't let you take me from her just for this," Issei said. "And also, I swear, I will right the wrongs done to you too. I will find a way to reunite you," Issei swore. A bright flame danced in his eyes as his wings flared with more power. Tiamat looked on with some shock evident on her features. She smirked at his resolve. This boy was different from the ones she had killed in the past. "Very well then, child. I'll humor you, but don't expect me to hold back," Tiamat said as a dark blue aura surrounded her. The ground shook underneath her, causing her to stumble. Irina grabbed on to a tree branch to maintain her balance as Yuki hissed as she hung onto Irina's shoulder. "What was that?" Irina said. She spread her wings and took to the air. Her eyes widened when she was a red and blue streak clashing in midair. "Issei," Irina said. She gritted her teeth and summoned Hautaclear. "Let's go, Yuki." Yuki hung on for dear life as her master spread her wings and took off in a burst of speed. "Damn it, Drake, is it ready?" Issei said as he barely blocked a kick from Tiamat. He felt his bones creak underneath the force of her blow and gritted his teeth. "Almost, just hold on," Drake said. "Ha!" Issei embedded his fist into her gut, causing Tiamat to cough up spit. The Dragon King growled and uppercut Issei, shattering his helmet. "Just give up," Tiamat yelled, grabbing his feet and throwing him down to the floor. Issei crashed into the forest, groaning. He barely had time to move as Tiamat slammed her foot into the ground. "I don't think I can keep going, Drake," Issei said as he backpedaled away from an approaching Tiamat. "Damn it, Issei. Just a few more seconds," Drake said as he found the power source and began to tug on it. "Any last words?" Tiamat said. "Issei." Issei and Tiamat's heads perked up at the sound of the voice. A barrage of halos impacted Tiamat, sending her flying through the forest. She crashed through several trees before landing in a clearing. Every beast for miles fled as Tiamat crashed. "Irina," Issei said, spitting some blood out from his mouth. "Issei, are you all right?" Irina said, kneeling next to him. She placed his hand over his wounds and a soft pink light emanated from her hand, healing Issei. "I'm fine, just a bit beat up," Issei said. "Was that?" Irina said, looking at the devastated chunk of the forest before her. "Yeah," Issei said, standing. He stumbled a bit before Irina caught him, swinging his arm over her shoulder to support him. "Thanks," Issei said. "No problem," Irina answered, her eyes never leaving the sight of the woods. "Dodge!" Drake screamed at the two of them. Issei pushed Irina before moving out of the way as a beam of chaotic blue and black energy surged past them, destroying miles of forest. "Insolent! How dare you interfere between a battle of two dragons?" Tiamat roared in rage. Issei and Irina took a step back. Tiamat hovered above them, no longer in her human form. She was in her draconic form. It was a form that inspired both awe and terror in the two. Tiamat had a slender upper body. Her scales had a crystalline blue hue to them. On her head were a pair of massive curved horns decorated by orange pulsating gems. Her entire body appeared almost ethereal and translucent with wings that appear frayed at the edges. "Die!" Tiamat opened her maw and unleashed a blue flame-like energy towards them. Issei hopped out of the beam's way. Dragon shot. Issei fired another blast at Tiamat. The Dragon King merely swiped her tail and deflected the blast. "It's over, child. Surrender and I'll spare the angel," Tiamat commanded. Irina flew over to Tiamat's head and unleashed a barrage of light blasts. Tiamat snarled and swiped her paw, forcing Irina to dodge. "Rin," Issei yelled. "Stay back. She wants me." "What? Are you insane? I'm not letting you fight her, Aloe." "You have to. Trust me. I'll make it. I need to do this," Issei yelled. Irina paused, shocked. She wanted to say something but sighed. Nodding, Irina retreated to a safer distance. "Zin," Issei yelled to the downed dragon. "Issei-sama," she called. "Go. Get out of here," Issei said. "I understand," Zinogre said before disappearing in a streak of lightning. "Partner, what are you doing?" Drake asked. "I'm going to keep my promise. I'm going to defeat her and find a way to free you without killing me," Issei said. "Issei," Drake said. "It's okay, Drake. I know that I haven't been the best partner, but you've always been there for me. It's time I've repaid you and have your back for a change," Issei said. "It's ready," Drake said. "Good. Let's get wild," Issei said as black and red energy flared around him. "This will replace your Cardinal Crimson promotion, but there's no chant to it. The power. It stopped resisting after your little speech just now. Use it. It should respond to you," Drake said. "Thanks, partner," Issei said. Issei closed his eyes and a wave of power exploded from him. His eyes widened in shock at the black and red wisps of energy surging forth from his body. The wave of power was enough to send Tiamat back slightly. Her eyes widened. She knew this power. "Impossible. How do you have her power?" Tiamat roared. "I don't even know what this is," Issei said. "But I will use this power to defeat you here and now." "Crimson Moon. Full drive," Drake announced. Issei's armor changed. The red tint of the boosted gear vanished as the armor bled black. The green jewels began to glow red as a pair of massive red wings appeared on Issei's back. "It's over," Issei said. "Boost." Issei appeared behind Tiamat and landed a kick on the back of her head. The dragoness roared in pain as she was sent careening into the forest floor. "Ingur." Tiamat unleashed a massive beam of azure energy at Issei, who barely had any time to dodge. "Even in this new form, she can still keep up with me. She's really strong," Issei said as he sped away from Tiamat's beam. "Time to test something out." Issei raised his hand and fired a beam of black and red energy at Tiamat. Tiamat shielded herself with her wings, blocking the blast. However, a massive wound was left on the webbing of her wings. "What?" she gasped as she began to lose altitude. "Now's your chance," Drake said. Issei nodded and took to the skies. This is the end. Issei said. No, I refuse. Huber. Tiamat formed a massive blue and black orb of pure chaos. Issei, Irina said. Issei, partner, that orb is empowered by the concept of calamity. If it hits you, even in your new state, she might take you down, Drake said. TCH, then I won't back down either. Issei said. He thrust his hands forward and focused all of his energy stockpiled from his boosts. Die! Tiamat yelled. Dragon break! Issei yelled as he fired his attack. Tiamat's and Issei's beams collided with each other, clashing for dominance as neither gave way. Gradually, Issei was being pushed back as Tiamat poured more power into her attack. Damn it! Issei yelled as he felt her pushing. He boosted his energy and pushed back, sending her skidding across the forest floor considerably. Stray arcs of energy from where their attacks clashed rained down chaos and oblivion all over the familiar forest. Ha! Issei roared as he kept boosting his power. Tiamat's eyes widened as the beam pierced through her own attack. The world was bathed in crimson light as Tiamat was enveloped by the blast. Irina was forced to erect a barrier to keep from being blown away as the entire forest was leveled in the attack. Issei landed, his visor vanishing as the light died down. His eyes traveled to the cloud of smoke as it cleared. Tiamat stumbled out of the smoke, blood pouring from several wounds. She glowed a bright blue, transforming into her human form. Tiamat held her torso as blood poured profusely from a massive hole in her abdomen. Issei remained rooted to his spot as she limped her way over. I lost, Tiamat said weakly. She laughed a little, then coughed a glob of blood onto Issei's shirt. It seems that you did, Issei said, catching her as she fell to her knee. Ironic, isn't it? This karma I'm facing, for killing all of Drake's hosts only to be slain by his latest one. Fate has twisted. Sense of humor. Tiamat chuckled as she faded in and out of consciousness. Irina and Zinogre landed behind the two, listening as Tiamat spoke to Issei. Issei, I'm sorry for trying to kill you. At least I got to hear him. One last time, she said. She reached up and cupped his cheek. No, don't say things like that. We'll get you patched up and we'll find a way to reunite you and Drake. I promised you this. Issei said angrily as tears began to stream down his face. Strange. You're like the son I've always dreamed of having, she said, stroking his cheek soothingly as a mother would her child. Issei's eyes widened as he felt a warmth come from Tiamat that he seldom felt from his own parents. Yes, his parents cared for and loved him, but he knew that he was always second best to his twin. Even if he never showed that he cared, he still wanted to feel what it felt like. Tiamat, Issei whispered, his tears flowing harder. He looked up and saw her smile. Don't cry, she said as the blood loss began to take hold. Her vision swam in and out as the child she wished to have with Drake appeared in her vision and blurred with Issei. She smiled comfortingly as her eyes slowly fell shut. Mommy's just going to sleep for a bit. Her hand fell off Issei's cheek as she fell to the ground. Issei's eyes were wide in anguish as he watched Tiamat fall. Tiamat, Drake said. Irina and Zin watched sadly from the sidelines as Tiamat breathed her last. Her life force was barely there. She would be dead in a few minutes. Irina looked towards Issei, who sat there frozen. No, Issei said. Ha! Drake said. I refuse to let you die without seeing Drake again, Issei said. A whisper called out inside of Issei's head, placing him into autopilot. He quickly placed his hand on Tiamat's chest, closing his eyes and smirked when he felt it. She was still there, but she was barely holding on. Issei, what are you doing? Drake said. I'm keeping a promise, Issei said. The boosted gear glowed brightly as it transformed into boosted gear gift. The second gem began to glow a bright blue as Issei felt a surge of power and a familiar presence enter the sacred gear. As if possessed, Issei chanted, guided by something inside of him. Fama ga paradile, Issei whispered. My first liberation was being granted Drake's power. My second was to grant my power to protect others. My third was accepting the power of my rival to better protect those I cherished. My fourth shall be a promise kept to two lovers. Issei, Drake said. A new voice announced from Issei's boosted gear as the sapphire gem on the gear glowed brightly. Calamity Booster Tiamat's voice announced. Issei, what did you do? Irina said, walking over to her. I righted the wrongs of a deed done hundreds of years ago and reunited two people whose happiness was robbed from them. Issei said, smiling. Issei, I don't know what to say, Drake said. looking down as a slumbering Tiamat appeared inside Issei's mindscape next to him. He bent down and nuzzled her gently. "You don't need to thank me. I owe you more than you know," Issei said. "Issei-sama," Zinogre said. Issei and Irina turned to her. He smiled and walked over to the dragon, petting her snout. Zinogre growled in embarrassment before resigning herself to his pleasurable rubs. "Let's go home," Issei said. "By the way, what's that cat thing on your shoulder?" "Oh, you mean Yuki. Isn't she adorable?" Irina said, holding the cat out as they disappeared in a flash of red light. Above the forest, a figure hovered in midair. Her yellow eyes had observed the entire battle. She smiled serenely as the memories of a brown-haired boy following her came to her mind. "You've grown up to be strong, just like your Wani-chan. I'll see you soon, my little Issei-chan," she said before disappearing. "Tell me Issei-sama's mate," Zin said as she sat on Issei's head. Once they had arrived in Kuo, Issei had told her to shift her size into a more compact form as to not freak everyone out. Zin seemed to hate the idea but obeyed nonetheless, agreeing that panicking the humans wasn't a good idea. "Yes," Irina said, her face turning red at what Zin had just called her. "I assume that your familiar is that Cathpalic," Zin asked. "Yes. Wait, she's what?" Irina asked. "We're here," Issei said as he opened the gates. They walked up to the front door. Issei rang the doorbell, waiting for someone to answer. "I got it," a voice said. The door swung open and the person dropped what they were holding. "Issei-kun," Akeno said as she looked at him. Hyudu Manor, November 28, 2019, 10:30 p.m. Current time, 4 minutes and 37 seconds till midnight. Issei and Akeno just stared at each other in silence. Issei looked at her with barely any emotion in his face. Zin looked down at her new master and over to the woman in front of them and tilted her head in confusion. She sensed a million emotions running through the mind of her master. Anger, sadness, confusion. She had to stop to allow herself some room to calm down or else she would be overtaken by his emotions. Irina looked between the two with bated breath. Yuki slept in her arms, soundly unaware of the standoff between the two people in front of her. Her violet eyes darted back and forth between Akeno and Issei. Akeno felt something slowly trickling down the sides of her face. She was crying. She was crying tears of joy. Joy at the fact that Issei had returned to them. Akeno could finally set things right with him and go back to how it used to be. The daily arguments the girls had at who would sleep with Issei first. Koneko and Ravel's constant war for Issei's lap. Discussing the future of Issei's harem and the girls they would approve. The names of children they would have. All of it. She would finally get it all back. She could fix the damage done to them. "Issei, you're back," Akeno said, reaching out for him. Issei stood there, looking at her sadly. He needed to do this. He needed to tell her. "Akeno." The two froze and turned to see RIAS standing behind them. RIAS and Issei locked eyes momentarily before looking away. "RIAS-sama, Issei is back. We can finally fix this. We can fix all the damage that was done," Akeno said. RIAS didn't have the heart to look at her. Behind RIAS, the other girls had congregated at the door. Koneko wasted no time, sprinting over to Issei and hugging him tightly. She stood on her tiptoes to kiss Issei when he gently grabbed her and pulled her off. Koneko was confused. Why wasn't Issei returning her affections? Why was he looking at her with such sadness? Everything was going to be okay, right? Akeno promised everything would be okay. "Issei," Zenobia said, walking over to him. "Everyone, let's take this inside," Issei said. RIAS nodded and motioned for her peerage to follow her in. Issei walked next to her. The air between them was awkward. Their remaining lingering feelings for each other made the walk to the living room longer than it needed to be. Rosweiss glanced between Issei and Irina, the latter which sent her hand signals that told her that they would talk later. Eventually, they reached the living room where Issei sat on one side and all the other girls, sans Irina, Asia, Mitsuki, and Ingveld stood off in between them. Kiba and Gasper also stood next to the forementioned girls as they watched the tension grow heavier and heavier by the second. "Issei," RIAS said. "Just tell them what you told me." Issei bit his lip. "So much for letting this all out gently." RIAS practically threw him under the bus with those words. "RIAS-sama, what are you talking about? What did Issei tell you?" Akeno said. "Akeno," Issei said, drawing her attention. Akeno turned to him with pleading eyes. It was as if she knew what he was going to say. The other girls looked between the two, holding their breath as they waited for Issei to speak. "God, this is harder than I thought it would be," Issei thought. "Just power through it, like you did with RIAS," Drake said. Issei sucked in a breath and mentally prepared himself. It was like RIAS. He needed to do this. Akeno, Koneko, Ravel, Zenovia. I'm sorry, Issei said. What are you apologizing for, senpai? If anything, we should be apologizing to you. What do you want? A naked apron? A massage? Please tell us what we can do to. Koneko was interrupted by Issei. Koneko. She went quiet at his outburst. Issei sighed and ran his hand through his hair. We can't continue this relationship anymore, Issei said. Akeno's eyes widened as tears began to stream down her face. She felt her heart slowly crumble to pieces while it was being dipped in boiling hot lava. Akeno quickly shook her head and smiled. It wasn't her normal flirty smile or her loving smile. This was a smile of someone desperate. Someone who was in denial. No, you're just lying. That was a nice joke, Issei. You got us there, right, RIAS? Akeno said, nudging RIAS with her elbow. RIAS merely looked down, her heart tearing itself in two again. Tears fell from her eyes onto the floor before she looked up at Akeno. He's not lying. He broke up with me already, RIAS said. But why? Zenovia shouted. It's not our fault. It was that witch and whoever she worked for. Her aura was being released in waves and shook the entire building. Zenovia, stand down, RIAS ordered, unleashing her aura and killing intent on the poor girl. Zenovia's mouth snapped shut and nodded her head shakily before sitting down. Issei, you're not leaving us, right? Ravel asked. You're just joking, right? I'm sorry, but I'm not. I know it wasn't your fault. It wasn't even Yatagami-sensei's fault, but even so, I didn't know. If I try to force myself, all I can see is you guys and what you did with them. Issei said. It hurts me just being in a relationship with you all. I'll tell you the same thing I did with RIAS. It's not you guys. It's me. I can't see all of you without seeing them every time we do a romantic gesture. And for that, I'm sorry. Sorry for not being able to notice that you were controlled. Sorry for not being strong enough to overcome this get back with you, because even though I'm a dragon or devil or whatever the hell I am, I'm still human where it counts and I hurt like a human does. I can't forget, but I can forgive. Maybe one day, we'll be close again, but never as lovers. Senpai, no, please, I'll do anything. Just please, don't leave me, Koneko said, jumping onto Issei. She wrapped her arms around him tightly, refusing to let go. Koneko, Issei said, I'll give you virginity. Is that good enough? Will that prove it? Koneko said. Koneko, RIAS said. She placed her hand on Koneko's shoulder. No, she said. Please don't make me do this, RIAS said. I won't accept this. You gave up too easily. You. Go to sleep, RIAS said as her eyes flashed blue. An eerie flower design spun lazily around her pupil. Koneko's eyes began to droop slowly before the grasp of sleep took her and she collapsed onto Issei. Zenovia looked at Issei with tears streaming down her face. I need to be alone, Zenovia said, leaving the room in a hurry. She walked past Irina, who looked at her sadly. Ravel, Issei said. She walked over to him and slapped him. Ravel, RIAS scolded. I can't believe this. I won't believe this. But if that's what you want, let me have it, Ravel said, leaning in. One more time. Issei looked at her with a slightly stunned look before nodding. He cupped her face and gave her one last kiss, to which she returned fervently. The two poured their feelings into it before Ravel pulled out and formed a magic circle, most likely teleporting back to the Phoenix Manor. He turned his gaze on who looked at him blankly. Without saying a word, Akeno stood and ran out of the house. Issei and RIAS were shocked but nevertheless expected the action. As Issei got up to go catch up with her, RIAS placed a hand on his shoulder. I'll go get her, RIAS said. You go rest. We'll talk more in the morning. Issei nodded. RIAS smiled a little and left the house to pursue Akeno. After he heard the door close behind her, Issei collapsed back into the couch, Koneko still asleep on him. Kiba walked over to him and took Koneko off him. Sensing the tension from a few seconds earlier, Kiba attempted to change the subject. Did you have a nice trip? Kiba asked as he placed Koneko on the other side of the couch. You have no idea, Issei said, chuckling. Well, Rosweiss said, sitting down next to Issei. How about you all tell us what happened over in the States to try and get your mind off things that happened here? Well, it went something like this. Issei started. Keno ran. It was all she could do and it was what she was best at. She had run from her past before Issei brought her and her past together and reconciled them. And now what was she doing? Running. running from the rejection, running from the anguish. Blinded by the tears that poured from her eyes like a river cascading over a waterfall, Akeno turned a corner and ran. After several minutes of running, Akeno tripped and fell face first. Groaning and rubbing her head, she opened her eyes and gasped at where she had run to. It was a small overlook located a ways away from the neighborhood in which they lived. It was where Issei had taken her before the battle against Trihexa. It was where they promised their futures with each other. The memory was as clear as day to her. Issei-kun. Akeno looked at Issei curiously as he took her hand and led her down the road. Issei had a shit-eating grin on his face as he led her up the road, climbing up the hill. Ha! Oh, Akeno-san, don't worry. You're going to love this place. I showed it to Bucho a while back on our second date and we come here frequently when we go alone. Issei said, grinning. Akeno smiled warmly, a light blush dusting her cheeks. The two walked in comfortable silence for several more minutes until Issei went off the road and down a dirt path. Curious, Akeno merely followed along, appreciating the wildlife around her. Birds chirped happily while critters chattered amongst each other in the trees. It was times like this that Akeno forgot the war against the Cows Brigade, the war against Resivim Levon Lucifer. It was just an ideal peace, and it was one that they would be willing to sacrifice themselves for, just for more days like this. Days when all that mattered were your looks, grades, and next food or whatever it was people desired. But for one Akeno Himejima, all she wanted was more peaceful moments with her beloved Issei. Here we are, Issei said as he let go of her hand. He gestured dramatically to it. Akeno marveled at how beautifully simple it all was. It wasn't grand, nor did it possess the alluring beauty that meadows that painters gazed upon had. But it was charming in its own way. Before her was a cliff meadow filled with several species of flowers, the most abundant being the white daisy. A gentle breeze wafted past them, making all the flowers sway and dance gently. Akeno smiled at the scenery. No wonder Issei and RIAS came here often. What it lacked in majesty, it made up for in its simplicity. Irina and I used to come here a lot when we were kids, Issei said. He knelt next to a rock where they etched their names with a knife that Irina had stolen from her father. Well, back then, he was unaware that she was a girl, something she never let him live down. A distant memory of a childhood long gone. I besties forever. He smiled and his eyes drifted down to another etch in the rock. I a bond unbreakable. Issei-kun, Akeno said. She glanced over his shoulder and saw the etches in the rock. Wanna have a go at it? Issei asked. What about the others? Akeno asked. I'll take them up one by one, but for now, wanna carve our names? Issei asked, handing her a small knife. Adding more girls to your little official harem tally? Akeno asked, teasingly as she knelt next to him. That's right. This here rock shall be proof that I, Issei Hayudu, have gone to where no man has gone before. I have sampled all appai, big appai, small appai, medium-sized appai, in-between appai. This rock shall prove that I have become harem king. Issei boasted. Akeno giggled at Issei's small speech. Let's start, but mine will be different from theirs, Akeno said, positioning the blade of the knife on the rock. Akeno smiled as a tear rolled down her cheek. Her fingers traced over the etch that she and Issei had created on the rock in front of her. Ordained by heaven and hell themselves, may they be forever entwined and have a bond, greater than any before them and after them. Issei and his Akeno. Issei. Akeno's face began to break in despair as the more she recalled the conversation they had earlier. The words etched before her were just a cruel lie, a dashed hope, a shattered dream. Akeno just sobbed quietly, bringing her knees up to her chest and hugging them closely. As she sobbed, all her instincts began to scream at her to run. A twig snapped behind her, snapping her out of her despair. She turned and saw no one, but she could sense it. An ominous, malevolent feeling that permeated the air and threatened to make her vomit at how vile it felt. Who's there? Akeno asked. Come out. Oh, dear child, the voice said, seemingly coming from every direction. Your despair pains me. Akeno gritted her teeth. It mocked her grief. But I do love to see my handiwork every now and again, the voice whispered from behind her. Akeno snapped and blasted the area behind her with a bolt of yellow lightning, destroying a large portion of the field. How rude, the voice said. Akeno felt a chill go down her spine, ever so slowly as if it enjoyed the feeling it gave her. Akeno whirled around desperately, firing blast after blast of lightning into the air. All the while, the voice laughed and continued to mock her. RIAS walked down the road, looking for her best friend. She sighed. Akeno, come on, let's talk. RIAS said. No response from anyone. I know that it hurts. I really do. Please let me help you. Let's help each other. RIAS called out. A blast of lightning ignited the night sky, catching RIAS's attention. She felt Akeno's power rise as if responding to something. Worry swirled around inside her gut as she took off running in the direction of the lightning bolt. It's futile, little girl, the voice said. Akeno gritted her teeth. Her eyes darted around, watching as the shadows grew more and more pronounced as the light of the moon began to fade into the darkness. Tisich, holy lightning dragon. Akeno yelled as a massive dragon with 5 heads comprised of yellow lightning manifested itself and roared. Oh, holy lightning. I haven't seen anyone use holy lightning since my mother and Barakil, the voice said. And now you can taste it, Akeno said as she threw her hand down. The dragon roared and attacked the area, firing at every shadow she could find. Explosions rocked the field as lightning rained down on the area. Now. Akeno felt a sharp pain erupt on her back as she was knocked onto the floor. She looked up and saw the shadows consuming her dragon. Gah! Akeno felt herself being lifted by the throat. A shadowy hand wrapped around it and began to crush her windpipes. She looked down and saw a male shadowy figure with toxic yellow eyes staring into her own. Now, little bird. I need your help. You see, the figure leaned in and whispered into Akeno's ear. Her eyes widened as her struggles grew more desperate with each word he said. Understand? He asked. I will never help you. You can go to hell. Akeno's voice was drowned out as black smoke forced itself into her mouth. The figure in front of her was slowly vanishing as the smoke entered her body. Been there, done that. Besides, your compliance was never a factor, the figure said before it vanished. Akeno fell as the shadows disappeared. Her entire body spasmed on the ground as her eyes were wide. Her irises flickered between violet and yellow before finally settling on violet. Ugh, hi. Akeno put a hand on her head, trying to make the throbbing pain subside. Akeno. She turned and saw RIAS running towards her. RIAS-sama, Akeno said. Are you all right? RIAS asked. Her eyes widened when she saw the devastation around her. What happened? Akeno asked. What? I was about to ask you that. It looks like you had a temper tantrum or something, RIAS said. What happened? Did our breakup with Issei really? No, I don't remember anything past coming here, Akeno said. Come on, RIAS said, placing Akeno's arm over her shoulder. Let's get you home. Yeah, Akeno said. 4:56 a.m. The doorbell rang over and over, waking Issei up. He groaned as he slipped out of bed and walked groggily to his door. Making his way down the stairs, Issei walked blearily over to the door. He looked out the window and saw that the sun was barely rising over the horizon. Who the hell was knocking on the door at this hour? The doorbell chimed once more, causing Issei to groan. Okay, Issei said as he unlocked the door. He opened it to reveal the ever-familiar ears of Risa, who stood there looking at him. Risa-san, Issei said, blinking the sleep out of his eyes. Issei, Risa said. You could have told me you guys were leaving. Sorry, but we didn't want to disturb you on whatever it was you were doing, Issei said. It's fine, Risa said. Are you going to greet me too? A voice from behind Risa said. Issei blinked and noticed a tall elderly man standing behind the Tanuki angel. The old man behind her was muscular for his age with long flowing white hair. His bangs framed his jaw and had dark red eyes. He wore a simple black kimono with a haori over it. Around his neck was a red scarf decorated with yellow flower designs. He wore a black hakama with black tabi boots and around his neck. Sticking out from below his scarf was a necklace with the blacklight logo. Who are you? Issei asked, glancing at the old man. Issei, this is Taki Adashino. He's the head of the Japanese chapter of Blacklight. Risa said. This old guy? Issei asked. Ha. I like you, brat. Taki said. Now show me the booze. I haven't had a drink in a while. Takidano, please refrain from drinking this early, Risa said as the old man walked past her and Issei and into the house. Hey, it's 9 o'clock somewhere, Taki said. Hey, wait, don't touch that, Issei said as he ran after the man. After getting Taki some sake, Issei and Risa sat down in front of the man as he downed the bottle in front of them. They were amazed at how much a single human, let alone an elderly one, could drink. Are you going to be okay? Issei asked. It's going to take more than one bottle of this cheap shit to kill me, kid, Taki said as he leaned back. Why are you here? Issei asked. Well, I came to see the newest member of my branch, the Red Dragon Emperor himself. Taki said. So you came to induct me? Issei asked. Not just you but your twin and the angel. As new, priority members, I took it upon myself to introduce you to our world, Taki said, taking another swig of sake from the bottle. Haha, this is the good stuff. Must be one of the perks of knowing the current Lucifer. You just called it cheap shit 2 seconds ago, Risa said. I did, Taki asked. Yeah, so, do we have to do anything now that you're here? Like move closer to the base? Issei asked. No, you can stay here. Most agents don't live in the base. The only ones who do are the employees and hunters who live in the area. You're fine where you are, Taki said. So what now? Issei asked. Now I take you to the main base and give you a small tour. Introduce you to your fellow agents. I already have you guys assigned to the Hunter Division. R&D and information won't cut it for you three, Taki said. Wait now, Issei asked. Yup, Taki said, grinning. Can't this wait? Issei said, yawning. No can do, kid, Taki said. We have to leave while the others are still asleep. Ugh, it's so early though, Issei complained. Don't worry, this'll be the only time I do this, but it's better to do it now than later while no one knows. Just get that operative from America, your girlfriend, and sister and leave a note or something, Taki said. Fine. Risa, can you come up with an excuse for us? Issei asked. You want me to lie? She asked. Yeah, Issei said. All right, I'll try to keep them off your back, Risa said, sighing in annoyance as her red eyes rested upon the old man in front of them. Sorry to drop this on you all of a sudden, Issei said. It's fine, Risa reassured him, smiling as she did. Let me go get Ingveld, Irina, and Mitsuki, Issei said. After several minutes passed and several groans and yells of anger coming from the second floor later, Issei stood at the base of the stairs with Mitsuki on his back sleeping and Irina standing next to him, trying to rub the remaining sleep from her eyes. Ingveld just stood there with her eyes half closed and yawning constantly. All four wore baggy clothing as Taki stood in front of them. I promise, I'll have you back in time to get some sleep, Taki said. He raised his hand and pulled back his sleeve, revealing a small black watch. Okay, I need a rift at these coordinates, Taki said. A voice came from the watch. Copy that, leader, the voice said. Wait, are you opening a warp gate? Ingveld asked. Yup, he said. This place is warded and they'll sense it, Issei said. Oh, I'm disrupting the warding right now to allow this. I know that this place is warded. Oh, and for future reference, maybe have someone else place warding. It's very easy to break into, Taki said. A whirring noise alerted them to the space in front of Taki. The air warped and collapsed in on itself as the lights flickered. A familiar green vortex opened in front of them. Welp, after you, Taki said, gesturing to the four. Ingveld shrugged before walking into the portal. Issei and Irina looked at each other, while Mitsuki finally opened her eyes and kicked her brother lightly. He moved his head back, lightly slamming it into her face before walking into the portal with Irina. Taki took one last sip of the sake before setting the bottle down and walked in, the portal closing behind him. Risa stood there looking at the place where the portal once was for a few seconds before walking upstairs to get some much-needed sleep. Japanese blacklight base, Kagon Falls, Japan. Issei, Irina, Mitsuki, and Ingveld marveled at the sight as they arrived. It was as impressive as the American base. They had arrived in the docking bay. Dozens of land mobiles, aircraft, and ships were being maintained as engineers ran back and forth across the hangar. The sound of crashing water meant that they were near a waterfall. The base extends underneath Lake Chizenji and is carved into the mountain where Kagon Falls pours over, Taki said as he appeared behind them. The base is underwater, Ingveld asked. Most of it is, he said. The hangar bay is the only part that extends above the ground, so to speak. There has to be a zillion boats and jets in here, Irina said. How do you guys get them out without being noticed? Highly advanced cloaking technology courtesy of Magitech developed in our labs, Taki said. Oh yeah, I remember Toka and Micah mentioning something about that. What is Magitech? Issei asked, getting Mitsuki off his back. I'll explain while I give you a tour of the base and explain what we do here. Did Cornelius tell you what we do? Taki asked as he led them out of the bay. Yeah, you guys hunt monsters, right? And monitor the pantheons, Irina said. We do more than that. We're like a shadow Red Cross, only if the Red Cross fought terrorists too. We don't just monitor the supernatural world, we monitor the human world too. Because in some ways, humans are worse monsters than gods, Taki said as he placed his hand on a scanner. Issei, Mitsuki, and Irina remained silent while Ingveld nodded along. Anyway, as you probably know about the American chapter, it was founded by Catherine Dark, the younger sister of Jeanne d'Arc, Taki said. The Japanese chapter was founded by Durand Lassois, who was Jeanne d'Arc's uncle. He came here after Jeanne-sama was burned at the stake for her repeated victories in the 100 Years' War. So this branch was founded by her uncle? Irina asked. Yes, Lassois-sama is forever immortalized here as a memory, Taki said. How big is the base? Ingveld asked. The American chapter's main headquarters is about 20 square kilometers in surface area. Our main HQ is about 17 square kilometers, mainly because of the fact that we're near a tourist attraction. A majority of that area is at the bottom of Lake Chizenji, Taki said. Ah, in front of them was a small golf cart similar to the one they rode in the American chapter. Get in, Taki said as he got in the driver's seat. No one drives these for you guys, Mitsuki asked as she sat in the back next to Ingveld. We do, but I have my own, and I can guarantee you that Cornelius does too, Taki said as he turned on the cart. The group drove down a massive road that connected the main complex's various departments. They looked and saw several rooms with people tinkering on devices, people experimenting with chemicals, and several windows where they saw people sparring with each other. Hey Taki, Issei said. Yeah, Taki said. What are those people working on? Issei asked. Ah, right, Magitech. Magitech is our answer to the sacred gear, Taki said. You know how Azazel has artificial sacred gears that he creates? They nodded. Our version and answer to that is Magitech. At least, originally that was the purpose of the invention. It was developed during the Mexican-American War in the United States and soon became a collaborative effort by our organization's brightest minds, Taki said. But it failed in the end, he said. It failed. Irina asked. Yes, much like artificial sacred gears, Magitech failed to achieve the same effects as a sacred gear, but instead we got something more out of it, he said. Unlike sacred gear, Magitech is more flexible, more uses for it other than combat or performing miracles. Magitech can be used for everyday purposes. All of our technology here is Magitech, from the base computers to the satellites we have in orbit around the Earth. So they can be used as weapons too, Issei asked. Yes, most of the Magitech seen in the base can be considered generalized, or for public use, Taki said. But Magitech weapons have another category added to them. Specialized Magitech weapons, or SMWs for short. What's the difference? Mitsuki asked. SMWs can only be used by the person it was specifically forged for due to the specific recognition of the donor's soul signature, he said. Soul signature? Irina asked. SMWs are forged with a piece of the commissioner's soul. Ingveld answered for her. That way, after it's done, no one other than the commissioner can use it. So when can we get one? Issei asked. He winced as Irina elbowed him in the side. Don't be rude, she said. Ha ha ha, Taki said. I'll send a notice down to R&D after we get you settled. There are still some things we need to talk about. Mitsuki's eyes glanced down over the railing to a massive arena-style room. It was massive, at least several hundred meters across. What's that? Mitsuki asked. Oh, that's one of our sparring areas for simulation training. The room is meant to simulate over 325 different environments using a combination of space-time seals and warp gate Magitech, Taki said. Even weather conditions? Irina asked. Even that. Most of the enemies or bots that we spawn are constructed of solidified light similar to angelic light but not holy. We refer to it as hard light. You can adjust the AI setting from easy to difficult, Taki said. Issei and Mitsuki grinned at his words. After a few more minutes of driving, Taki stopped and parked the cart outside a room. We'll talk more in here, he said as he exited the cart. The rest followed him and entered the room. Inside was a massive computer with several floating screens at the center of the chamber. Desks lined the east side of the room while shelves upon shelves lined the west. At the northern end of the room was another computer, but this time it was smaller than the one in the center. Wow, your data room is bigger than ours, Ingveld said, marveling at the sight. Ha, Cornelius needs to step up his game, Taki said. Not needed. We have Dantalion in our chapter, Ingveld said. Taki snorted in amusement as he led them to the computer at the end of the room. Here to officially get you into the organization. We'll see if the registration that Cornelius did works, Taki said. He reached into the air and a small void formed in front of him. He reached in and grabbed 3 small metallic spheres. I assume you have yours on you, Leviathan-san, Taki asked, glancing at them. Yup, I have it right here, Ingveld said, pulling a small sphere from her pocket. Go ahead and log in, Taki said, stepping aside. Ingveld walked forward to the terminal and placed her sphere inside a small indent in the terminal's interface. The sphere glowed as the screen began to change. Welcome, Ingveld Leviathan. Whoa, is this your database? Mitsuki asked. Not our entire database, but most of it. Like any other organization, we do have clearance levels, Taki said. Ingveld pressed her sphere and logged out of the system. All yours, she said. So, who's first? Taki said. I'll go, Mitsuki said. Taki handed her a silver sphere with blue highlights. How do I do this? She asked. Place the sphere on that small indent like Ingveld did. Oh, by the way, these are called armillary spheres, or as for short. They're like phones but are connected to our network. You can access the surface layer of the database from anywhere as well as the internet, Taki said. Mitsuki nodded and placed her RIAS on the small circular indent, and it whirred to life much like Ingveld's did. Scanning. Welcome, Mitsuki Hayudu. Cool, she said, pressing the sphere and logging out. Irina went next, receiving a sphere with white highlights on it. Mimicking Mitsuki and Ingveld, she placed her RIAS on the indent. Welcome, Irina Shidu. She smiled and pressed the sphere, logging out. Last but not least, Taki said, handing Issei a silver sphere with red and black highlights. Issei placed his RIAS on the small indent and logged in. Welcome, Issei Hayudu. So, how do I access the database? Issei asked. Firstly, log out, Taki said. Issei pressed the sphere and logged off. Taki walked over to the screen and swiped it, slicing off a tablet-sized transparent rectangle and handed it to Issei. Here you go. I'll show you how to access it from yours later, but for now, click on that little star icon, Taki said. Issei looked down at the screen and tapped on the star. Accessing Blacklight Dossier. A search tab appeared on the screen with a keyboard underneath. You can search that while we head to my office, Taki said as he walked past them. Issei nodded as he followed them out. Taki's voice was drowned out as he concentrated on his tablet. Oh, files, Issei typed. Blacklight Dossier. File Infinity. File name, Office. GPS ranking. Primal class being. File info, the Infinite Dragon God. Ouroboros Dragon. Other than that, knowledge of her falls under speculation or rumors, as she has never been observed here. But through texts we found in the Genesis tablet and had translated by the last prophet, Ophis is a primal being. One who embodied primal chaos, that which existed before the material world. She who sliced Issei and Beriah apart. Ophis is theorized to have descended from a higher dimension above that of which we have discovered so far. From the tablet's translation, there existed 2 before the concepts of dream, divinity, life, and death. Chaos and Genesis. Ophis was primordial chaos. Genesis's identity has yet to be translated due to a lack of a prophet. Currently, Ophis has isolated herself once more in the dimensional gap, with no intention of coming to Issei for now. Hey, Taki, Issei asked. Yeah, he said. What's a primal class being? Issei asked. Ah, it's our addition to the global power system. As you know, the power ranking goes as follows: low, middle, high, ultimate, and deity. However, Ophis and Great Red cannot be constrained to such a rank, so we created a rank for them known as primal class. There's a class between primal and deity known as cosmic, but that's for later, Taki said. Where would Trihexa fall? Irina asked. We don't know, but based on observations, it's a primal class being. A strange one considering that primal class beings are considered to be older than creation or as old, Taki said. Issei nodded and swiped through. He read more and more files, all of them extremely detailed. There was one of RIAS, containing details about her Issei didn't even know about, and Issei doubted that she knew this. Did you know RIAS had an older sister? Issei said, catching Irina's attention. She had what? Irina leaned over and looked at the file. Annalise Gremory, Issei said. He clicked on the photo and a picture of a beautiful young woman with vibrant, unruly red hair appeared on his screen. Her soft blue eyes stared gently back at him, and a gentle smile was plastered on her face. Whoa, she looks like an older RIAS, Irina commented. Let me see. Mitsuki snatched the tablet from Issei. Wow, she really does look like RIAS, Mitsuki muttered. What happened to her? Irina asked. Says here she's dead. Died in combat during the Devil Civil War upon orders of Rezavim Levon Lucifer, who utilized the Naima clan to do it. It also says that her death caused Surzexne to slaughter most of the clan. Geez, Issei said. Alright, here we are at the main R&D lab, Taki said, pressing his hand on the door. Issei, Irina, and Mitsuki's eyes widened at the sight. The lab was large, at least as large as Kuo Academy High School. Engineers and various people in lab coats rushed through the lab, carrying papers. Some were busy building and tinkering with various devices while others were holding vials of raw energy, pouring it into what looked like a mold used to forge weaponry and tools. Pieces of technology so advanced, Azazel would drool upon seeing them, lined the rooms. Large blowtorches melded metals together. Hard light screens in the place of computers, as well as pieces of tech that Issei was unfamiliar, were being used by everyone. What are they doing? Ingveld asked. I've never been in R&D before. Taki glanced over to where she was looking. Magitech requires specialized cores composed of pure magical energy. We collect crystallized magical energy that collects in places around the world and from the air. So are we here to get our own Magitech weapons? Issei asked. No, just here to show you the lab. We'll get you your weapons after you sign up. Taki said. Sign up? Irina tilted her head. Do we have to wait in a queue? No, you're signing up for that worldwide rating game, right? Taki asked, turning to them. Yeah, how'd you? No. Taki pulled out his AS and let it levitate in front of him. The sphere glowed before projecting a monitor-sized screen in front of them. The monitor was littered with notices and news broadcasts from different pantheons on the upcoming Azazel Cup. It's all over the supernatural world. But how'd you know I'd sign up? Issei asked. You're the Red Dragon Emperor. A tournament to test your power. There's a chance I wouldn't pass up and you wouldn't either. Taki said. The old man is right, Issei Drake said. This could be a chance for you to prove your worth in front of the world. And remember, you said you'd participate. Are sign-ups still happening? I know that they started a few weeks back. Issei said. They still are. They end next week. Taki said. Then it's settled. We sign up. Can we get a portal down to Lucifad? Issei asked, pumping his fist in excitement. Hold it. Taki said, freezing Issei in place. The four turned to look at him with bewildered expressions. I can't risk you guys exposing us by using our warp gate to go to the heart of Devil territory. I'll bridge you back to your house and you go from there. Taki said. You'll stay in touch? Issei asked. I will. I'm your chapter head after all. Taki said, placing his hand on Issei's shoulder. We'll be counting on you to take care of us from here on out, old man. Issei said. Welcome to Blacklight, brat. Taki said. Lucifad. 2:40 p.m. Kuroka skipped through the streets with Valley, Arthur, and Biko trailing behind her. Her cat ears twitched in happiness at the thought of seeing Issei during the tournament. Valley had been tight-lipped about his whereabouts, but she would find out sooner or later. For now, all she could do is pester him. Valley, Issei is signing up, right? Kuroka asked, stopping to turn to the Cambion behind her. For the last time, he is. Now let's just go sign ourselves in before we miss the deadline. Valley said. Kuroka narrowed her eyes a little before smiling and walking ahead. Valley pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed in annoyance. Ever since Kuroka got back, it was Issei over and over and over again. It was grating to listen to, and everyone at the Grigori was on the last shred of their nerves. Penemu had dragged Valley by the ear and told him to tell Kuroka where Issei was, or she would, in her words, yeet the cat into the depths of Psalmavet. Valley, we need to find Issei before Azazel decides to smite Kuroka. Biko said. If we're lucky, we'll run into him here, Arthur said as he pushed up his glasses. They arrived at the main building for sign-ups. The doors were wide open. Gods, devils, angels, and other races all walked out, holding a small tablet in their hands as they discussed team placements. Valley blinked when he saw a familiar mop of red hair walking out of the building. RIAS? Valley called. Valley, RIAS said, glancing over at him. Is Issei here? Valley asked, walking over to her. No, he disappeared this morning, RIAS said. I guess he doesn't want to see me or the rest of us. Valley remained silent as he looked at RIAS. His eyes softened in pity. Hayudu isn't one to hold grudges. Trust me, Valley said. You two will be close again. Maybe not in the way you wish, but you will. Thanks, Valley. I have to go now, RIAS said, smiling. She waved before disappearing in a red magic circle. Issei, Irina, and Mitsuki walked down the halls of the building, waiting in line. He expected a lot of people, but this was way too many. Demigods, monsters, yokai, Angels, devils, and some gods were chatting happily in line, forming alliances and betting on who would win. Some were boasting about their power and how they were going to wipe the competition. "This place reeks of testosterone," Mitsuki said. "I'm kind of jealous that Ingveld decided to go back to sleep. This place is annoyingly loud," Issei said. "Next," the secretary said. "Oh right." Issei walked forward to the secretary. "Name," the man said. Issei Hayudu," Issei said. At the mention of his name, the man perked his head up. The entire room went silent as every head turned in his direction. Issei began to sweat as he felt the eyes of every occupant in the room glued onto him. I said my name is Issei Hayudu," Issei said. "All right. I'm so sorry," the woman next to the man said as she reached down and pulled out a small red mahogany box. "We didn't realize you'd be participating as your own team." Yeah," Issei said as he accepted the box. "Here," the man said. "This tablet is used to register your team. You'll also get alert for future matchups and keep track of the leaderboard." Issei accepted the small tablet and turned it on. "Good luck on your match, Oppai Dragon-sama," the woman said. Issei groaned and thanked her before rushing out of the building, followed by Irina and Mitsuki. "My wish will be the end of that nickname," Issei said as he walked out of the building. "It's not that bad, Aniki. At least you get royalties from it," Mitsuki said, consoling her twin. "No amount of royalties is worth this. I'm the Red Dragon Emperor," Issei said. As Issei and Mitsuki argued, Issei felt a chill run down his spine. He glanced ahead of them and saw one of the most beautiful women he had ever seen in his life. She had vibrant, long, and unruly red hair with the bangs framing her face. She had dull blue eyes and wore a black cloak that covered her whole body. Most of her face was concealed by her hood, but Issei was able to see it. He saw the look on her face. The group walked past them, and out of the corner of his eye, Issei saw the woman smile at him. Not the type of smile used when greeting someone, but it was. He didn't have any words to describe it. He snapped out of his trance when he heard his sister calling his name. He turned and saw that they had worried looks on their faces. "Aniki, are you listening?" Mitsuki asked. "Issei-kun, are you okay? You were kind of out of it just now," Irina said. "Huh, did you guys not see her?" Issei said. "See who?" Mitsuki asked. "That woman who just walked by us," Issei said. "What woman?" Irina asked. "That one." The woman was nowhere to be seen, having long since disappeared in the crowd of people that were entering and exiting the building for sign-ups. "I swear she was right there. She looked almost like," Issei said. "Almost like who, Aniki?" Mitsuki asked. "Almost like RIAS," Issei said. Irina and Mitsuki blinked and glanced at each other. Irina turned back to Issei and placed a hand on his shoulder. "It's probably one of her cousins or something," Irina said. "Yeah, maybe," Issei said. "Come on, let's head home so we can discuss who we put on our team," Issei said as they formed a red magic circle. Naima stood at the door, waiting for her companion to arrive. In her hand was a small mahogany box filled with evil pieces. A small smile appeared on her face. Beelzebub may have been insane, but she had to admit, the man had a brilliant mind. "Naima-sama," a voice called out. Naima looked up and saw her companion running towards her. "Apollyon," Naima waved at her. Apollyon bowed respectfully and brushed her red hair out of the way. "I apologize for my tardiness, Naima-sama," Apollyon said. "Nonsense. I'm not Beelzebub, so relax," Naima said. "Where is Lilith-sama? Or Leviathan-sama?" Apollyon asked. "Nae-sama is off with Asta taking care of some business. Leviathan is at the base, as usual, prepping for the next batch," Naima said. "Has Beelzebub-sama informed you of why we are here at Lucifad?" Apollyon asked. "Yes, he has," Naima said. "We're to infiltrate the games and find any of them that have decided to participate. But the only one here is," Apollyon said, "the Red Dragon Emperor." "Yes, I know. Beelzebub requested assistance in capturing a high-priority target. We're here to lessen the chances of failure," Naima said as they walked down the street. "So what now?" Apollyon asked. "Now," Naima said as a sadistic smile graced her beautiful features. "Now we wait." Hayudu Manor, December 2nd, 2019, 11:30 a.m. Current time, 4 minutes and 35 seconds. Issei yawned, leaning back in his chair. It was nice to be back in school where he knew everyone. While it was nice going to Eve, Issei missed the familiarity of Kuo Academy. He looked around and smiled a little. A perverted giggle threatened to escape his mouth as he watched all the girls in the classroom. It's good to be OW. Issei rubbed the top of his head and saw Irina standing behind him, holding a book. An aura of death surrounded her as her dull eyes bore into Issei's. You were thinking lewd thoughts, weren't you? Irina said. No. Issei said. Iraichi, you're better off chopping him on the head more. A voice in front of them said. Irina and Issei turned around and saw Murayama standing in front of them. She reached down and grabbed Issei's cheek. Ow, Moyama, wetwa. Issei complained as she pulled hard on his cheek. Murayama-san, please let Issei go. Irina said. Right, I'll let you deal with him. Murayama said as she walked off, most likely to go talk to Keitase once more. Wanna go for a walk? Issei asked. Irina nodded and the two left the classroom. Walking down the hall, Issei and Irina walked in silence past the crowds of students that were heading down to the cafeteria to get some food before their brief lunch break was over. I was wondering, who should we put in our little squad? Issei asked, glancing at her. You're asking me? Irina replied. Yeah, I already know that Michan is going to be on our team, since she and I are heading down to Agar's territory to ask Sikvera permission to allow Mitsuki on our team. Issei said. Do you want me to come with you? Irina asked as Issei opened the door. The two stepped out into the school roof area and sat down by one of the railings. It was a beautiful day. It wasn't too cold as the sun's rays poured down on the earth, creating a nice warm December day. There were a few clouds in the sky that cast their shadows over the land, but not enough to blot out the sun. A nice cool breeze blew past them, causing the two to shiver. You can if you want, Issei said. Irina smiled and put her head on Issei's shoulder. Hey Issei, what are we? Irina asked. Ever since the two had gotten together in America, Irina had wondered when they would make their relationship official and known to everyone. What are we? I thought it was pretty obvious, Issei said, taking strands of her hair and began playing with it. What was obvious? Irina asked innocently. Issei sighed and gently moved her head from his shoulder. He placed his hand on her shoulder and brought her in close. Issei, what are you? Irina asked as her face turned red. I've been waiting to do this since the day began. No longer than that, Issei said as his face got closer. I'm not ready, Irina thought frantically as Issei got closer and closer to her face. Eventually, she gave in and closed her eyes, puckering her lips for what seemed to be the best kiss she would ever receive in her entire life. Your scrunchie on your right ponytail was messed up and it's been bothering me. Here, let me fix it for you, Issei said as he tugged on her right scrunchie. Irina's eyes opened and she saw Issei fixing her hair. A tick mark appeared on her forehead as she slammed her fist into the bottom of Issei's jaw, sending him flying back. Mao, Issei, you idiot, Irina said. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes as she ran out of the roof. Ow, Issei said, rubbing his cheek. You think I teased her too hard? Issei asked. A bit, Drake said. Yon, honestly, if you like her so much, what's holding you back? A feminine voice said inside his head. What? Did you hear that? Issei asked. Oh right, Tiamat's awake. She woke up last night while you were having your nightmare, Drake said. She did. Hey Tiamat, how's it going? Issei said. Other than being trapped inside a teenage boy with relationship problems, I'm doing great. Drake and I have been, doing some catching up if you get my meaning. Tiamat said. I didn't need that image inside my head, Issei said as he stood. Go after her. Tiamat said. Ha, Issei asked. Go after her. You seem to have been holding back for a while now, and while I don't know the specifics of your relationship with the angel, I do know that you have feelings for her. So go after her. Do that thing you young people do nowadays, Tiamat said. You mean ask her on a date? Issei asked. You've already told her that you love her. What's holding you back from making your relationship public? Drake asked. The girls, Issei said. I mean, you saw how they reacted. Compared to RIAS, they're willing to fight with everything they have just to get back with me, especially Akeno and Koneko. I don't want Irina to be targeted if it ever comes down to that. So what? If these girls are no longer with you, then it should be fine. And besides, the angel has 3 pairs of wings. She can defend herself, not to mention the fact that she has a natural advantage over them. You have nothing to worry about. Do that courtship ritual thing with the angel. Trust me on this. Tiamat said. All right, Issei said. But how should I go about doing this? Irina ran down the stairs, wiping the tears from her face. Stupid Issei. Why did he have to play with her feelings like that? As she ran, She bumped into someone and fell to the floor. Ow, the person across from her said. Irina. Irina looked up and saw Asia sitting across from her. Papers spilled everywhere. Oh my, Asia, I'm so sorry, Irina said. Here, let me help you. Thanks, Asia said as the two began scooping up the papers. So why were you running? Asia asked after a few seconds. Do you think I overreacted? Irina asked. I don't follow, Asia said as she grabbed a couple of sheets of paper. Issei, he told me he loves me back when we were in America and… Her sentence was interrupted when Asia grabbed her shoulder. Wait, Nason said what? Asia asked. He said that he loves me, Irina said. Squee. Oh my god, this is amazing. Wait, so then why are you crying? Asia asked. Issei hasn't made our relationship public yet, Irina said. I'm tired of having to hide our affection for each other. I see, Asia said as she grabbed the last piece. So, did I overreact by running out on him? Am I being too impatient? Irina asked. You have to understand this. While Nasan said that he loves you, you have to remember that he might be reluctant to jump into a fully committed relationship again after what happened. And again, it wasn't their fault. You two might be more than just friends, but lovers is something he might be afraid of for fear that you might be used against him. That or he's afraid of the other girls making you a target. You saw how Koneko and Akeno reacted. While Zenobia and Ravel may have been tamer and RIAS Wanisama seems to have accepted this, we never know what would happen if you two decided to go public. And you still have Roswai Sensei to compete with, Asia said. I see. So I'm laying it on too thick then, Irina asked as they walked down the hall. Not thick per se, but if I were in your shoes, I would wait until he's comfortable again to have a relationship. In the meantime, try to make him yours, Asia said. Ha, thanks, Asia, Irina said. No problem. Now I have a question to ask you, Asia said. Yeah. Irina asked. How do I tell Aaron that I want to take the next step in our relationship? Asia asked. What? Irina said. Ha, I assumed that when you were all with Nasan that you all had sex with him already, Asia said, tilting her head in confusion. I'm a virgin, Irina said. Oh, sorry to ask then, Asia said. Yeah, Irina said. Agar's territory, 4:45 p.m. Issei, Irina, and Zin, who insisted on coming with her master, arrived outside the gates of the Agar's manor. The three marveled at the sight and beauty of the area. Unlike the Gremory Manor, the Agar's manor was much larger in terms of size and area. As the number 2 pillar and holding the title of Archduke, their area was much larger than the other pillars except for the Bale. The Agars held a territory in Gehenna that was the size of the state of Alaska, holding large villages and towns across the entire territory. Unlike the Gremory or the Phoenix, the Agars didn't seem to indulge in having large metropolitan areas in their territory. The simplicity of how everything was laid out brought out the beauty of the natural landscape of Gehenna. The rolling hills were, the violet lakes, and the purple skies were all on display, completely unobstructed by large towers. The Agar's house was also a sight to behold. It was smaller than the other pillar manors, being about the size of Kuo High School, only much taller. The house stood at a height of 7 stories, larger than even the Gremory house. A large wall surrounded the house, standing at 3 stories tall with a large black iron gate at the front. Past the gates, Issei and Irina could see a simple fountain and several bushes with different flower species lining the walkway. Michan told us to wait here, Issei said. Irina remained silent, stealing glances from Issei. So, Issei, about earlier Irina began. However, she was interrupted as the gate began to open. The movement of the iron bars caught their attention as they saw Mitsuki walking out of the gate. You're here, Mitsuki said. And you're not late, hey Zin. Mitsuki walked over to Issei and began scratching Zin underneath her chin. Zin purred and leaned into Mitsuki's touch. So, who's looking after Lily-chan today? Mitsuki asked as she beckoned for them to follow her. Roswai said that she'd do it, Issei said. And how did that go before you guys left? Mitsuki asked. About as well as you would expect. Lily's holed up in her room, Irina said. I guess she's not used to them yet, Mitsuki said. Risa-senpai said that she'd go and help Rosweiss since Lily is more used to her, Irina said. That's good, Mitsuki said. When we get back, we should enroll Lily in Kuo Elementary. It would do her good to spend time with kids her age rather than be stuck at home all day waiting for us. That sounds good. I'll ask Sona to get some papers ready, Issei said. Ah, we're here, Mitsuki said, pushing the doors open. She led them down the hall towards a large room. Inside sat a beautiful young woman about a year older than them, sitting on a throne for all. She had green-tinted blonde hair that reached down to her mid-back and light-tan skin, which gave her a slightly exotic vibe. Her dark pink eyes were sharp and contained an ever-present analytical twinkle. These eyes were complemented by her glasses. For her clothing, she wore an attire befitting that of a woman of her stature. She wore a long-sleeved blouse with a red brooch. The accessories that decorated her clothing made her look flashy and bore the Agar's seal on them. She wore a mini skirt with thigh-high boots. Next to her was a young man with dark hair and light brown skin. He had sharp yellow eyes that had a distinct reptilian feature to them. He wore a black butler's uniform, and unlike the woman sitting in the chair, the young man had an aura of calm and composure that made him seem relaxed. He shot them a small smile before tapping the woman on the shoulder. "Milady Sikvera, our guests have arrived," he said. "Thank you, Olivian," Sikvera said. She gestured to the chair in front of her. Mitsuki walked over and stood next to Sikvera. "Please have a seat, Red Dragon Emperor and companion." "I'm sorry, I don't believe that we have each other's names," Sikvera said, eyeing Irina. "Oh, I'm Irina Shidu. I am Lord Michael's ace and the angel representative in Kuo," Irina said, bowing respectfully before sitting right next to Issei. "Ah, I remember you from the Evil Dragon War. I'm terribly sorry for not recognizing you sooner. I am Sikvera Agars, heiress to the Agars house. It is an honor to meet you," she said. "Please refer to me as Sik." She yelped when Mitsuki brought her hand down on top of her head. "Milady, these are guests. Nicknames are unbecoming of you," Mitsuki said. "Mao Michi, that really hurt," Sikvera said, rubbing the top of her head. Issei and Irina's view of the regal heiress shattered as she pouted to Issei's twin sister. "Ahem." Sikvera coughed into her hand and recomposed herself. "I believe that we should discuss the nature of this meeting. Shouldn't we?" Issei blinked at her sudden tone shift and straightened himself. Zin climbed off Issei's shoulder and bounded over to Mitsuki, who picked her up and cradled her in her arms. "Yes, you know why I'm here. Please allow me to have my twin sister on my team for the Azazel Cup," Issei said. "I see. I was rather skeptical about this being your request at first, but I can see that my skepticism has been laid to rest. Pray tell, why should I allow my most powerful piece to fight for an enemy team?" Sikvera said. "What do you want in return?" Issei asked. "In return," Sikvera replied. "I wasn't aware that we were bartering for your sister." Issei and Irina gulped as Sikvera calmly sipped her tea. "While I do not entertain any notion of actually winning given who our prospective opponents are, I do plan on getting far considering your sister, the wielder of Telos Karma, is on my side. So, since you proposed a trade, find me a piece that could possibly substitute in for your sister and we have a deal," Sikvera said. "A piece that can sub in for Michan," Issei said. "That shouldn't be too hard." "Quite. That is why I'm giving you 2 hours to do so," Sikvera said. 2 hours, Issei said. "You said that this would not be difficult. I believe 2 hours is ample time," Sikvera said. "Shit, guys, any ideas?" Issei asked. "I have an idea," Drake said. "Who?" Issei asked. "Hear us out on this, okay?" Tiamat said. "I'm listening," Issei answered. "Have Zin fight for Sikvera for the time being," Drake said. "Zin. But I was going to summon her to fight in the games," Issei said. "It wouldn't have mattered anyway. She would be placed under heavy restrictions as a dragon with power to rival us Dragon Kings and a candidate to replace Fafnir at the next Festival of Kings. Zin can wipe out the peerage of your average high-class devil, so fighting with you will heavily restrict her ability to fight, but," Tiamat said, "if we allow her to fight on Sikvera's side in place of Mitsuki, she'll be able to let loose and get Sikvera as far as she needs to go. When Sikvera is defeated in the games, you get Zin back," Drake said. Issei grimaced but nodded in agreement. "Ahem," Issei said. "You won't have to look far for a new member for the games." "Oh," Sikvera said, corking an eyebrow in curiosity. "I propose that you allow my familiar, Zin, to fight in Mitsuki's place for the duration of your run in the games," Issei said. "And why should I accept?" Sikvera replied. "Zinogre is an ultimate class dragon with the power to rival the current Dragon Kings and has been seen as a candidate to replace the current Dragon King of the North, the Gigantes dragon Fafnir," Issei said. "So she's that powerful. I guess see for myself." "Olivian, attack her," Sikvera said. "As you wish," Olivian said. Mitsuki sighed and placed Zin down. The reincarnated devil dashed towards the small dragon only to stop when a red light emanated from her. Zin transformed into her human form and slammed her fist into Olivian's face, sending him crashing into the wall. Mitsuki, Sikvera said. No sacred gear. Mitsuki nodded as she formed an energy blade in her hand and appeared above Zin, ready to bring the blade down. Zin's tail moved at lightning speeds, deflecting Mitsuki's energy blade. Mitsuki landed on the ground a few feet away from Zinogre. Enough. Stand down, Sikvera said. I've seen enough. Very well. Does this mean that? Irina asked. Yes, we have a deal. Zinogre Dano, please come here, Sikvera said. Issei nodded to Zin, who sighed and walked over to Sikvera. I'm going to need her to lay down on the floor, Sikvera said. Zin nodded and laid down. Here we go, Sikvera said, pulling out 2 knight pieces. Your twin was worth 2, and from what I'm seeing, Zin might be worth just as much. Sikvera placed the knight pieces over Zin's chest and the pieces sank into her. Will the pieces be removed if she's defeated? Issei asked. From what I heard, if the king is eliminated, the pieces are automatically ejected from the body, Sikvera said as she heard a blip from her scroll. She pulled it out and smiled. Zinogre, the Thunder Wolf Dragon. GPS ranking. EX Ultimate Class Dragon. Sikvera whistled. X rank. You have 1 powerful familiar, Issei Hayudu. So, can Michan participate as a member of my team for the Azazel Cup? Issei asked. Of course, a deal is a deal. Mitsuki, for the time being, you will be on Hayudu-san's team for the Azazel Cup, Sikvera said. As you wish, milady, and thank you for this opportunity, Mitsuki said, bowing. For the last time, call me Sik Michi, Sikvera said. As you command, milady, Mitsuki said, smirking. Oh, and Issei, as she is your familiar, you can summon her to participate in matches. However, should we face off against each other in the games, I trust that she would be willing to fight against you, Sikvera said, accepting a cup from Mitsuki. Zin, Issei said, glancing at her. Zin looked at him with an emotionless gaze, her tail swishing in slight annoyance. She closed her eyes and sighed. Of course, Issei-sama, this will give me a chance to test you myself on how powerful you are, Zin said. Okay, Issei said, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. He turned to Sikvera and bowed in thanks. That'll be all, Sik-sama, Issei said. Mitsuki, you're relieved of your duties for today. Go spend some time with your brother, Sikvera said. I thank you for this time, milady, Mitsuki said. What did I say? Sikvera said. I believe that she should get going, milady, Olivian said. Ugh, fine. Just have fun, okay? Sikvera said. Of course, Sik. What do you take me for? Isn't this why you asked me to join? Mitsuki said, grinning. I asked you to join because we both met at a Gundam convention in Tokyo, Sikvera said. You're mean, Mitsuki said. You love me and you know it, Sikvera said. Now go. I'll see you at the games. Issei, Irina, and Mitsuki walked out of Agar's manor, their heads held high. This was most likely their toughest obstacle yet in getting members for their team in the Azazel Cup. Zin made herself comfortable on Issei's shoulder, nuzzling up to his cheek as she sat down. So what now? Mitsuki said. Now, we go home and see who else wants to join, Issei said. What about Ingveld? Irina asked as they formed a magic circle. Yeah, we could make her a bishop. Let's ask her when we get back, Issei said as they disappeared in a flash of red light. Ingveld Leviathan was many things. She loved the color purple. She was a singer and artist. She loved the sea and all its creatures. She was an avid amateur herpetologist who, on more than a few occasions, went herping with Toka and Micah back in America. But bored, Ingveld was not bored. She disliked being bored. The very word itself grates at her nerves and annoys her to no end. Thus, watching RIAS train the 4 boys for the Azazel Cup was her way of coping with her boredom. I don't know why you bother with continuing to train them, Ingveld muttered. Because I need them, RIAS said, walking over to her. The older girl sat down next to Ingveld and leaned against the wall. Oh, you heard that, Ingveld replied. I did, mostly by chance. How are you fitting in? I know that you're being enrolled in the school soon, RIAS said. It's fine. Japan's a nice place to live in. I can see why you moved here, Ingveld replied in perfect Japanese. I'm sensing a but here, RIAS said. But, I'm a Midwestern girl and my heart will always belong there, Ingveld said. So one day, I plan to go back and live there, RIAS said. So why do you keep them? Plant boy over there seems to be the strongest of the 4. Why not just turn him and be done with it? Ingveld asked. I wish I could, but I would need to ask permission from his sister, the current clan head of House Neema, RIAS said. He's the heir of the household, so turning him would be detrimental to my family's reputation, especially since they're an endangered family. Endangered? More like nearly extinct, Ingveld said. So who among the remaining three are you planning to turn? The ice user, the fire user, or the demigod? Demigod? RIAS asked. Old gray eyes over there, Ingveld said. You mean Hiriko? RIAS asked. Huh, I didn't know that. Telltale signs. Blonde hair and gray eyes that look like a storm's brewing inside them. If I were a betting girl, I'd say he's one of Athena's, Ingveld said. A demigod son of Athena here in Japan, RIAS said, her gaze lingering on Hiriko. Anyway, I'll let you deliberate, Ingveld said as she got up. She stretched, getting the kinks out of her back, and let out a satisfied sigh. RIAS nodded and continued watching her peerage train as Ingveld entered the elevator and went back to the ground floor. Upon exiting, she walked into the family living room and saw Risa sitting on the couch in a white tank top and gray track pants. Ingveld learned to deal with the fact that one of heaven's most formidable angels was sitting here being a lazy raccoon. You're finally done watching them? Risa asked as she drank from her beer can. Won't you get drunk? Ingveld asked. Nah, this cheap human stuff won't get me drunk, Risa said. Besides, it's nice to relax and not have to deal with my Raphael-sama and Gabriel-sama's arguments all the time. We're back. The two turned to see Issei, Irina, and Mitsuki entering the house. Welcome back, Ingveld said as they sat down on the couch. So how'd it go? Risa asked. Not too bad. All it took was getting Zin to agree to participate as one of Sikvera's teammates for the duration of the games, and we got Mitsuki in return, Issei said. I see, Ingveld said. Hey Ingveld, Irina said. We were wondering, would you like to participate as one of our team members? Issei said, appearing in front of her. Ingveld sank into the zone for all at Issei's sudden appearance. She got a good look at his face, and she had to say that Issei was rather easy on the eyes. Her cheeks slowly turned red as her breath hitched. Well, Issei said. You, sure? Ingveld said. Great, Issei said. Aniki, give her some space, Mitsuki said. Right? Issei backed off and sat back down next to Irina. Okay, that's 4 people in our peerage now, Ingveld said. Who's next? We don't know, Irina said. We never thought of who would be on our team. Yeah, Issei said. How about this? Mitsuki said. Since you two have been racking your brains over who's going to be on our team for the games, why don't you take a break and let me and Ingveld take over? Ha! Issei and Irina looked at her oddly. Asia told me of what happened at the school and what you told her, Irina. You two need some time to yourselves, Mitsuki said. Wait, what? Ingveld said. Mitsuki pinched Ingveld's leg, causing the girl's mouth to slam shut and silencing any protest that she had. Now go. Have fun, Mitsuki said. All right, Issei said. Okay, Irina said. The two got up and walked out of the living room. Oh, and take Lily with you. She needs to get out of the house, Mitsuki said. Okay, Issei called back. Now, who should we pick? Mitsuki asked Ingveld. How should I know? She answered. That's why we're brainstorming, Mitsuki said. Issei and Irina walked together down the streets of Kuo with Lily piggybacking on Issei. Her blue eyes darted quickly from each person that passed by them. Irina smiled at her and ruffled the girl's hair, causing her to shake her head and pout at Irina. Irina giggled at the sight. Ah, isn't that cute? Isn't that the Hayudu boy? Is that girl theirs? Issei and Irina groaned in annoyance, though Irina's face was slowly turning red. People think Lily's my daughter, Irina thought. After a few more seconds of whispers and agonizing torture for Irina, the two arrived at the public park where Issei took Lily off his back. He knelt in front of her and placed a hand on her shoulder. Go have fun, Lily, Issei said. We'll be right here. No, Lily said, shaking her head. Come on, Lils, Irina said. There are lots of kids out here that want to play with you. No, I want to go home. This place is scary, Lily said. Tell you what, Issei said. I'll push you on the swing, and if you don't like it, we'll go somewhere else. Lily looked at him and nodded reluctantly. Irina grabbed her hand and the two led her over to the swing set where Irina gently placed Lily on the swing. Ready, Issei said. Lily nodded and Issei gently pushed her, sending the girl up. Hey, Issei, Irina said as Issei pushed Lily once more, a small smile appearing on the girl's face. Yeah, Issei said. I want to talk about what happened at the school earlier, Irina said. Oh, that's no problem, Irina, Issei said. No, I want to talk about it. This is a problem, Issei. I hit you for God's sake, Irina said. And I'm being inconsiderate of how you feel about all this. No, Issei said. No. Irina looked at him with slight annoyance. Why was he being so dismissive of her? It's not you who's being inconsiderate, Issei said. Her gaze shifted from annoyance to one of curiosity. What do you mean? Irina said as Issei pushed Lily again, higher this time as the girl laughed in happiness, completely oblivious to the romantic tension happening just behind her. I'm the one who's being inconsiderate. Irina, you've been there for me ever since we reunited with each other, Issei said. Back when we were kids and I thought you were. You thought I was a guy. I remember that, Irina said. Yeah, I thought we'd end up in a situation where we would be in a relationship with each other. To me, you were always my best friend, so when you came back and later confessed, I wanted to go back in time and scream at myself, Issei said. Irina smiled a little. Where are you going with this? She asked. I told you before that when I was with RIAS and the other girls and this whole thing with Yatagami-sensei and whoever forced her happened and our relationship got put on hold that I was trying to put it all behind me and told you I was ready to be with you, Issei said. But after seeing how the girls reacted, I hid our new relationship because of them and some people helped me realize that. I'm still being chained down by them despite us not being in a relationship anymore, but no more. Issei looked at Irina with a fire blazing in his eyes. Irina, I want to make this official in front of everyone. Will you be my girlfriend? I know I already asked you this back in America, but this time we won't hide it, Issei said. Issei, Irina said. She smiled a watery smile as a few tears gathered at the corner of her eyes. You know my answer. Yes, it'll always be yes. Issei laughed a little and gave her a grin. I should have known that it would be, Issei said. Issei leaned over and kissed her softly. Irina's eyes were as wide as saucers when Issei pulled away. Eh? Irina touched her lips, her cheeks turning a deep red. Sorry for taking so long to do that again, Issei said. It's all right. I was being a bit impatient anyway, even though I said that I would wait for you no matter how long it took, Irina said. Well, you won't have to wait any longer, Issei said. Nay. The two turned and saw Lily coming back down. The girl dug her heels into the bark and stopped herself. She turned to Issei and Irina with her big green eyes. I'm hungry, Lily said. Well, Lil, I know an ice cream place that me and Issei used to go to when we were little. Do you want to go? Irina asked. Yeah, Lily said, beaming at her. You got her to smile, Issei said. Well, children can be baited with sweets, Irina said as Lily hopped off the swing. Hey, wait. Irina sped walked after Lily with Issei right on their heels. Come on guys, slow down, Issei said as he began to jog after them. As he did, he spotted a familiar mop of white hair in the distance. His eyes widened as he slowed down to a stop. He blinked and the white-haired figure was no longer there. He rubbed his eyes. Was that Issei? He looked up at Irina, who had caught up to Lily. She was several feet ahead of them, looking at him with a confused expression. Are we heading to Hatch Potch or what? Irina called. Oh, yeah, Issei said, jogging over to them. Irina noticed his distressed face when he got closer. Are you all right? Irina asked. Lily looked at Issei and tilted her head in confusion. Ha, yeah, I thought I saw someone I knew, Issei said. Irina raised an eyebrow before looking down at Lily, who was becoming more and more impatient. Come on, let's go get Lily some ice cream and head home. Hopefully, Mitsuki and Ingveld will have figured a couple of prospects for our team, Irina said. Yeah, you know, I could go for some mint chip, Issei said as he grasped her hand. Irina smiled at the contact before smirking at Issei. You still love that disgusting flavor I see, Irina said. You take that back, Issei said, glaring at her playfully. Mint chip is the ice cream of the gods. In your dreams, Dragon Boy, it's Neapolitan, Irina said. Neapolitan? Yeah, Neapolitan. As the two argued about their favorite ice cream flavor, a pair of golden eyes watched them from afar. She smiled as she saw Issei's joyous expression and her gaze trailed over to Irina. Her feelings for the girl were conflicted. For one, she wanted to see if the girl was worthy of Issei, but on the other, she was happy that Issei found someone for him. She decided to just let him be and disappeared in a funnel of black smoke. Huh, this is harder than we thought it'd be, Mitsuki said, scratching her head. In front of her were the pictures of several people that she had proposed to be prospects. Of course, Ingveld didn't know these people. She had never met them before in her entire life, so Mitsuki was left with the task of explaining who they were and why she chose them. Through each explanation, Ingveld simply nodded and offered her input such as now. So, why my cousin? Ingveld said as she held up a picture of Valley Lucifer. Mitsuki tried to find words to justify her choice when Ingveld blew her completely out of the water. From what I know of him, he's most likely forming his own team, so having him on our side is a moot point. Ingveld said, this is going into the no pile. Mitsuki nodded, feeling a bit disappointed at not having Valley on their team, and moved on to the next picture. Okay, I know who that one is, Ingveld said, snapping her out of her fantasy. That's Kunu, the princess of Kyoto. Yes, now, since she's a QB, she could be a very powerful ally to us, and given the right training, we can get her up to par by the date of the games. Of course, that means we'll just have to put a bit more time into her since she's behind all the other prospects that I showed you. Mitsuki said. Like Valley Lucifer or Valerie Teeps. Ingveld said. Exactly, Mitsuki said. I can see the merit of having a QB on our team, but the time we'll put into making her as powerful as everyone else will be time lost on making ourselves stronger for the games. Let's put her in the maybe pile. Ingveld said. Tough. You have high standards. Mitsuki said. Well, we kind of have to if we plan on winning. Ingveld said. What about you? Do you have any prospects? Mitsuki asked. I do, as a matter of fact. Ingveld said. Who? Why don't we ask Toka and Micah? Ingveld said. That's a great idea. Micah is a god who's slated to replace the trickster god Micah in the Native American pantheon's Lakota group, and Toka is the daughter of two elder gods. Mitsuki said. But, will they even accept? We won't know if we don't ask. And besides, they will. The two have been looking for something exciting to do. Ingveld said. You know, I've always wondered, how did you get mixed into an organization like Blacklight anyway? Mitsuki asked. Well, you know how I said I was born into it? I was more or less. My parents were members of the organization. Ingveld said. I thought you were raised by your aunt. Mitsuki said. I was. I should tell you that. I've been in a coma for the past 100 years. Ingveld said. Oh, why? I got sick with a disease that forced me into one. My parents tried to cure me, but there wasn't one yet, so they froze my body and sent me to the American chapter. I was 12 when I got trapped and woke up 4 years ago. I spent a bit of time in rehab and tried to find them, but Auntie Dana said that they died during World War II. Not by the war, but by someone else. Ingveld said, clenching her fists. I joined Blacklight to not only protect others, but to find out who killed my parents. Oh, Mitsuki said. A tense silence blanketed the room. After a few minutes, Mitsuki decided to break the silence and try to get them back onto their task. So, Mitsuki said, grabbing a pen and a notepad. That's you, me, Aniki, Irina, Toka, and Micah. Any other suggestions? What about Risa? Ingveld asked. I'm 100% sure she's fighting on Heaven's side for the games. Mitsuki said. Isn't she Issei's sworn guardian angel? Ingveld asked. I mean, we could ask her, but one of us will have to wake her up. Mitsuki said. The two turned and glanced at the Tanuki angel, who had passed out on the couch watching sci-fi movies in her lazy clothes. Risa-san, Mitsuki said. No response. Risa, Mitsuki said, much louder this time. Ha, what? Risa jumped to her feet, a katana in hand. Her gaze traveled to Mitsuki and Ingveld, both of who were looking at her with amused faces. Risa sighed. What? She asked, dispelling her katana. Want to be on our team for the Azazel Cup? Mitsuki asked. Sure, Risa said, shrugging. Wait, I thought you would be participating on Heaven's side. Ingveld asked. No, I wasn't going to join Dulio's team. Not like the half-pint can make me join anyway, Risa said. Plus, what kind of guardian angel would I be if I didn't join? Sign me up and let me sleep. The two nodded and watched with deadpan gazes as Risa laid back down on the couch and quickly fell asleep. So, we don't have to worry about her, I guess, Mitsuki said, writing Risa's name down on her notepad. Who else? Ingveld said. I guess that's it for now. We'll get more as we go along, Mitsuki said. I never thought it'd be this hard to find team members for the team, Ingveld said. You said it. I need something to eat, Mitsuki said. Woo! The two turned to see RIAS and her peerage walking out of the elevator. Tatsuya, Yu, and Hiriko were cheering as they fiddled with their new wings. Mitsuki scowled a little before her gaze darted to RIAS. So, Mitsuki said. Yeah, they all cost the perfect amount of pawn pieces, RIAS said. What about for the games? Ingveld asked. Well, telling you all would be revealing my team's composition, and that can be used against me. Now, we're gonna head out and celebrate our new pawns, RIAS said. Yeah, have fun, Mitsuki said as they walked out the door. Hey, I don't know much about this whole situation, but are they dating them? Ingveld asked. No, it doesn't seem to be. At least not anymore. I think she just feels responsible for dragging them into this situation, so she's turning them to protect them, Mitsuki said. Ha! Ingveld looked down at the remaining photos. The door opened again, catching both of their attention. Issei, Irina, and Lily walked inside, all holding ice cream in their hands. Oh, you're back, Mitsuki said. Yeah, so I saw that RIAS turned them, but never mind that, Issei said as he sat down on the couch, licking his mint chip. Did you two come up with any prospects for us? Yeah, Ingveld said. She snatched the notepad from Mitsuki and began to read from it. So, in our maybes, we have Kunu, Vascostrata, and someone named Bova Tannen. Mitsuki apparently knows who he is, and he's Tannen's third son or something. Kunu is in the maybe pile due to the amount of time it'll take to train her to get up to par with everyone else in Vascostrata, because we don't know if he'll accept our offer. Same with Bova Tannen. Old man Tannen has kids. Didn't know that, Issei said. How about the people you approved of? Irina asked as she wiped some ice cream off Lily's face. Oh, for that, we have Toka, Micah, and Risa so far, but no one else, Mitsuki said. Toka and Micah, huh? Issei said. I can see Toka being a rook or a bishop and Micah being a bishop or a knight. Do you want me to call them? No, leave that to me, Ingveld said. Risa-senpai is joining us too, Irina asked. Yup, Mitsuki said, glancing at the sleeping angel. Okay, so we have you, me, Mitsuki, Ingveld, Toka, Micah, and Risa-senpai. Anyone else? Irina asked. What about Yatagami-sensei? Issei asked. The room went silent at his suggestion. What? I mean, you guys saw how strong she is. And with that transformation of hers, we'll have a Satan-class devil on our team and heaven's greatest assassin, Issei said. It's not that we don't want her. It's that Naomi-sama is a house head. I don't think she has the time to be participating in the games, Mitsuki said. Issei looked down. Can we at least put her down in maybe? Sure, but we'll have to ask her to see if we can put her in yes or no. Irina said. Maybe we can ask old man Taki if he knows anyone who can participate on our team, Issei said. The old Japanese head, Mitsuki asked. That sounds like a great idea. I'm sure he knows a lot of people, Ingveld said. Then it's settled. Tomorrow, I'll ask for a bridge to the Blacklight base and ask him if he knows anyone that we can ask to join our little band of misfits, Issei said. They all nodded and continued to discuss team placements and prospects long into the night. It was another one of those nights that Issei found himself in this situation again. He would have thought that the removal of his pieces would have ended the dreams, but no. The dreams merely changed. The dragon was gone, but in its place was a burning world. The sky was covered in dark clouds that crackled with red lightning. Issei walked cautiously, reminding himself that in these dreams, he was powerless to do anything. No one was here to help him. Irina, Drake, Tiamat, none of them were here. He frowned as he walked past it. A corpse belonging to Rosweiss. Her beautiful face had its left half incinerated. Her stomach was ripped open, her intestines spilling out into the street. Her left leg was torn off, presumably by the dragon in Issei's dream. He ignored it. He had learned to ignore them, reminding himself that these were just dreams. He walked for a few more minutes until he arrived at his destination, where his dreams always ended, Hayudu Manor, or what was left of it. He looked at a mountain of corpses that piled up. He identified several beings in them. Surzex, Ajuka, Indra, Odin, Sun Wukong, Shiva, Hades. Let's get this over with, Issei said as he looked up, waiting for the dragon to descend from the clouds to destroy him so he could wake up. He saw the clouds part and he closed his eyes only to feel nothing. Issei slowly opened them and saw that he was somewhere else. A different place. A place he wasn't familiar with. Black metal bars surrounded him as an endless black void stretched off into infinity. Red lightning crackled around him through the bars and he saw chains stretching out into the blackness of the nothingness that surrounded where he was. It hit him. He was in a cage. I've been waiting for you, a voice said. You've been taking your sweet time getting down here. Issei turned and his breath was caught in his throat. In front of him was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his entire life. No words could describe how perfect she looked. She had creamy pale skin which was matched by her alabaster white hair. Her eyes were exotic, with her right eye being as blue as the sky and her left eye was as red as a ruby. She wore a dark blue jacket with a white button-up shirt and a long blue skirt. She smiled at him warmly. Who are you? Issei asked. How rude. I thought that you would introduce yourself to me first, she said, chastising him like a mother would her child. Okay. I'm Issei Hayudu. Now, who are you? Issei asked. Me. Well, I'm the energy that runs inside you, I suppose, she said, making air quotes when she said the word energy. Energy? Issei asked. You know, that new power source you have inside your body currently rewriting and hybridizing your draconic biology with. Well, that'll be a surprise, she said. As for a name, Issei's eyes widened when several pairs of black feathered wings erupted from her back. These wings, they were as black as the void that surrounded the cage, blacker than even Azazel's. You may call me Mastima, she said, grinning ear to ear. Evacuate. Evacu ARGHK. Everyone stopped to look behind them. The devil that called out to them fell to his knees, gurgling. His throat had been slashed open and his veins were bulging. Blood began to pour from his eyes and mouth as he fell down twitching. Everyone took a step back as a lone shadow appeared in front of them. The glow of the moon cast an ethereal light on her as she sheathed her sword. Her hair was as black and lustrous as obsidian itself. Her crimson eyes glowed eerily in the moonlight. She wore a black sleeveless tank top with a white collar, a pleated red skirt, and dark socks reaching up to her mid-thigh and black boots. On her arms were red gauntlets and black gloves. She looked at the group without a trace of remorse in her eyes as she took a step towards them. They all gulped and dropped into fighting stances. Why, you won't be able to take on all of us, a wolf Yukai said as she shakily held her weapon in front of her. Really? Then why are you shaking like a leaf? The woman asked as she placed her hand on the hilt of her sword. Do you know who we are? We are part of the Cows Brigade, a fallen angel said as he formed several light spears. Cows Brigade. That organization's been long since gone. Killed off after Rezavim was slaughtered like a dog by his grandson, the woman said as she drew her sword. In a flash, she sheathed it and sighed. The group in front of her exploded in a shower of blood and gore as body parts flew everywhere. The woman looked down at the butchered pile of corpses in front of her before turning around and walked away. She wiped some blood off her cheek as she walked. She narrowed her eyes when a wind swept over her. The woman turned around and saw a massive red and black dragon with violet eyes hovering over her. It roared fiercely before unleashing a torrent of fire upon her. The entire area was bathed in red light as the dragon continued its deluge of scarlet flames on the woman. After a few seconds, the flames died, revealing a charred landscape and burned foliage. The dragon huffed before feeling a deep pain in the back of its neck. It turned and saw the woman above him. She swung her sword with speeds that were too fast for the dragon to see. The woman landed on the charred ground below the dragon. She sheathed her sword and whispered two words. Prey slaughtered. The dragon landed on the ground behind her, missing its head. It walked around for a few seconds before falling to the ground. Dead. She walked over to the dragon and hopped up on its corpse and sat down. She pulled out a small sphere from her pocket and channeled her power into it. The sphere whirred before expanding into a baseball-sized set of concentric rings. A small light glowed in the middle before projecting a screen before her. She tapped on the screen for a few seconds and a voice came from it. This is Black Snow calling for a gate at these coordinates. I have eliminated the last of the Cows Brigade cells in Japan, she said. Copy Operative Black Snow. Please stand by for the gate, the operator said. Black Snow glanced over to her right as a flash of green light appeared, creating a vortex. She hopped off the dragon's corpse and walked into the portal as it closed behind her, leaving nothing but a pile of overcooked corpses and the body of a dead dragon. Hayudu Manor, December 7th, 2019, 8:45 a.m., current time, 4 minutes and 32 seconds till midnight. Issei groaned as a loud gonging noise reverberated throughout his entire room. He blearily opened his eyes and turned to the source of the noise. Mastima was grinning at him as she slammed mallet into the gong. Good morning, Issei-chan, Mastima said, floating over to him. Mastima, Issei said, why the hell are you ringing a gong? Where the hell did you get a gong? I made it, of course. See, Mastima said as she waved her hand. The gong vanished from his room. Now, get up. It's morning. You're not my mom, Issei said, turning around and going back to sleep. Boy, I have watched you since you were a baby. Remember who drove away all your nightmares as a kid? Mastima said. My parents, Issei answered. No, me. I'm the reason you never had nightmares in the first place, so it's safe to say that you're as much my child as you are your parents. Mastima said. Yeah, sure, whatever helps you sleep at night, Issei said. Issei, who are you talking to? Tiamat asked from inside the gear. Issei blinked. Over the course of the week since he had met Mestima, she insisted that she's been here the whole time. Issei discovered that neither Drake nor Tiamat could sense her, much less hear or see her. The woman in front of him as capable of projecting her image out into the physical world from his soul. He guessed it was his soul. No one, just shaking off my sleep, Issei said. Tiamat said nothing as Issei walked out of his room. Mestima smiled and followed after him. So what about your promise to little old Rosweiss? Mestima said, laying back as she followed Issei. Issei did her best to ignore her as he poured himself some cereal. You know it's rude to ignore someone when they're talking to you? Mestima said as she conjured a cookie and began to eat it. No one can hear you or see you except for me. If I respond, people will think I'm crazy. Issei hissed. Then just convey your thoughts to me like you do Welsh boy and salt girl, Mestima said, yawning. Fine. Is this good? Issei said as he ate his cereal. Better. They can't hear any thoughts you send to me, Mestima said. So, how are you going to deal with drunk Valkyrie? First off, she's not drunk. Second, I don't know. I'd have to ask Irina if I can start a harem, and I don't know if she'll accept. I know what I promised Rosweiss, but Issei said. But Mestima pressed. Can we talk about this later? Issei asked. Sure. After all, she's coming down right now, Mestima said. Issei whirled around and saw Rosweiss heading down the stairs in her sleepwear, which consisted of a semi-transparent nightie. Issei nearly choked on his cereal when he saw her. He turned around to hide his nose as he tried to force the blood back down. Hugh Rosweiss is a bit daring, isn't she? Mestima said. Shut up, Issei said. Good morning, Issei. I thought you'd still be asleep since it's the weekend, Rosweiss said as she grabbed a cup from the cupboard. She walked over to the coffee maker and began to pour herself some coffee. Issei looked at her with a slightly red face. Yeah. I decided to wake up early since I have somewhere to go this afternoon, Issei said. Oh, where? Rosweiss said, leaning on the counter. I'm meeting with someone. I can't tell where though since it's Azazel Cup stuff, Issei said dismissively. So, you don't trust me to keep a secret around RIAS? Rosweiss asked, slightly hurt that Issei would keep something from her because of competition. Mestima face-bombed. This is worse than, oh dear, he's like me when I tried flirting with Rod. Mestima thought as memories of her times in the past flew to the forefront of her mind. And no, it's not that it's, well, I really wish I could tell you, but, Issei said. No, I get it, Rosweiss said as she placed her coffee mug down and stormed out of the kitchen. Damn it, Rosweiss, wait, Issei said as he ran after her. He managed to catch up to her and grab a hold of her hand. What? Rosweiss said, not even bothering to look at him. Rosweiss, I'm sorry, but the truth is, if I tell you, there might be some consequences that might put you in danger, Issei said, wondering what Blacklight might do if he revealed the existence of the organization to someone else. Rosweiss remained silent and saw the serious look on Issei's face. She sighed and calmed herself down. But, Issei continued. Rosweiss quirked an eyebrow at this. When I get back, I can ask Irina if I can take you on a date somewhere, Issei said. Rosweiss gently removed Issei's hand from her arm and sent him a small smile. I'll be waiting for that, Rosweiss said. She leaned in and planted a kiss on Issei's cheek before turning to head up the stairs. She froze when she saw the emotionless eyes of Irina Shidu looking down at them. Irina-san, Rosweiss said as she felt an oppressive aura slam down on her. Mestima looked on with amusement. She created a bucket of popcorn out of nothing and began to eat, watching in anticipation. Issei glanced at her discreetly in annoyance before walking over to Irina. Rin, are you all right? Issei asked. Even when you have me, Irina whispered. Issei went pale when her aura grew more intense. Irina, Issei said. Irina's eyes brightened and her aura disappeared. She sighed and placed her hands on her hips. I guess, I can't take the harem king out of you no matter how hard I try. And besides, I don't think I'll be able to handle Issei's libido by myself, Irina said. She looked to Rosweiss and smiled. You can go with Issei on a date. After he gets back from recruiting a member. Issei, Risa-senpai and I are heading to the Vatican to see if Stratasama will accept our offer. Michan is heading down to Kuo Underground to see if she can recruit Bovatanen, and you and Ingveld are well. You know where you're heading, Irina said. I know, Issei said. Just making sure, Irina said, smiling. She's right. You do have a record of forgetting, Mestima said, eating the last of her popcorn. You're still here, Don't you have some hybridization stuff to deal with? Issei asked. Nope, you're almost done. Just a few more days and you'll be able to use your new power to the fullest extent. Mestima said. Do the others like Lily have an annoying voice like I do? Issei asked. I wouldn't know, Mestima said. So, Issei, are you ready to go? Ingveld asked. She was wearing a violet jacket and a white skirt with lavender vans. Yeah, let me contact the base, Issei said as he activated his AS. Yes, this is Blacklight Japan main headquarters. Who is this? The operator said. This is... Issei began. Ingveld took the sphere from him. Hello. This is transferee operative Lavender Serpent requesting a gate to HQ over. Ingveld said. Wow, wait, we get code names. Issei said. Yeah, Ingveld said. Usually they're assigned after you graduate from an affiliate academy, but since you were referred by a member of the Divine Ten, I'm afraid you'll have to wait. Sucks, Issei said. Ingveld giggled at his childishness as a portal opened behind them. After you, milady, Issei said. My, what a gentleman, Ingveld said as she walked into the portal. The two walked out into the hangar bay where they made their way into the main base. Issei pressed a button and a few minutes later, a driver in a cart arrived and the two got on. Where to? The driver asked. We'd like to see Adashino-sama if you would, Issei said. Adashino-sama? The driver asked. Yeah, we have a meeting with him, Issei said. Well, alright kid, but don't call for my cart again after he turns you away. The driver said. Yeah, Issei said as the cart began to move. So, I was thinking, Ingveld said. You don't know much about what I can bring to the table, right? Yeah, I only caught a small bit when we went hunting for Wendigos, Issei said, remembering how Ingveld's eyes changed color. You can use water magic, right? Among other things, as a descendant of the original demon Leviathan, I have access to my family's unique ability called Sea Serpent Dragon of the End, which allows me to control and manipulate water, as well as turn into a massive sea serpent if need be, Ingveld said. Oh, how interesting. Still not as good as yours, Mestima said. Her ability seems rather powerful, Issei. She'll make a good ally, Drake said. Perhaps even a mate. But you already have those two, so what's one more? Tiamat added. See, Drake and Tiamat agree with me, Mestima said. They can't hear you or see you, Issei responded. I also have a sacred gear, Ingveld said. Was it implanted? Issei asked. No, as you know, I'm a Cambion or a half-devil, Ingveld said. Due to my human blood, I can inherit sacred gears naturally rather than artificially. My sacred gear is known as Nereid Kairi. It allows me to control dragons. Drake and Tiamat's eyes went wide upon hearing this. The god of the Bible had a weapon as powerful as this hidden away in his arsenal. This girl had the potential to become extremely powerful one day. Issei, this girl, Drake said. Yeah, Issei said. What else can Nereid Kairi do? Issei asked. Well, it boosts my ability to control water. Well, to be more specific, the sea, Ingveld said. I'm glad you decided to be on our team. With your power, you might be able to defeat a team with dragons, Issei said. Really? I guess the only drawback to my sacred gear is that it depends on how strong I am. I can't really control dragons that are stronger than I am, Ingveld said. We're here, the driver said. Thanks, Issei said. No problem. Stay vigilant, kid. We got word that Black Snow-sama is here today with Adashino-sama. The driver said. Black Snow. Sorry, I'm new here, Issei said. A new recruit, huh? Well, Black Snow is one of the top operatives here. Rumor has it that she's Adashino-sama's granddaughter and apprentice. She's supposed to inherit his position among the Divine Ten when he retires. The driver said. Really? Ingveld asked. I've only met one other candidate for Divine Ten in my time here. Yeah, well, Black Snow-sama is that strong if Adashino-sama chose her, he said. Well, anyway, good luck. He waved them goodbye once more before driving off. Issei and Ingveld looked at each other before Issei took out his AS and pressed it against the scanner. Please state your business. The robotic voice was interrupted when the door opened to reveal Taki, who had a confused look on his face. Oh, hey Securite, come in, Taki said as he stepped aside. Issei and Ingveld stepped into Taki's office. Taki's office was similar to Cornelius's back in America. The office was large, about the size of the dining room in the Gremory mansion. A large table with 10 chairs surrounding it sat at the center of the room. Behind the table was an old Japanese painting of a man that was clearly of European descent. The man was dressed in a white kimono with 2 swords strapped to his side. The types of swords they were unidentifiable due to the age of the painting, but Issei could make out some of the designs of the blades. The painting hung in between two Japanese flags. Almost immediately, Issei noticed the other person in the room. Their eyes met and Issei felt a chill running down his spine. The girl in front of him was nothing short of mesmerizing, if not intimidating at the same time. Her crimson eyes made Issei feel naked, as if she was reading his very soul. She possessed slight traces of divine energy inside her body that felt familiar to Issei but couldn't place his finger on where or who he felt it from. "Aji-sama," the girl said in a near monotone voice. "Ah, Rika-chan," Taki said. "These two are the new recruits. One of them transferred here from the American chapter while the other one is new. Picked him right off the streets." "Oi, you make me sound like I was begging," Issei said. Rika said as she walked forward. "Issei-kun, Ingveld-kun, this is my apprentice, Rika Kuroyuki," Taki said. "Apprentice?" Issei asked. "You're Black Snow," Ingveld asked. "Ugh, what story about me did you hear this time?" Rika asked in an exasperated manner. Her eyes were twitching in annoyance. "Just that you were supposed to succeed Adashino-sama when he retires," Ingveld said. "That one? Oh good, I thought it was the other one." Rika trailed off. "Actually," Taki said, "this is perfect timing." He turned to Issei and Ingveld and grinned. "I know that you two and your friends are new and you haven't been assigned to a team or squad. Rika here doesn't have a team either." "Aji-san, I don't need the greenhorns to know that," Rika said. "But Rika-chan, you'll never make any friends if you keep talking like that," Taki said. Rika huffed and looked away with an uncharacteristic pout on her face. "It's not my fault people don't want to hang out with me," she said quietly. Rika-san, Taki-san," Issei said. The two remembered that they had guests in the room and turned around to see Issei and Ingveld looking at them intently. "Yes, Issei-kun," Taki asked. So you know how I'm participating in the Azazel Cup, right?" Issei said. Taki nodded. "I was wondering if you knew anyone that I could ask to be on my team. I already have Ingveld, my sister, and my girlfriend on the team, but we're not going to make it with just the four of us, so got anyone willing to fight against gods?" Issei asked. Taki looked at Issei, his mind deep in thought. His eyebrows furrowed as he began to run through a list of people that he could recommend to Issei when his gaze drifted down to his adoptive granddaughter. She caught his gaze and her eyes widened. "How about Rika?" Taki offered. Wait just a minute," Rika protested. "Rika-san," Issei said. "I don't mean to offend her or her skill or anything, but I don't know what she's like in combat." Rika shot Issei a look that caused him to shut his mouth. "It's fine. I understand, but I don't want to participate on a team if I don't know if my teammates can keep up with me or not." "That's understandable," Ingveld said. "We don't know your abilities, we don't know yours. It's perfectly normal for both sides to have some doubts about this entire thing. Thank you for understanding that I can't join a team of people whose skills I don't know," Rika said. Issei visibly deflated at the notion of being rejected. "Wait," Taki said, seeing Issei's depressed mood. "How about you find out for yourselves?" "Huh." The three of them turned to Taki in confusion. "A spar between you and Issei, Rika-chan," Taki proposed. "A spar? Are you out of your mind? This greenhorn's going to get the floor wiped with his face," Rika said. "I wouldn't estimate him if I were you, Rika-chan, but let's go see, shall we?" "Follow me," Taki said. The three looked at each other before shrugging and following after the old man. Vatican City, 11:55 a.m. Irina walked down the streets, wearing her exorcist uniform and cloak. She glanced at the tourists that passed by them. Irina's eye twitched at the whispers she heard from some of them. "What are they wearing in this heat?" a tourist whispered. "That one without the cloak. She's kinda hot," the other one whispered. "Risa-senpai, why does Stratasama want to meet us out in the open?" Irina asked. "He said he's on break, so he told us to meet up at the Starbucks outside of Vatican City," Risa said. "Why there of all places? Why not inside St. Peter's Basilica? Or even in the Apostolic Library?" Irina asked. "Stratasan outside of his job has many quirks that you wish you never knew he had," Risa said. "I'm not a Christian, and you know that since I'm a Tanuki Yukai, but the man is, well, he's obsessed with coffee to the point where if he were an angel and coffee was a sin, he'd fall for it." "Really?" Irina asked. "Yes, trust me. Dulio learned that the hard way," Risa said. Irina nodded and followed Risa as they entered the coffee shop. The man they were looking for stuck out like a sore thumb or a burning bush in the middle of the desert. He was tall, standing at 6 feet, maybe even taller. He was old, possibly in his 80s, judging from the good amount of wrinkles on his face. However, his physique spoke otherwise. He was extremely muscular, with his vestments straining to hold his muscles inside. If Irina had to guess, the man's arms and legs were about as thick as Issei was, and she often wondered if he had his vestments custom-made. "Ah, Lady Risa. Irina," the man said in a grandfatherly tone. "Hello, Vasco," Risa said, pulling out a chair and sitting down. "Getting yourself a caramel macchiato like always?" "No, this time I wanted to go simple, so I got a mocha frappuccino with no whipped cream," Vasco said. "Hello, Vasco Aji," Irina said. "Irina, how has it been?" Vasco asked. "I'm fine. I've been working on catching up with my studies in between the missions Michael-sama sent me and my training with Raphael-sama," Irina said. "Good, good. Young children must always understand the value of education," Vasco said. "Aji, I'm almost 18 years old," Irina said. "Ha ha ha." Vasco laughed as he ruffled Irina's hair. Irina puffed her cheeks, causing Risa to giggle. "So why have you called this old man over here?" Vasco asked. "Actually, we were wondering if you were participating on Heaven's side for the Azazel Cup," Risa asked. "No, I'm not. Dulio's got himself a full team with Heaven's brightest exorcists," Vasco said. "He didn't ask you?" Irina asked. "Oh, he did. However, I refused because I knew that our Lord, may he rest in peace, had something else in store for me," Vasco said. "And this thing that he had in store for you was us?" Risa asked. "Yes, so I knew what you were going to ask and I accept," Vasco said. "Really? You'll fight on our side?" Irina asked. "Of course, little Rin. Don't count this old man out yet," Vasco said. Thank you so much," Irina said, grabbing Vasco's hands and shaking them. "Of course. Now, I have to finish the day off and then I'll ask for a leave so I can go with you back to Japan to meet my new teammates. I assume that the Red Dragon Emperor is going to be there?" Vasco asked. Irina nodded, beaming at their luck. The strongest human in their faction just accepted their offer. She leaned back and wondered how the others were doing. Underworld, same time. "Oh no. Send me to Tannen alone, why don't you?" Mitsuki said as she flew through the mountainous regions of Gehenna. Her target was the former Dragon King and high-class devil Tannen. She spotted a massive forest filled with trees and grinned. "Bingo," Mitsuki said. "Last I heard, RIAS said that this Bova Tannen guy was asking around for Issei and returned here after she said she didn't know. I wonder if he's here." Mitsuki landed on the ground and folded her wings. Looking around, she walked into the forest. "Tannen Aji," Mitsuki called out, cupping her hands to enhance her voice. A wind rushed over her and Mitsuki looked up to see a 15-meter-tall western dragon. He had dark purple draconic scales with a beige belly and inner legs and tail. The dragon had a triangular head with curved horns, keen red eyes with violet sclera, and a mouth full of serrated teeth. His wings were massive, being the same size as a small plane in wingspan, and he wore pauldrons and a loincloth decorated with a fald. Mitsuki smiled as the dragon landed in front of her and grinned. The dragon slammed its hand on the ground only to grin when he felt pressure pushing back. Mitsuki was grinning as she held back the dragon's punch. She grunted and threw the arm to the side, devastating a small portion of the forest. The dragon groaned when he saw the destruction. "That's going to take me months to grow back," he said. "Should have thought of that before testing me, Tannen," Mitsuki said. "Mitsuki, sister of the Red Dragon Emperor. What brings you to my home?" Tannen said. "I'm here to look for your son," Mitsuki said. Tannen sighed. "What did he do this time?" Tannen asked. Nothing. I was just looking for him because we want to recruit him," Mitsuki said. "Oh, did that brat finally get to high class and get his own peerage?" Tannen asked. Mitsuki went silent and looked down. "Aniki, he isn't a devil anymore. Something's happened and I'm afraid that's all I can say. This is Aniki's story to tell," Mitsuki said. "I see. Well, if you're not recruiting my youngest son for a peerage, then this must be for that Azazel Cup thing that I keep hearing about from my king," Tannen said. "Yes, I was seeing if your son, Bova Tannen, would like to participate on our team for the Azazel Cup," Mitsuki said. "Bova," Tannen roared. A dragon similar in appearance to Tannen but much shorter in size appeared in a flash of red light. Upon seeing Tannen, his eyes narrowed and looked away. "So that's him?" Mitsuki asked. She walked up to him and smiled. "Hi there. Are you Bova Tannen?" "What's it to you?" he replied, glaring down at her. "Is there a problem?" Mitsuki asked. "What do you want?" he said. "Okay, I'm Mitsuki Hayudu." Hayudu, like Issei Hayudu, the Red Dragon Emperor. Bova said, startling her. Yeah, Mitsuki said. Is he here? He asked. Did he come? Oh, I had a question for him that I wanted him to answer. No, I'm more here on his behalf. I'm his twin, by the way, Mitsuki said. Oh, so you're the Empress of Destiny. Why are you here? What does Issei want? Bova asked excitedly. He wants to know if you want to join our team for the Azazel Cup. Mitsuki said. Yes, Bova screamed. Tannen and Mitsuki took a small step back as Bova shot into the air and began cheering loudly. He let out spews of fire and flew through them, laughing and cheering. Is he okay? Mitsuki asked as he watched him do aerial stunts in midair. Tannen sighed. He's, a big fan of your brother. I can tell, Mitsuki said. So Issei really wants him to participate in the Azazel Cup? Tannen asked, looking down at her. He was on a list of prospects that we drafted up, Mitsuki said. The other people on the list, have they accepted? Tannen asked. He was on maybe with 2 other people. Kunu, the Princess of Kyoto, and Vasco Strata, Mitsuki said. You plan to have a full team then, Tannen said. More or less. The 2 watched on with amusement as Bova flew off to a mountain, cheering. So, does he have a human form or something smaller? Mitsuki asked. He can turn into a smaller dragon about the size of your sister's familiar, Tannen said. That's convenient. How long will he be? Mitsuki asked. Give him a couple of minutes to calm down. Then you can take him. I appreciate this, Tannen said. Mitsuki gave him a curious glance as the former Dragon King began to walk away. Why? Mitsuki asked. You're giving him purpose. I was afraid that Bova might lose his way in life and become lazy and unfulfilled or worse, an evil dragon. As a parent, it makes me feel happy to know that he has something to give him purpose, someone that needs him. I just need you to promise me something, Tannen said. What would that be? Mitsuki asked. When you see Issei, my son will most likely ask to become his subordinate. Can you convince your brother to take him on as a disciple? Tannen asked. I can't promise that, but I'll try. He seems like a good kid. A little rough around the edges, but good, Mitsuki said. I know. He's like his mother in more ways than one, Tannen said. Issei looked on in awe as they entered one of the many sparring arenas located within the base. The room was massive. It was as big as the entirety of Kuo High School. The ceiling, which Issei could only guess, was most likely 5 stories high to allow for aerial combat among members that were capable of flight. The arena floor was pure white and was as hard as concrete. Massive stadium lights lined the ceiling. Next to the door was a small terminal for their RIAS, which Issei guessed was for the terrain and weather features that he had heard so much about ever since his initiation. Alright, since you 2 want to see the true extent of the other's power, what better way than to do this? You 2 will be able to use everything in your arsenal. No restrictions. Oh well, other than maiming and fatal blows. The winner will be decided via knockout or if the other fighter can no longer continue. Finishing blow withheld. Rika, you know that means. Hand over obsidian right, Taki said. Rika nodded and unstrapped her sword from her waist. She handed it to Taki. Wait, why can't she fight using her sword? Issei asked. My sword contains a highly toxic venom of my own concoction known as goo, Rika said. It can kill you within seconds of being cut and all it takes is a scratch. Quite. Rika and I are the only ones with any level of resistance to it since we've been administering small amounts of it since she created it, Taki said. Issei nodded. Let me get her a regular sword and then we'll get started, Taki said. After a few minutes, Taki returned with a regular katana and handed it to Rika. She inspected it and swung it a few times before nodding. It's not obsidian right, but it'll get the job done, Rika said, sheathing the blade. Is that sword Magi Tech too? Issei asked. It's generalized Magi Tech, yes, Rika said. Alright, Ingveldkuin and I will leave the room and we'll be up there on the deck, watching. When I give the signal, the match will begin, Taki said. Issei and Rika nodded and Taki and Ingveld left the room. While waiting for the 2 to arrive at the deck, Rika decided to make some small talk. This was an opportunity for her after all. On the off chance that he impresses her, they would be on the same team and possibly even the same squad if he accepts her offer. She smiled inwardly at the thought. Hey, Issei, how old are you? Rika asked. Wow, this girl's awkward, Mastima said as she floated right next to Rika. Wow, that girl's awkward, Tiamat said. Yeah, she is, Issei responded to both of them. I'm 17, turning 18 next year. What about you? Issei asked. I just turned 18 last month, she said. Really? Happy belated birthday then. Issei said. Rika smiled. Okay, you're doing good so far. Don't mess this up, she thought. So, how's this weather? Rika asked, cringing inwardly at her question. It's fine I guess, Issei said. I'm sorry if I sound awkward. I don't have many friends. Rika said, deflating. Why not? From what I hear around the base, you have a lot of people who like you and look up to you. Issei said. Those are my fans. I don't have any friends that just see me for me. Everyone at the base sees me as Taki's apprentice or future Divine 10. I just want someone to hang out with, spend time with, talk about girly things with, watch slice of life and romance anime with, Rika said. Instead, all I get are Rika-sama. Would you like to try this? Or Rika-sama, please scold me. Wow, that must be. Issei said, remembering how other devils and supernatural beings treated him because of his celebrity status. Yeah, she said. I get how you feel, Issei said. You do. I'm regarded as a hero because of my efforts during the Evil Dragon War, as well as a celebrity due to my television series in the underworld called Oppai Dragon, Issei said. Oppai Dragon? Rika asked, her face adopting a slight look of disgust. Whoa, that was from back then, Issei said, flushing in embarrassment. But I still get royalties and fans from it. I see. So you can't show your face without being swarmed by fans. People trying to get close to you for your status and all that dumb shit. Rika said. Yeah, Issei said. I like you, Issei. Even if this doesn't end the way either of us wants, I hope we can be friends. Rika said. Me too, Issei said, smiling. Oh, is Whittle Issei-chan making a new fiend? Mestima said, floating in front of Issei. All right. Taki's voice boomed from the deck. The two turned to look at him. All right, now stand apart, Taki said. Issei and Rika nodded and walked about 15 feet before stopping and turning around. Dragon Booster, Drake and Tiamat announced. Boosted gear appeared on Issei's arm. Its overall design was the same as before with the sole exception of the small blue gem that rested above the emerald gem on his gauntlet. I've never fought a Dragon Emperor before. This will be a learning experience, Rika said, dropping into a stance. Her hand flew to the handle of her blade. Ready, Taki said. Issei and Rika narrowed their eyes, their gaze never leaving each other. Begin. No one moved. Issei and Rika remained perfectly still, locked in a staring contest. Issei twitched as his eyes widened. He had only blinked and Rika was now in front of him. He raised his gauntlet to defend as Rika swung her sword, sending him skidding back. I barely saw her move, Issei thought. Be careful. This girl. Her speed isn't the only asset in her repertoire, Drake said. Issei nodded and launched himself towards her. Blade. Ascalon appeared in Issei's hands and he swung it. The blade was easily deflected by Rika. Issei went in for a thrust towards her torso, which she easily parried. Rika slashed at Issei, forcing him to defend. She twisted her blade with the grace of a master, shifting her weight and slammed her katana into Ascalon. The two were now in a deadlock with Issei trying to push against her. Issei managed to push her back a few centimeters before Rika grinned. She shifted her feet and turned Issei's strength against him. She directed Ascalon out of the way with her blade, sending Issei to her side. She twirled around and kicked Issei, forcing him to drop Ascalon. Issei flew and skidded along the arena floor before coming to a stop. You're good, Issei said. Thank you. Now stop holding back, Rika said, dropping back into a stance. Only if you will, Issei said. She grinned and launched herself towards him. Anticipating her attack, Issei dodged to the right and threw his fist at her. Rika twisted her body out of the way in time and brought the katana down on Issei. Issei raised boosted gear and blocked the blade. He pushed back, staggering her and buried his fist in her solar plexus, sending her flying and crashing into a wall. What was that sword style? Ingveld asked as she and Taki watched the fight from the deck. My own personal style that I taught her. It was taught to me by my master, the previous head. It's called Aburazuki Ryu. It's a sword style that uses one's ability to see and analyze the situation. With Issei's every move, she's adapting her sword techniques to counter and bypass any of Issei's attempts of attack and defense. Taki said. That's some style. Ingveld said. That's not even the entirety of it. Taki said, chuckling. Ingveld glanced at the old man before returning her attention to the fight. Ha! Issei said as he threw another punch. Rika dodged his attack and slashed Issei a few times, sending him stumbling back. A few cuts appeared on his arms. A bead of sweat trickled down his forehead. "I guess I have no choice then," Issei said. A red aura surrounded him, creating a gust of wind that pushed Rika back as she ran towards him. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Issei became clad in the red armor of the Boosted Gears Balance Breaker. He dashed towards her, catching her off guard. He landed a devastating uppercut, sending her into the air. Rika gritted her teeth as she felt her jaw nearly break from the punch. She looked down and saw Issei heading towards her. "Kage Bunshin," Rika said. Her entire body flickered as 5 Rikas appeared around Issei. "Oh, she can use on Myoto," Mastima said as she watched the fight. Issei frantically began to defend himself as 5 Rikas attacked him on all sides. Tiamat, if you have anything, now might be the time to tell me," Issei said. You'll need more training to master this, but my basic power is to cause calamities. Just focus on what you want to happen, like a burst of wind or something," Tiamat said. Issei nodded and kicked a clone of Rika, causing it to shatter like glass. He focused on the image of a storm and its repulsive winds, and the blue gem on the boosted gear began to glow. A burst of wind exploded from Issei's armor, sending the clones back. Issei and the remaining Rikas landed on the floor. "TCH, you can make more of yourself, huh?" Issei asked. "I can," one of the Rikas said. All of them pulled out 2 pieces of paper. "Though I have more tricks. Iron Wall Charm, Lion's Adamantine Fist," Rika said. The papers she was holding glowed blue before transforming into a set of kanji that encompassed her body before disappearing. Issei gulped before raising his arms. The Rikas disappeared, causing Issei to throw up his guard. Issei slammed his fist down to his right, catching one of the Rikas, causing her to explode into glass fragments. Issei cried out in pain as he was sent flying when another one of the Rikas kicked him in the back. Dragon Shot. Issei fired a massive red beam of energy, catching the other 2 Rikas and destroying them. He landed and readied himself. Rika and her remaining clone appeared next to Issei and attacked him, forcing him to block. Issei used his boosted strength to push them both back and spin-kicked, catching both Rikas and sending them flying. One of them dispersed, causing Issei to grin. He dashed towards the real Rika and was about to slam her fist into her gut when her eyes snapped open. She slashed Issei across his chest, leaving a deep cut in his armor. She kicked Issei into the air. Issei's eyes widened when he saw Rika appear above him and landed a devastating axe kick. Issei crashed into the ground. He looked up and saw Rika diving towards him. Boost! 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 Flame Blaze! A massive ball of flames exploded from the jewel on Issei's chest plate and hurtled towards Rika. She narrowed her eyes and stabbed her blade into the fireball and used her momentum to slice through the fireball. Issei's eyes widened as she cut apart the fireball and crashed into him, creating a massive cloud of dust. Rika's eyes narrowed when she saw Issei blocking her with a second Ascalon. "So you have 2 of them," Rika said. She grinned and brought her knee into Issei's stomach, cracking his armor. Issei was sent sliding back as Rika dashed forward and began to relentlessly attack him. Issei was barely able to deflect the attacks, some of them making it through. "You know, you have powers too," Mastima said as she floated next to Issei. "Can't this wait?" Issei hissed. "Nope, I want to see what you can do with your powers, you see." Mastima's eyes glowed in excitement. "How?" Issei asked. "Well, just imagine your opponent flying away from you," Mastima said. Throughout the attacks, Issei tried to concentrate on the image of Rika being knocked away from him. Rika's eyes widened when a force slammed into her and sent her skidding back. She dug the blade into the ground to slow herself down. "What?" Rika said. "Like it. It's a new trick I picked up," Issei said. I have to admit, this is the most fun I've ever had. No one's ever pushed me this far other than Aji-san," Rika said. "Let's finish this," Rika said. Her eyes glowed red as a massive aura of power manifested around her. Issei dropped into a stance. This match is over. I've seen enough and I'm sure that Rika is satisfied as well," Taki said. "Ha, I thought that," Ingveld said. "If Issei gets hit by her next attack, he'll be incapacitated for a few days and I'm sure you don't want that," Taki said as his entire body disappeared. Rika disappeared from Issei's field of vision, causing him to go on guard. Grasping Ascalon too tightly, Issei scanned the field for any trace of her. He turned when he heard something from his right side only to see nothing. "This is the end." Issei gritted his teeth when he heard her voice. "Crimson Moon. Full drive." Issei's armor shifted colors to black and all the gems on the armor turned red. 6 pairs of feathered draconic energy wings appeared on his back. Moonlit flash, Rika said as she appeared in front of Issei. In speeds faster than Issei could barely perceive, Rika swung her blade. Their eyes both widened when Taki appeared in between them and slapped Rika's sword out of the way. "That's enough," Taki said. The two jumped apart. Issei dispersed his armor and Rika sheathed the blade. "Rika, are you satisfied?" Taki asked. Rika remained silent, her gaze never leaving Issei. She smiled. "Yes, I am," Rika said. Issei and Taki's eyes widened and a wide grin formed on Issei's face. "Does that mean?" Issei asked. "Yeah, I'll join your team," Rika said. She walked over and jabbed her fist into his stomach, causing Issei to groan. "Ow, if this is how you treat your new friends then," Issei said and trailed off when he saw her holding her hand out. She held out her hand, smiling. Issei smiled back and grasped her hand firmly and shook it. "Welcome to the team, Senpai," Issei said. "Glad to be here and nice to meet you, Kohai-chan," Rika said. A green vortex appeared in the middle of a small alleyway, scaring away every stray animal that was there. Issei, Ingveld, and Rika walked out of the vortex. Issei was carrying several large bags while Rika and Ingveld carried a few duffel bags and a backpack. "I can't believe I got kicked out," Rika said. "I can't believe it either. I thought you'd be using the gate to get here whenever we would train or we would come to you," Issei said. "Worry not, Kohai-chan. What's done is done. Though it would be rather interesting to live with the Red Dragon Emperor and the Switch Princess," Rika said as she walked out of the alleyway. "So," Rika asked, "is that your house?" "Yup, I had no say in its renovation," Issei said. Let's go. I want to lay down and sleep," Rika said. The three walked down the street until arriving at the gate to Hyudu Manor. Issei placed some of Rika's bags down and just as he was about to ring the buzzer, a voice called out behind him. "Issei." He turned around and saw Rosweiss standing behind them. "Need some help?" she asked as she walked forward. She rang the buzzer and the four waited there for a few minutes. Rika looked down at Ingveld, who stood there awkwardly. "Is it just me or do I sense some sexual tension between them?" Rika whispered. "No, I can feel it too," Ingveld said. "I can hear you," Issei said. The gates opened and the four walked inside where they saw Irina waiting for them at the steps. "You're back," she said. "Did you?" "Yes, we did. Let's go inside," Issei said. "Issei, I hope you remember," Rosweiss said. Issei said nothing and placed the bag down. He leaned over and placed a kiss on Rosweiss's lips, causing her eyes to go wide. Sparks ran through her body as her heart began to beat faster than ever before. Happiness was all she felt at the moment. Her face erupted into a massive blush as Issei pulled away. "I hope that's okay for now. I promise that I'll take you out," Issei said. "Why yeah," Rosweiss said, smiling. Issei stood before a group of people that they had gathered before them in the basement. Calling Toka and Micah was an easy task and the two had arrived here via gate the moment Ingveld had called. Currently, the group was chatting amongst themselves. Issei coughed into his hand to get their attention. "Okay, I know that most of you don't know each other well, but so we might as well introduce ourselves," Issei said. "Of course, Issei-sama," Bova said. Irina giggled as Issei's sweat dropped at Bova's attitude. "Okay, I'm Issei Hyudu. You know me as the Red Dragon Emperor and I thank you for coming to be on my team for the Azazel Cup," Issei said. "I'm Irina Shidu. I'm an ace in Michael-sama's Brave Saints deck. I have 3 pairs of wings and I look forward to working with you all," she said. "I'm Mitsuki Hyudu, the current wielder of Telos Karma. I'm looking forward to being on the same team and nice to meet all of you," Mitsuki said, bowing. "Boo, me next," Toka said, standing up. "I'm Toka Thyella. I'm from America. I'm the daughter of 2 gods and it's nice to meet all of you." "I'm Micah," Micah said. "I'm also from America. Like Toka, I'm the son of 2 gods and the younger brother of 1. I look forward to winning this thing with the rest of you." "I shall go next," Vasco said. "I am Vasco Strata, priest of the Vatican. I may be old, but I can still lend you all some help. May the Lord guide us to our victory in the games." "I guess it's my turn," Ingveld said. "I'm Ingveld Leviathan. I was in a coma for the better part of the 20th and some of the 21st centuries. Out of all of us, I'm probably the least experienced, but I still want to help. Please take care of me." "I'm Risa," Risa said, going next. "I'm an angel that's part of Raphael's Brave Saints. I have 5 pairs of wings and am the guardian angel of Issei Hyudu. I look forward to bashing some heads with you guys at the Azazel Cup." "I'm Bova Tannen," I am the strongest dragon in the underworld, and I will be the next dragon king and replace my father. Bova said. Reminds me of you, Drake said. I wasn't that bad, was I? Tiamat said. I'm Rika Kuroyuki. I am a swordswoman. I don't know what else to say other than I look forward to working with everyone and winning the games, Rika said. Issei smiled after everyone introduced themselves. Thanks for coming, guys. You don't know how much it means to me that you all accepted to be on my team. I know some of you have been given offers by your pantheon or whoever you know that's participating, and you could have fought for them instead of fighting alongside me, but you chose to accept, and that makes me happy. Another thing is the wish at the end that they give to the winner. Some of you might want that wish, and frankly, I could care less about it. I'm happy with what I have now, but I will do my best and lend you the strength you need to win if you're willing to work with me. But if you don't and want to leave, I'll understand, Issei said. Everyone looked at each other and whispered before turning back to Issei. Vasco stood up and walked over to him, placing a hand on his shoulder. Young man, I believe that I speak for everyone when I say that no one wants to leave. Issei Hayudu, if anyone deserves that wish, it's you. You laid down your life for the entire world against Resivim and Trihexa, and it's because of you that I'm still able to see my friends and family. I would be honored to fight alongside you, Vasco said. Everyone chorused in agreement, causing Issei's eyes to go wide. Guys, Issei said. He looked down and wiped away a few tears that threatened to escape. Now, Issei said, looking up with a determined grin. Let's do this. RIAS, Gehenna, February 15th, 2020, 10 a.m., current time, 4 minutes and 27 seconds till midnight. Valley, why are we here so early, Naya? Kuroka asked, stretching her arms. Her yellow eyes darted around the crowd, bored out of her mind. Their match was even supposed to start until later that day. Biko, Lufei, Arthur, and Fenrir agreed with her sentiment, expressing their discontent and desire to go back to sleep. Gogmagog just stood behind them silently, looking over at the crowd impassively. Valley sighed and turned around, running a hand through his silvery white hair. His hazel eyes rested on Kuroka, who shuffled uncomfortably underneath his gaze. I told you, we're here to scout out the crowd and see if we can find our first match, Valley said. Maybe we might even run into Hayudu here while we're at it. And Kuroka, don't run off right now. The last thing I need is to put up posters for a stray cat. Mao, I'm not going to run, Kuroka said, her tails standing up. You were, Valley said. Was not. You were. Was not. The rest of Valley team looked on with exasperated looks as their leader and Kuroka had their little back and forth, feeling extremely embarrassed as the rest of the crowd looked at them with strange and pitying looks in their eyes. I can't believe time flew by that fast, Issei said as he walked down the streets of RIAS. Lily sat on his shoulders, looking out at the crowds. The girl's hair had grown slightly longer over the past 2 months, and she was starting to open up more. Her smiles were what brought light into the daily lives of the newly formed teams, and Vasco absolutely adored her. Behind them, Team Midnight Dragon Emperor of Crimson Truth, as they had decided to name it, was walking and conversing amongst themselves. Issei smiled. Everyone was getting along really well, though some hiccups had occurred during their team training. Everyone came out on top at the end. Issei looked over to Rika and Bova. The two were the most antagonistic of the two as their personalities clashed often. Bova was in his human form, which appeared as a brunette teenage boy about Issei's age. He had heterochromia with 1 red eye and 1 green eye, and wore a silver jacket with black pants, a yellow shirt, and brown boots. He remembered having to get Vasco's help to break them apart during a team exercise. Watch it, Rika said as Bova bumped into her. The two had run into each other during a mock raiding game in which the entire team was split into different sides. Today's captains were Vasco Strata and Risa, pitting 2 of Heaven's most brilliant combatants against each other. Needless to say, Issei now contemplated having Magitech environmental generators installed inside the house in order to prevent more paperwork from stacking up on Surzek's desk for house repairs. You watch it. You were the one getting in my way, human, Bova said, roaring at her. Rika didn't look fazed by his attempts at intimidation. Instead, she merely laughed and smirked. Nice attempt at trying to scare me. Unfortunately, you're about as threatening to me as a child is to a T-Rex, Rika fired back. On top of that, your scaly ass seems to be the weakest link we have on this team. I mean, look at Ingveld. Even though she says she's weak, she can hold her own against an 83-year-old man unlike you. Okay guys, Micah said, walking over. We just need to stay calm and eep. Micah backed away when he saw Rika giving him the harshest stare known to all life. She turned back to Bova, who was shaking. He roared and lunged at her, talons splayed and poised to strike. Rika easily dodged his attack, slapping his wrist and sending him sideways. She reinforced her legs with magic and landed a devastating kick on Bova, sending him flying across the room. You may have your father's strength, but you don't possess his battle intuition, Rika said, getting down into a stance. Ha! Bova launched himself at her. He inhaled and unleashed a massive stream of fire. Rika formed a blue energy sphere in her palm and unleashed it as a massive beam of blue light. Issei and Vasco appeared in the paths of the attacks. Vasco, using his sword, dispersed the fireball with a single swing. Issei held out his hand and called on his power, sending a repulsive wave of telekinetic energy to disperse the energy beam. The energy beam shattered into several blue shards of glass-like fragments. He crossed his arms. Okay, I think it's clear that something about you two needs to be done, Issei said. It's her fault. She keeps getting in the way. Bova complained. Kohai-chan, please see reason. This ignoramus is a hotshot with no sense for battle, and all he does is throw around his strength. Rika said. You bitch. You're a igno. Ingara. Whatever you just said. Bova yelled. It's ignoramus, you nincompoop, Rika said. Issei. Irina said, landing next to him. 7 minutes in heaven, Issei asked. 7 minutes in heaven, Irina said. Oh no, Mitsuki said. Wait, what's 7 minutes in heaven? Toka asked. Isn't that the truth or dare thing where you have to stay in a closet and make out with someone for 7 minutes? Micah asked. No, it was a thing our parents and Irina's parents did whenever Irina and I got into a fight, or when Aniki and I fought, or when Irina and Aniki fought. They locked us in a room with the other person for a few hours until we worked out whatever it was we were fighting. Irina and I were in a room alone the longest. 7 hours. That's where it got its name from, Mitsuki said. The three turned back and saw Rika and Bova being dragged away by Issei, Risa, Irina, and Vasco, presumably to be locked in a blast-proof room together. Nay, Lily said, tugging lightly on Issei's hair. Issei looked up at her. Lily was starting to get a good grasp of the Japanese language, being able to speak and read nearly entirely in the language, though Issei and Irina spoke English around her to make sure she never forgets. Not that she would. For all Issei knew, the blood that ran inside both made her omnilingual like other supernatural beings. Ice cream, Lily said. You guys go on ahead, Issei said. They nodded and waved goodbye as Issei and Lily walked down the streets of RIAS to a small ice cream parlor that Lily had seen while sitting atop Issei's shoulders. What flavor do you want to get? Issei asked. Chocolate, Lily said giddily. Issei smiled. When they arrived at the store, it was surprisingly empty. On a day like this, Issei expected more customers than the current ghost town he was looking at. He saw a devil standing at the counter looking dejected as her eyes looked down at the register. Issei felt bad for her. He gently took Lily off her shoulders and placed her on the floor. Let's get some ice cream, Issei said, smiling. She nodded and the two walked up to the cash register. Excuse me, Issei said. The devil looked up and her eyes widened at the sight of him. Oh, Appa, she stuttered out. Yeah, it's me. Listen, can I get a mint chip and 2 scoops of chocolate? Issei asked, looking down at the available flavors. Oh, of course, right away, she said, fumbling for a scooper. Lily, do you want sprinkles on yours? Issei asked. Lily nodded in response. Hey, can you put sprinkles on the chocolate? Issei asked. Yes, sir, she responded. As they waited, Issei heard the bell on the door chime and glanced around to see who it was. He smiled at the familiar white hair and black jacket. Valley, what's up? Issei felt a dark missile crash into him, sending them both to the floor. Lily yelped and ran towards Valley, hiding behind his leg. Valley and the others looked on with deadpan looks as Kuroka snuggled herself into Issei's chest, the all-for-honor-mentioned person groaning on the floor in pain. Lily tried to put on a brave face as she peeked out from behind Valley's leg. Let him go, she said, raising her hand shakily. Valley looked down at the girl in amusement. No, you're doing it wrong. You have to attack Kuroka first, then tell her to let him go, Valley said. Really? Lily asked. Valley nodded as Biko snickered and the Pendragon siblings shook their heads. Lily aimed her hand at Kuroka and fired a gust of chilling wind, startling the Nikushu and making her jump to the ceiling. Kuroka looked down and saw the little red-haired girl next to Valley. Thanks for the save, Issei said, getting up. Here's your ice cream, the devil ice cream shop owner said. Thanks, Issei said, pulling out a large amount of cash. Well, it wasn't large per se, but it was more than the average cost of an ice cream cone, let alone 2. The devil waitress gawked at the amount of money Issei had handed her and was about to give it back when Issei smiled. "Please keep it. It looks like everyone is more focused on the fight than to have nice old ice cream," Issei said. The devil beamed at him and nodded. "Issei, Naya." Kuroka hopped down from the ceiling and wrapped her slender arms around him. "Kuroka," Issei said. "Ne eni Issei-kun. Did you know that I am now a—" "Kuroka," Valley said, interrupting her mid-sentence. "Let Issei go. He's probably going to be late to his match." "Mao, Valley. I wanted to tell him, Naya." Kuroka complained. "You can tell me later. If we don't get eliminated, we're going to celebrate at my house. You guys are invited if you want to come," Issei said. "Maybe after our match." "Who's your opponent?" Valley asked. Issei grimaced and pulled out his scroll. Valley's eyes narrowed when he saw the name on the screen of Issei's scroll. Contestant name, Thor. Other aliases, The Legend 27, God of Thunder. GPS ranking, BBB rank deity class. Valley whistled. Thor. He's one of the strongest beings in the world, qualifying as the strongest Norse god with his level of skill. While there's a vast power difference, he's known as the Indra of the Norse pantheon. Valley said. "Is he stronger than Odin?" Issei asked. "No, Odin at full power is much more powerful." "I would know," Valley said. "Good luck," Biko said, clapping Issei's shoulder. "Thanks, I'll need it." "Oh, Valley, can you look after Lily while our match is going on?" Issei asked. "Yeah, sure," Valley replied. Issei looked down and kneeled in front of Lily. She had a curious look on her face when she saw Issei smiled softly at her. "Lily, I need you to stay with Valley-chan for a bit while your sister and I go to participate in our match," Issei said. Lily nodded. "Good luck, Nay," Lily said. "And Nay too." Issei ruffled her hair, then turned to look at Valley. "You guys going to be sitting with the Mao?" Valley nodded. "Well, I'll see you in a bit, Lils," Issei said. Lily nodded and grabbed Valley's hand. Kuroka cooed at the sheer cuteness of the girl and began to shower her with affection as Issei left the ice cream parlor. Issei walked down the hallway to the room their team had been assigned to wait in before their match. Issei had the luck of being drawn as one of the first matches of the evening and against an extremely powerful team as well. While he didn't doubt his team's strength, the fact that they were going up against a god right off the bat was extremely unnerving for him as a leader. He sighed. "Nerves getting to you?" Drake asked. "Yeah, Thor, huh?" Issei said. "Thor. Ha, I remember him. The guy is nice if not a bit arrogant. I wonder if he mellowed out." Mestima commented. "The most important thing is to remain calm. Thor is a powerful god and a brilliant fighter, but you just have to outthink and outwit him. Rating games aren't all about just strength. They're a battle of wits between two kings. Remember, Issei, powerful weapons may give one advantages, but every Death Star has a weak point that can be exploited," Tiamat said. "Thanks, Tiamat. I keep forgetting that you administered the rating games," Issei said. It's no big deal. Anything for our little whelp," Tiamat said. Issei entered the room and immediately felt the mood. The oppressive pressure that was the hopelessness that he felt coming from his team was thick, and if one were to have a knife, they could cut through it as if it were solid. "Guys, who died?" Issei asked. "Someone might as well have Kohai-chan," Rika said. "Oh, so you saw them on the way in," Issei said. "Thor-sama's team. It's composed of some of the best warriors in Norse mythology," Micah said. "I know." Issei opened his scroll and projected the screen onto the large TV in the room. "But winning a war isn't just about weapons. A brilliant strategy is key as well," Vasco said, looking at Thor's roster. Thor, King. Sif, Queen. Leif Erikson, Pawn. Gear Bishop. Hervar Knight. Sigurd Knight. Eric the Red, Pawn. Eric Bloodaxe. Rook. We seem to have a similar number of people on our side. Judging from the fact that I see Lady Sif on his team, I can assume that she will be the brains behind this entire operation, and Lord Thor and the others would just be following her strategy. This will be an extremely tough match. Lady Sif is known as a tactical genius throughout the pantheons," Vasco said. "Got anything to counter her?" Rika asked, looking at the roster. "I can't say for certain, but the current plan right now is to prevent Issei from being eliminated. If he's eliminated, we lose the match. Do you know where our fight will take place?" Vasco asked Issei. "New York City. Specifically Manhattan," Issei answered. "This works out perfectly," Vasco said. "All right, everybody." Everyone in the room turned to the elderly priest, who had a smile and a twinkle in his eye. "Here is the current plan," Vasco said. "Welcome to the second match of today, folks. For those of you just tuning in now, I am your host for the Azazel Cup, Nod Gamajan," a man with violet hair said. Rika blinked when she laid eyes on him. She glanced over at the others who were waiting to be teleported into the arena. Doesn't he look kinda like the guy from the Hunger Games who does all the announcements? Rika asked. The others blinked and Issei narrowed his eyes at nod and a look of recognition passed over his face. Huh. He does. I never really thought of that, Issei said. This is the third match of the evening. This match comes off as a surprise to most people, though we here in the underworld expected this to happen one day. On one side, we have the Oppai Dragon Issei Hayudu and his team Midnight Dragon Emperor of Crimson Truth. Nod said. The screen flashed to Issei's face, which morphed into a surprised look upon seeing himself on the screen. Look, Issei-kun, you're on TV. Again, Irina said, snickering at his shocked look. A tick mark appeared on Issei's face as he pulled her cheek, causing her to cry out. And on the opposite team, we have him. He who slew 1,000,000 giants in their first attempt at trying to overthrow the Asgardians. He surpassed Odin as the strongest deity in Norse mythology, the enemy of Jormungandr himself. Thor. Nod announced. Cheers erupted throughout the stadium as the image of a man with shoulder-length blonde hair with electrifyingly blue eyes and a short beard appeared on the screen. He wore a dark blue chestplate with silver chainmail long-sleeve shirt underneath. He had a fierce grin on his face as he responded to the cheers. Mestima hummed as her eyes narrowed at the sight of him. Are both teams ready? Nod asked. You know what to do the minute we get in, right? Issei asked. Everyone nodded. All right then, Team Midnight, about face. Issei ordered as they were teleported into the arena. I've never been here before, Bova said as he walked down an empty road. The skyscrapers of downtown Manhattan towered above him. Yeah, New York is a really big place. Good thing we're only in Manhattan, Rika said, scanning her surroundings. Why were we paired together again? Bova asked, placing his hands behind his head. Because the others thought it would be a good team-building exercise to put us on the same team. Honestly, just don't get in my way, Rika said. I was about to say the same to you, Bova said as he poked a newspaper dispenser. I'm surprised at the detail they put. They even got the Prometheus statue in front of the Rockefeller Center, Rika said as they passed by the base of the Rockefeller Center. I want to see the real thing one day, Bova said, eyeing the statue. Rika suddenly went on guard, her hand flying to her katana. Her eyes narrowed. Without warning, Rika shoved Bova to the side and drew her katana, deflecting 3 flaming arrows. Bova's eyes darted to the 5th floor of the Rockefeller Center and saw a woman with a bow trained on them. 5th floor, Bova said, spreading his wings. Gotcha, Rika said as she sheathed obsidian right. She summoned 2 talismans. Lion's Fist of the Azura, Iron Wall Charm, Rizai-Senkan, she chanted. A matrix of glowing kanji spread throughout Rika's body before disappearing. Behind you, Bova called out. Rika immediately leaped into the air as a massive axe slammed down on the concrete where she used to stand. The cement shattered, sending dust and debris everywhere as the entire block shook. Bova took to the skies, observing the axe-wielding warrior that had appeared before them. Rika, you okay? Bova asked. I'm fine. Go get the archer, she said. Bova nodded and made a beeline for the 5th floor of the Rockefeller Center. So, which one are you? Rika asked as she gripped the hilt of obsidian right tightly. I am Eric Bloodaxe, the man said as he walked out of the dust cloud. The man was tall, possibly even as tall as Vasco Strata. He was extremely muscular with arms and legs as thick as a telephone pole. He wore only black pants with dark fur boots and a black fald. His arms were wrapped in thick iron and fur gauntlets. His eyes were blood red with light red hair and a thick beard. In his right hand was large dark steel axe with pulsating red veins that made Rika's skin crawl. Eric Bloodaxe, the legendary king of the Egil saga whose name was Eric Haraldson, Rika said. The very same lassie, Eric said as he took slow steps towards her. So they pulled you out of Valhalla for this tournament then? Rika asked as she began to take a few steps back. I even gave me axe a little of an upgrade, Eric said as he charged at her. Rika narrowly dodged as he swung the axe. The building behind her was sliced apart as a pressure wave tore through the entirety of the pillars on the ground floor. Rika quickly countered by kicking him in the chin, sending him crashing into the fountain in Rockefeller Plaza. She dashed towards him as the building behind her began to fall. Bova, Rika called, forming a CC. Kind of busy. Her arrows, they're not normal. She's a damn Valkyrie, Bova said. Well, my guy's a genuine article. He's Einherjar from Valhalla, Rika said as she swung obsidian right. Eric blocked her katana with his axe, locking them in a deadlock. Shit, I'll call back, Bova said before severing the link. Bova, fuck. Rika called as Eric pushed back, sending her skidding across the concrete. Above them, a blast of fire exploded from the Rockefeller building as the skyscraper was hit with the collapsing building that Eric destroyed. TCH. Rin. Kyo. To. Sha. Rika dodged as Eric slammed his axe into the ground. Pain coursed through her body as the Viking chief slammed his foot into her stomach, sending her crashing into the wall. Rika shakily got to her feet as she clutched her side. My fucking ribs, she panted. She coughed, sending blood onto the pavement. Finish the chant, Rika. Ru. Eric charged towards her, his axe poised to strike the final blow. Kai, Jin, Retsu, Sai, Zen, Chiwaye Kuji. Rika swiped her palms in a cross motion in the air as Eric brought down his axe. A Kujikiri appeared on the Einherjar's chest, freezing him in place. His eyes widened as he looked down at her in shock as she grinned. Einherjar or not, a spirit is a spirit, Rika said. And spirits can be affected with exorcist techniques of any mythology. Lightning began to crackle on her fingertips. Rika, I got her, Rika called. The entire 7th floor of the Rockefeller building exploded and Bova burst through, grabbing a woman by the face. He flew upward and roared as he threw her towards Rika. I can't believe I'm using his powers, Rika said. She raised her palm and fired a blast of lightning at the woman. The blast hit, causing the woman to scream as volts of electricity coursed through her body. Eventually, she passed out from the pain as her body began to dissolve into particles of light. You, Eric roared as he tried to move towards Rika to no avail. Good night, old man, Bova said as he slammed a flaming fist on top of Eric's head. Eric's eyes rolled back as he collapsed onto the pavement, his body dissolving in the same manner as the woman's. Astounding. Team Midnight Dragon Emperor of Crimson Truth is in the lead already. 1 Rook of Thor has been eliminated. 1 Bishop of Thor has been eliminated. Not announced. Good job, making you the Rook was probably for the best to enhance that strength of yours, Rika said. You seem to play Knight really well, Bova said in return. Come on, let's go. I doubt they'll let us keep this lead for long, Rika said as the two took off running. Damn, Vasco said, grinning. He was currently locked in a struggle with who he could honestly call his Norse counterpart. In front of him stood a woman of such beauty that if he were younger, he would honestly court her. He wasn't Catholic, so it didn't matter if he got married or not. Her ruby-red eyes bore into his dulling blue ones, a similar bloodthirsty grin gracing her divine face. She brought her foot up to kick the side of his neck, only for Vasco to counter her and send her skidding back. You're not half bad for someone from this day and age, the woman said as she leveled her sword at him. To think that your blade can block the full strength of my Durandal replica, Vasco said as he swung the holy blade. Of course, don't expect anything less from the blade. Turfing, she said as she dropped into a stance. Turfing, and here I thought the boy from the Gremory peerage wielded the blade, Vasco said. Are you two done flirtin'? A man said as he landed next to her. He wore black armor and had blonde hair that was beginning to recede. His mustache was short and he had blue eyes. In his left hand was a short sword that had a violet aura coursing through it. Let me have my fun, Eric. We Einherjar don't have a purpose anymore anyway, she said. I'm just telling you, Herveyor, Eric said as he tightened his grip on his blade. Risa landed in front of him, a katana poised and ready to strike. This group means business, Eric said. I can see that, Herveyor said. Well then, let's see if you have as much skill with a Durandal knockoff as I do with this turfing knockoff, shall we? Knockoff? Vasco asked. This is a mere copy of the original. Lord Odin managed to get the dwarves who forged the original turfing to create a copy. While it's not the original, it merges with me really well. I suppose you could say that my soul has found something to fill the void left by my precious sword after I lost it upon death, Herveyor said. I see, Vasco said. Sorry to interrupt your monologue, Risa said. But we have a fight to finish. Aye, the lassies. What's your name? Eric asked. Risa, she answered. Well then Risa, let's let these two lovebirds fight while you and I can dance in the corner over there, Eric said, appearing in front of her. Risa's eyes widened as she quickly blocked Eric's sword. I see they're continuing. How about we continue ours? Herveyor asked as she channeled magic into the blade. Vasco narrowed his eyes and raised his guard. Shock to kill, Herveyor uttered as she sped towards him. Vasco's eyes widened as he found himself blocking an onslaught of strikes from Herveyor. Vasco roared as he swung Durandal, interrupting her strikes by parrying one of her blows. Herveyor's eyes widened as Vasco's fist collided with her, sending a shockwave that shattered every window within their vicinity. "Hey, nice punch," Herveyor said, holding it back with her hand. Vasco's eyes narrowed as he tried to push against her, sending her back a few centimeters. Herveyor directed the hand towards the concrete, sending Vasco's fist into the ground and shattering it. She jumped into the air and brought her foot down in a dropkick, which Vasco easily blocked. Herveyor narrowed her eyes as she jumped off his hand and dashed towards him again, sending a multitude of strikes. Vasco parried and blocked every one of them, sparks flying everywhere as the two swordmasters danced a deadly dance of blades. "Shit," Eric said as he glanced at Herveyor and Vasco. "I'd pay attention if I were you," Risa said, planting her foot into his stomach. Eric coughed up blood as he was sent crashing into a nearby store. Risa raised her hand and formed several light spears and sent them in Eric's direction. The light spears all met their mark as a thunderous explosion tore apart the streets. Risa narrowed her eyes as she eyed the cloud. Suddenly, a stream of thunder rocketed towards her. She drew her katana and sheathed it. In the blink of an eye, the thunderbolt was sliced apart by a black line that quickly vanished. "Nice sword you got there," Eric said, walking out of the store with a few burn marks and scratches. "And your sword is nice. Armor too," Risa said. "Where'd you get it?" "Unlike dear Herveyor, our weapons had to be custom ordered and made. A legendary smith who resides within Valhalla." "Valand," Eric said, "the blacksmith who forged Beowulf's weapons and armor. And those weapons are from him?" Risa asked. "Yes," Eric said. "I see," Risa replied. "And your sword, what's the story behind that?" Eric asked. "I'll tell you if one of us wins. Just know that it's called Tatsamesa. In my language, it means correction," Risa answered. "Oh," Eric said, raising an eyebrow as he gripped his blade. "Let's continue," he said as he dashed towards her. "Toka," Ingveld said as they flew through the air. "How is everyone?" "Everyone's encountered someone except us, Issei, Mitsuki, and Irina," Toka said as she hovered in midair. She was currently clad in midnight black armor with a red rose embedded in the center. Her violet eyes darted around the New York skyline. Rika and Bova eliminated 2 of Thor's pieces. Micah said as he floated next to her. "That gives us a slight lead. Looks like Vasco's plan of having us scatter and play on Thor's confidence on his team is working. Thor's team is scattered across the entire arena." "Yeah, but for all we know, they might have been scouts. And remember, Rika said that they were Einherjar," Ingveld said, hovering next to them. "Get down," Toka said as she raised her hand. A massive golden barrier appeared around Micah and Ingveld, blocking a green beam of energy. The energy beam began to crack Toka's barrier as she struggled to maintain it. "Summon your Magi Tech and Sacred Gear," Toka ordered. "Right, summoning Great Moonlight Blade now," Micah said, summoning a silver tomahawk from a magic circle. Ingveld's eyes bled red as a violet bar appeared inside her pupil. She formed 2 magic circles at the palms of her hands. Toka poured more power into her barrier, deflecting the blast. The energy beam traveled and landed in a random portion of Manhattan, destroying it. Toka dispelled the barrier as Micah and Ingveld kept their guards up. "There," Micah said, sensing energy over from one of the buildings. A man with a mix of white and black hair wearing dark armor stood at the roof. His eyes were icy blue, possessing a wicked gaze akin to that of the devils of old. His expression was calm and inviting, but the 3 felt the power behind his calm. It was as if he was holding back a tidal wave. Next to him stood a man wearing a thick fur tunic with a shoulder cape like clothing on his shoulders. He had wavy blonde hair that blew gently in the breeze. His face was chiseled as if he was made entirely out of marble. His blue eyes looked at them with a hint of boredom as he crossed his arms. 2 small daggers hung on his belt. "Who are you?" Ingveld called out, not once taking her eyes off them. "Us. I heard from Brynhildr that nowadays it's rude to ask without introducing yourself first," the armored man said. "Brynhildr," Micah said. "Remember what Rika said. They're not humans nor demigods. They're not even gods. They're Einherjar from Valhalla," Toka said. "I'm Toka Thyella, a demigod, friend of the Red Dragon Emperor and—" "Cut the shit," the blonde man said. "Excuse me," Toka said. "You're not a demigod. You feel too different," the armored man said. Toka remained silent. "Not gonna talk. I'll respect your secret," the man said. He slapped his breastplate as he introduced himself. I am Sigurd. Nothing else? Ingveld asked. No titles like Slayer of Fafnir or Lover of Brynhildr. What no? Why would I have that title? Sigurd asked. You killed Fafnir, Micah replied. And that's not something we should celebrate. Fafnir was a dear friend of mine. Before his fall into madness, Sigurd said, clenching his fist. Sorry, Toka asked. I'm Micah. I am the heir of Micah, Micah said. Ingveld, Leviathan, descendant of the original Leviathan. Ingveld said. Ho, Leviathan, the blond man said. Yes, and you are? Toka asked. Eric the Red. He said, grinning from ear to ear as he drew his knives. I'll tell you the real reason I got that name by eliminating you in the name of Thor. Praise his name heretics and prepare to the coming of his millennial kingdom. Sigurd silenced Eric by slapping the back of his head. Let's begin, shall we? Sigurd said, summoning a black blade. The blade seemed to be covered in an eternal shadow with red markings etched on both sides. Its hilt was decorated in green jewels that glimmered ominously in the artificial light. Is that? Toka asked. No, but I almost had you there. I requested that the blade look like Graham due to my attachment to it. I'm thinking of calling it Ragnarok, Sigurd said. Without warning, Sigurd appeared in between the three and swung his blade, sending them all flying apart. Issei, Irina, and Mitsuki crossed through the entrance to one of Manhattan's most iconic locations. The green hills and wilderness amidst the bustling urban jungle that was outside those gates would be filled with people. But sadly, this was but a replica of the original. A convincing one at that. Central Park. This is where the energy signature was coming from, Mitsuki said. Why did Vasco send us directly to Thor? Issei asked. Vascoagi has his reasons. Don't forget, he's the most powerful exorcist in the church. He's been winning battles before our parents were even conceived. Irina said. Yeah, but, Issei said, looking up at the sudden appearance of thunderclouds. It looks like Thor knows you're here, Mestima said. As if on cue, the sound of a thunderclap accompanied by a bolt of lightning crashed in front of them, sending winds that pushed back Issei, Irina, and Mitsuki. Thor walked out of the lightning bolt, accompanied by a woman with rich blonde hair that the three almost mistook it for gold. Her eyes were a soft shade of blue that reminded them of a clear sky. She wore blue and gray armor with black leggings made of a fluid metal-like substance. Red Dragon, Thor said in a gruff voice that had the force of a Category V hurricane. Thor-sama, Issei said, summoning the boosted gear. It's a little odd for you to target us off the bat, the woman said in a smooth, silky voice. Well, we kind of expected you to be alone, Mitsuki said. You were wrong in your assumption, though I have to admit. Your team is powerful, considering they were able to defeat Gear and Eric Bloodaxe. Thor praised. Issei glanced at Irina and Mitsuki and nodded at each other. WESH Dragon Balance Breaker. Issei dashed towards Thor, his fist cocked back to strike. Sif appeared in front of Issei, blocking his attack with her sword. Mitsuki and Irina appeared next to Sif, causing her eyes to go wide and launched her into the sky with a combined kick. Go, Issei said. The two nodded and darted toward Thor's queen. Now that we're actually alone, Issei said, summoning Ascalon. Well then, let's fight, Thor said. A bolt of lightning crashed into Thor's hand. A small silver hammer appeared in Thor's hand that Issei recognized immediately. Mjolnir, Issei said. You were worthy of wielding this against Loki. Now, let's see how you fare when you're on the receiving end of it, Thor said as he raised the hammer. Electricity crackled across the hammer's surface as Thor pointed it towards Issei. A massive bolt of lightning shot forth from the hammer, which Issei narrowly dodged. Issei glanced behind him wide-eyed as a massive scorched trench stretched on behind him. Issei, now's not the time to lose your nerve, Drake urged. Lose my nerve? Are you kidding me? Issei said. My blood is pumping right now. Drake and Tiamat smiled inside their gear. Issei raised his right arm. Boosted gear shift. Calamity gear, Tiamat announced as the gem on Issei's right gauntlet shifted to blue. Let's do this, Issei said. He dashed towards Thor, beginning their fight. Gawk. Ingveld felt one of her ribs break as she slammed into the side of a skyscraper. She looked at Sigurd, her vision swimming, as he raised Ragnarok, prepared to eliminate her from the game. He brought his sword down only for a violet barrier to appear in front of Ingveld. Hey! Toka said, her hand outstretched. Eric appeared behind Toka. His daggers were drawn to strike at her undefended back when Micah appeared next to him, and slammed his tomahawk into his side, sending Eric careening into the roof of a skyscraper. Magitech release. Bloodletter. Micah's tomahawk transformed into a massive black battle axe. He raised the axe above his head and swung it, sending a wave of compressed air at the downed Eric. Eric rolled out of the way as the wave cut through the building, splitting the skyscraper down the middle. Toka glanced at Micah and smirked. Magitech release. Onyx Storm Armaments. Code Ketis. Toka's armor shifted as her left gauntlet transformed into a cannon. Aiming it at Sigurd, she began to charge energy. Sigurd, feeling a spike in power, dashed towards Toka with Ragnarok ready to strike. Dawn Strike Formation. Epic Cannon. Toka said. A massive beam of red energy fired from Toka's arm cannon. Sigurd swung Ragnarok, blocking her energy beam, sending stray blasts in all directions. Ingveld. Toka cried as she tried to push against Sigurd's blade. Right? Ingveld raised her hand and summoned a massive blue magic circle. She threw her hand down, sending an onslaught of water dragons at Sigurd. The Einherjar's eyes widened as the dragons sped toward him. Eric appeared in front of Sigurd. He swung his daggers rapidly, dispelling the dragons. Sujajiri. Eric's eyes widened as he felt something cut deep into his back. Rika. Ingveld said in relief. Rika kicked off Eric's back and stabbed Obsidian right into the building, stopping her fall. You all right? Rika asked. Yeah, those two, Ingveld said. Sigurd and Eric the Red. Rika said. I might have to release my Magitech's abilities. No, you don't, Ingveld said. Ingveld's eyes began to glow. She raised her palm, gathering red energy at the center. Time to knock Eric out. Scarlet Serpent Annihilation. A small condensed energy missile sped towards Eric and Sigurd. Eric's eyes widened as he kicked Sigurd out of the way, releasing his lock on Toka's attack. Toka and Ingveld's attacks collided with Eric, producing a bright red explosion that could be seen across the entire city as everyone felt the shockwave. Pawn of Thor has been eliminated. Nod announced. We did it, Rika said. Ingveld. Her eyes widened when she saw a dagger embedded into Ingveld's torso. Ingveld looked down and smiled as her eyes began to flutter. Toka! Micah cried out as he flew over and caught her. She had Eric's other dagger stabbed into her side. Heh, I guess I didn't see that one coming. Toka, Micah said. I'm not dying, just gonna pass out from blood loss. Bitch's dagger severed an artery, Toka said as her eyes fluttered shut. Her body dissolved into particles. Rika watched as Ingveld's body dissolved as well. A bishop and a pawn of Issei Hayudu has been eliminated. Nod announced. What a stunning display. Eric the Red has taken his opponents with him. Micah, Rika said. Yeah, let's not let their elimination be in vain. Rika said. Yeah, Micah answered, tightening his grip on the great moonlight blade. Without warning, the two charged at Sigurd to continue. Vasco and Risa let out slightly winded breaths as they continued to stare down their opponents. Cuts and bruises littered their bodies. Their opponents looked no worse for wear, having the same injuries as they did. Herveyor and Leif Erikson also let out small heavy breaths with grins on their faces. The two duos charged at each other again, continuing their dance of blades. Risa hopped on the flat of Vasco's Durandal replica as he launched her towards Herveyor. Leif Erikson hopped in between them and parried Risa's blow. She growled as she lifted her hand towards the sky, throwing Leif Erikson into the air with a telekinetic wave of energy. Her eyes widened as she bent backward, barely dodging Herveyor's turfing replica. Vasco appeared behind Risa and slammed his fist into Herveyor's side, sending her flying through a building. Risa smiled and took off towards Leif. Leif righted himself in midair as he was falling and saw Risa flying towards him. The two collided in the air as Risa kicked Leif to the ground. Leif landed on his feet and blocked Risa's slash. TCH, Vasco, how are you holding up? Risa asked as she staggered Leif. She swung Tatsamesa in an attempt to land a finishing blow but failed as the nimble Einherjar ducked out of the way. This woman won't go down, Vasco said as he slammed Durandal R on turfing. Watch out, old man. Vasco jumped out of the way as a blast of fire rocketed towards Herveyor. Herveyor's eyes widened as she swung turfing R and sliced the fireball apart. Her eyes narrowed as she saw a dragon flying at rapid speeds towards her. She jumped into the air, dodging him as he bulleted towards her. Bova, Risa and Vasco said. I'm here to help, Bova said as he hovered in front of Herveyor. My, what is the social norm these days? Take me to dinner first before double-teaming me, Herveyor said as she dropped into a stance. Oi, Bova said, a crimson blush staining his cheeks. He barely blocked as Herveyor appeared in front of him and kicked him. Bova pushed her back and grabbed her leg, throwing her towards Vasco. Vasco jumped at Herveyor to attack, however. Herveyor anticipated this and twisted her body, swinging Turfing R and slashing Vasco's back. She landed and slashed her sword once more, sending a wave of energy towards Vasco and Bova. Vasco, despite his injury, cut the energy wave apart. He and Bova sped towards Herveyor. Herveyor kicked Bova out of the way, sending him crashing into a building. She backflipped as Vasco swung Durandal, not letting her have any room to recover. Vasco continued his relentless onslaught on Herveyor. The Einherjar gritted her teeth as she found his swings harder to counter and dodge. She roared and swung Turfing with enough force to stagger Vasco. She grinned as she dug Turfing through a non-lethal area in his torso. Vasco spit out blood as he looked down. "This is over," Turfing said. Vasco's hand wrapped itself around her head. Turfing's grin grew wider as a beam of energy shot out of Vasco's back, causing him to fall to one knee in pain, still holding Herveyor's face. "It's done," she said as she moved to take Vasco's hand off her face. In doing so, she lowered her guard, and Vasco, seeing the opportunity, tightened his grip and swung her, slamming her onto the concrete 5 times. Herveyor looked up at him with wide eyes as pain racked her entire body. He slammed his massive foot on her torso, knocking her out. "Knight of Thor has been eliminated," Nod announced. Vasco grinned and fell to his knees. He placed his hand on his torso and looked at the blood that now stained his hands. Old Man Bova said, limping towards Vasco. "Go help Risa," Vasco said. "I can't fight with this wound. That energy beam managed to damage some of the organs in my body. I retire." Old Man Bova said. "Bova," Risa cried out as she and Leaf were locked in combat. Bova closed his eyes and took off to help Risa. Vasco's eyes closed as he smiled. "The youth of today. How interesting," Vasco said as he dissolved into a stream of yellow lights. V. Vasco Strata has been eliminated. Rook of Issei Hayudu has retired. Nod announced. Rook of Issei Hayudu has retired. Issei froze when he heard those words. Vasco was quite possibly their strongest piece and he was eliminated. What kind of monsters did Thor have on his team? "Pay attention," Issei cried out in pain as Mjolnir slammed into his chest, sending him through 15 buildings. Issei crashed into the face of the Empire State, groaning in pain. "Issei, look out," Mestima yelled. Issei rolled out of the way as Thor crashed through the building. Issei jumped off the wall and hovered in front of the hole. "Umu Tabarutu," Tiamat announced. A beam of blue energy shot into the wall, creating a large explosion. Issei flew out of the way as a massive thunderbolt exploded from the Empire State. Issei barely blocked Thor's punch as Thor appeared in front of him. Issei gritted his teeth. His eyes glowed and Thor was sent rocketing back into a building. "You're getting better with that telekinesis of yours," Drake said. "Thanks," Issei said. "I think I might need it. And a phoenix tear after this. The guy broke 5 ribs, I think." "Gotcha," Tiamat said. "Crimson Moon. Full drive," the 2 dragons announced. Issei was clad in black armor with red and blue gems. He flew towards Thor in a burst of speed that surprised the god. Thor felt Issei's fist impact the side of his face, sending him flying through the Empire State. Issei appeared behind him and performed an axe kick, sending Thor into the streets below. The entirety of the arena shook as the thunder god crashed into the ground. Issei raised his hand and began to channel his miasma into a single point. "So you're going to use it?" Mestima asked. "I have no choice. If I don't end this fast, Thor will get the better of me. Without DXDG or pseudo-DXD, there's no way I can fight on par with deities like him." "Other deities, yes, but those like Thor," Issei said. "Until you can master the ultimate form of your miasma-enhanced forms, I guess using your powers in conjunction with this form is all you can do," Mestima said. Issei gritted his teeth as pain shot through his body. In the VIP booths of the arena, Zekram's eyes widened when he saw a black and red sphere forming above Issei's head. Surzex and Venelana recognized it as well, alongside every other occupant in the room. How is he using the power of destruction?" Lord Bale demanded. Michael narrowed his eyes. "No, that's not. Is it?" "Can't be," Michael thought as he watched Issei fight. "Eat this," Issei said as he launched the crimson sphere at Thor. Thor looked up and grinned when he saw the massive black and red sphere. "Power of destruction. I didn't know you were a Bale," Thor said. He spun Mjolnir and swung it, slingshotting himself towards the sphere. He slammed the hammer into the ball of destructive energy. Thor's eyes widened when he felt the power behind it. He's boosted it. Thor grinned as he poured more power into Mjolnir. Thor pushed with all his might and shattered the sphere, sending countless bolts of energy impacting the cityscape. Issei's eyes widened as Thor slammed Mjolnir into his stomach and then elbowed Issei's spine, sending him crashing into a building. Issei shakily got on his hands and knees and opened his visor. He coughed, sending a massive glob of blood onto the pavement. "He's too strong," Issei said. "He has enough power to shatter that final element sphere. It seems that you need more training after this," Mestima said. "And no kidding," Issei said. His gaze traveled to the hovering thunder god. As he was about to get up, Issei heard an announcement that made his heart drop and his blood boil. "Queen of Issei Hyudu has been eliminated," Nod announced. "It seems that Sif has gotten serious," Thor said, eyeing the golden storm in the distance. "Mitsuki," Issei said, following Thor's gaze. "Issei, you need to finish this before Sif and Mitsuki finish their battle. If Sif defeats your sister, your chances of winning are gone," Drake urged. "I know that," Issei said. "Issei, we have to use it," Tiamat said. "It's not ready. I can't even last 5 minutes in that form," Issei said. "You have no choice. As it is right now, that form is the only form that will allow you to fight Thor on near-even grounds," Mestima said. "Give your strength," Issei said as he shakily got to his feet. Thor raised an eyebrow when he noticed a dark red aura surrounding Issei. "This form is new," Issei said. "I got it through my training, but I have yet to extend its time limit." Issei panted as he fell to his knees. Mestima's training regimen was taking an immense toll on his body. His new powers, he marveled at its versatility. His favorite of them all thus far was the power of destruction. However, Mestima referred to it as the final element or one of its applications. "We're not done. Continue," Mestima said. "Ha!" Issei entered his balance breaker, which quickly shifted into his crimson moon. Full drive. Blood poured from Issei's eyes as the Skara turned black. An explosion of black and red aura poured forth from Issei's armor as tremors rocked the entirety of Kuo. Crimson Chaos Breaker. Satan Drive. Issei's armor had changed. It was no longer like any of the previous transformations Issei had undergone. His entire body appeared to be a demonic mockery of the boosted gears, former Cardinal Crimson promotion. Issei's armor now resembled that of solid magma that solidified, giving off the appearance of a coat. A small crown of curved horns sat atop his visor. Red lines pulsated across his chest. 5 pairs of feathered black and red energy wings appeared behind Issei. "This is new," Thor muttered as he prepared himself. He blinked and saw that Issei was no longer there. He whirled around, scanning his surroundings. Thor's eyes widened when he felt something slam into his neck. His eyes rolled over to see Issei slamming his leg into the back of his neck. Thor cried out in pain as he crashed through the building and skidded across several hundred feet of pavement and dirt before crashing into one of the artificial ponds of Central Park. "Time to end this. I don't have much time left," Issei said, disappearing in a burst of speed. He appeared in front of a surprised Thor as he uppercut the deity, sending him into the air. Thor stabilized himself and threw Mjolnir at Issei. Issei darted to the right and held his hand out. "Issei, you're going to use the power of destruction again?" Drake asked. "It'll be our final gambit. Boost it as much as you can for me," Issei said. "We'll try hatchling," Tiamat said. Issei charged towards Thor as the sphere in his hand increased in power. "Oh no, you don't," Thor said as he summoned Mjolnir into his hand. Hearing a whirring sound, Issei glanced back and saw Mjolnir heading towards him. He ascended, barely dodging the hammer but never lost ground. Thor channeled his divine energy into the hammer and shot towards Issei. "This is our last gambit." Deep crimson spiral. Issei thrust his palm towards Thor as the massive sphere of destructive energy expanded to the size of an 8-story. Thor slammed his empowered Mjolnir into the sphere, sending a massive shockwave across the entire arena and beyond as Agrias shook underneath the force of their blows. "Come on," Issei roared as he kept boosting the sphere. Thor growled as he tried to push back to no avail. Thor's eyes widened when he saw Mjolnir being pushed back. Eventually, the lock broke with his lightning being consumed by Issei's crimson spiral. Thor grinned as his entire body was consumed by the sphere. Issei fired the sphere, sending it flying through the Manhattan skyline before curving upward. The sphere reached the barrier surrounding the raiding game arena and broke through it before rupturing the skies of Gehenna in a thunderous explosion. The entire crowd was shocked. None more so than the VIP booth, which was filled with various Pantheon leaders from across the earth. Odin smiled, a little disappointed that Thor had lost so early in the games, but felt pride at witnessing Issei's win. I can't believe it," Nod proclaimed. "Thor has retired. The match goes to Team Midnight Dragon Emperor of Crimson Truth." Issei's armor dispelled as he landed. He fell to his knees and panted heavily as he heard the cheers around him. He smiled a bloody smile as he waved to the crowds. "Our first win," Issei said as he dissolved in a shower of lights. In a different booth, the Gremory peerage sat with mixed feelings as they cheered for Issei's win. RIAS smiled at the prospect of being able to face her ex-lover in a match, but also felt nervous. Issei was stronger than her by miles. Her new abilities with her eyes might be able to even the odds, but she never knew by how much. Her thoughts were interrupted when Akeno tapped her shoulder. RIAS asked, glancing at Akeno. "I'm going to go get something to eat," she said. "Just be back by our match against Team Mammon," RIAS said. Akeno nodded and left the room. As soon as she closed the door, her eyes shifted color briefly to yellow. A sadistic grin appeared on her face before composing herself and walking down the hallway. Akeno walked down the stairs to an unseen corner of the arena and entered the kitchen. She snapped her fingers, causing a haze to appear over the eyes of the chefs as she walked through. She opened the back door of the kitchen and stepped outside. "Beelzebub," a voice said. "Akeno." Beelzebub's eyes changed from violet to yellow as he turned to greet them. "Naima, have they reported in?" Beelzebub asked. "Yes, they have. They located it," Naima said. "Humph, tell them to acquire the gun at all costs. Kill all witnesses," Beelzebub said. Naima nodded but then remembered something. "Beelzebub, the gun only has 6 bullets left," Naima said. "We don't need the bullets, just the gun. And one of them," Beelzebub said. "Do you believe that he's the one?" Naima asked. "I do," Beelzebub said. He glanced at her, sending shivers of fear down her spine. "If elder sister believes he is the one, then he is the one." Naima remained silent as she walked past Beelzebub. "Apollyon and I are slated to go next after him. I'll contact you later," she said, disappearing before his eyes. "Soon, Issei, soon," Beelzebub said, his eyes glowing ominously as he walked back into the stadium. Ajuka Stadium, February 18, 2020, 2:45 p.m. Current time, 4 minutes and 5 seconds till midnight. Another outstanding win for Team Midnight Dragon Emperor of Blazing Truth. Not even the ferocity of House Furkas was able to bring them down. Nod shouted through the microphone at the top of his lungs. In the arena, Issei breathed a sigh of relief and sat down, tired from his most recent match. Irina sat down next to him, stabbing her sword into the ground and leaning her head against his shoulder as the two dissipated into a shower of faint red lights. "Man," Bova said as he placed his hands behind his head. A bandage was wrapped around his arm, a gift from their previous raiding game with Thor. "We won, but it wasn't a big one like Thorsama's. It was a small fry devil air." Rika giggled as she punched Bova's shoulder. "You didn't do too bad yourself, lizard boy." "You really think so?" Bova asked. "Yeah," Rika said, praising him. The two stared into each other's eyes as the world slowly faded away. Rika could only see Bova and Bova only saw Rika. It was as if, "Are we interrupting something?" The two yelped and jumped apart, something completely uncharacteristic for the usually stoic senpai of Issei Hayudu. The two turned and saw the white-haired Valkyrie devil that often spent time with their kohai, captain in the household. She tilted her head as her cyan eyes lingered on them for a few seconds. "Rosweiss." Rosweiss turned to see Kiba approaching them with Gasper, Aaron, and Asia. "They didn't come?" Rosweiss asked. Rika and Bova looked at them with curiosity, feeling somewhat in the dark. "Ria-sama said she's coming. Tatsuya-san and the others are out celebrating our victory still," Kiba said. "So much for reconciliation," Rosweiss said. "Sorry." They all turned to see Rias, Zenobia, Akeno, and Koneko running over to them. "I thought he said that the others weren't coming," Bova asked. "Ha," Rosweiss said, placing her hands on her hips. "I went to the bathroom," Rias said with a slightly embarrassed look on her face. Rika narrowed her eyes. This girl was unnaturally powerful, even more so than some of the high and ultimate class devils here in the arena. "Hello," Rika said in a polite tone. "Oh, hello," Rias said, walking over to her. "I'm Rias Gremory. It's nice to finally meet you in person, Rika Kuroyuki." To think Issei-kun had such a powerful knight at his disposal. Gonna ignore me? Bova asked, his pride feeling a bit wounded. I'm sorry, RIAS said, bowing. It's good to see you again, Bova-san. Gremory-san, Bova said, nodding his head. Are you here for Issei? Rika asked. Yes, we're here to congratulate him, RIAS said. And so are we. Governor General, RIAS said as she bowed respectfully. Oni-sama, Wani-sama, Azrael-sama. Azrael nodded coldly to RIAS before glancing at Issei's door. RIAS frowned, feeling the sheer chill of Azrael's gaze as she straightened herself. Surzex smiled at her while Grafia sent her a comforting look. Azazel was busy chatting with Rika. While they waited, RIAS and her peerage looked at Grafia's stomach. The bulge had significantly increased in size, and she could see her brother stroking Grafia's belly. Have you thought of names? RIAS asked. The two looked at her before glancing at each other. Your brother, Grafia said, glancing at Surzex with a smirk. Thinks it's a girl, and he wants to name it Annalise after your older sister. I think it's a boy and proposed to name it after Issei. Oni-sama. What was Ne-sama like? Tu-sama and Ka-sama never really talk about her outside of her accomplishments. RIAS said. Annalise. Annalise was a crybaby for a lack of better terms. Surzex said. She always followed. RIAS watched as a fond and longing smile formed on her brother's face. However, it wasn't just the smile that got to her. It was the way he described her. It almost sounded like how Surzex acted when she wasn't there. The door to Issei's locker room suddenly opened as the rest of the team stepped out with duffel bags hoisted over their shoulders. Issei looked at everyone standing there and smiled. You guys were waiting for us, Issei said. Of course, Grafia said. Congratulations on your third victory, Issei. Thanks, Ain, Issei said as he rubbed the back of his head. It's really all thanks to everyone on the team. Issei's eyes widened slightly as he was pushed forward by Vasco, who lightly patted his back. He turned around and saw the old man smiling at him. Don't sell yourself short, Issei, Vasco said. Vasco is right. You're no slouch yourself, Risa said. And besides, Ingveld said, a team is nothing without their captain to support and push them. In addition to being one of our strongest players, you've been the biggest support on the team, Issei. Thanks, guys. I don't really know what to say, Issei said. Nay. Lily pulled away from Grafia and ran over to him and Mitsuki. The two looked down at her curiously as she began tugging on their arms. She looked over at the crowds and kept pulling. What is it, Lil? Asia walked over to them and squatted next to her. Lily let go of Issei and Mitsuki and grabbed Asia and tried to pull her forward. Ice cream, Lily said as she pulled Asia. The blonde smiled and turned to her adoptive siblings. Nei-san, wanna go get ice cream with me and Lily? Asia asked. Issei and Mitsuki glanced at each other before nodding. The two grinned as they simultaneously tossed their bags at Risa and Vasco before running off. Rossweiss and Irina sighed in exasperation as they watched Issei and his twin sister run off to catch up to Asia and Lily. Hey, can you guys get me a mint chip? Issei asked as the three ordered. Asia and Mitsuki glanced at him. Ha, usually you order for yourself, Aniki, Mitsuki said. I think I left my towel back in the room, Issei said. Don't worry, Nei-san. We'll order it for you, Asia said. Issei nodded gratefully and left the ice cream parlor, running as fast as he could back to the stadium. He opened the door to the room their team was assigned to and found his towel sitting on one of the chairs. He grabbed it and walked out, closing the door behind him. As he was leaving, he spotted a familiar figure walking in the distance in his direction. It was her, the hooded devil that he saw during registration. Next to her was a woman who was inhumanly beautiful. If he had to make a change to the official list of the most beautiful women in the underworld, yes, there was a list, Issei would rank this woman leagues above Seraphal Leviathan, who was ranked as number 1. Seraphal had nothing on her. Her breasts lightly bounced as she walked. Her midnight black hair was shining slightly in the lighting. Her outfit consisted of a white shirt with a black skirt and brown shoes. But her eyes were mesmerizing. They were a piercing yellow that made Issei feel naked the longer he looked into them. Hey, Issei said. You're the woman I saw on the day of sign-ups. The two stopped to look at Issei. The black-haired woman glanced down at her companion, who was a head shorter than her with a curious look on her face. The hooded woman sighed and waved at Issei. Yes, we did see each other, but we never got acquainted. My name is Apollyon, she said, introducing herself. She nudged the woman next to her. This woman is Katerina. Apollyon was interrupted when Katerina spoke. I'm Katerina Alighieri, she said. It is a pleasure to meet you, Red Dragon. Alighieri, like from Dante's Inferno. Issei asked. Yes, like from Dante's Inferno, Katerina said. A beeping noise went off as she pulled out her scroll. We really do need to get going, Issei. We'll see you later. Issei nodded and waved goodbye as Apollyon and Katerina left. What an odd duo, Issei said as he walked out of the stadium. Hyudu Manor, 4:55 p.m. Alright, we have no time to celebrate, Issei said as he bit into his pizza. He walked over to the whiteboard and pulled out a black dry erase marker and wrote the name of the next team they were to fight. Sikvera Agars. Issei circled and underlined the name over and over again. He crossed his arms and looked at them, specifically at his twin sister. She blinked and pointed at herself. Issei nodded and motioned for her to join him up at the front. Why am I up here? Mitsuki asked. Our opponent is your king, so I thought it would be best for you to lead the powwow since you were a member of their team, Issei said. Well, Mitsuki said as she began to write a series of names on the board. Everyone's eyes widened at the amount. She had a full set, and their powers were completely unknown. Sikvera Agars, King, Olivian, Queen, Kagari Midobi, Bishop, Xavier Flammel, Bishop, Sirius Alexander, Rook, Ariana Tesla, Rook, Charles Magnus, Knight, Zinogre, Knight, Pollux Tindari, Pawn, Castor Tindari, Pawn. Other than Zin, I know all of the powers of my fellow peerage members. Olivian is a dragon that can assume a human form like some dragons. His specialties lie in magic, but also knows hand-to-hand should the situation call for it. He can also access his outrage mode. Next, we have Kagari. She's a special case. She's a technomancer. Kagari can control technology and magical technology as well. She can summon robots in combat. Then we get to Xavier. Xavier is a descendant of the Flammel line and is extremely well-versed in alchemy. He can practically transmute any material on the battlefield into a weapon and is well-versed in support-based magic. Next, we have the Rooks, Sirius Alexander and Ariana Tesla. Sirius's family is descended or claims to be descended from Iskandar. He's a pretty nice guy once you get to know him. He has a buster sword that he uses for combat reinforced and enhanced with magic to be able to cut through other metals like butter. Ariana's entire deal is that she uses a form of elemental combat. She wears a pair of gauntlets that generate several thousand volts of electricity to fight. Charles Magnus is a descendant of the Frankish king, Charlemagne, hence the name. He is the current wielder of Joyus, a holy sword. Mitsuki was interrupted as Irina raised her hand. I'm sorry, did you just say that he wields Joyus? Irina asked. Yes, why? Mitsuki asked. Vasco, Irina, and Risa looked at each other before Vasco spoke up. Several years ago, Joyus was reported missing when the entirety of Lord Charlemagne's descendants were wiped out in a raid by the Carmilla vampire clan. The sword was missing, so we assumed that they stole it. That is, Vasco said. To think the Agars clan had been hiding it from us. No need to start a crusade, Issei said. He motioned for Mitsuki to continue. Castor and Pollux Tindari, twin demigod children of the Greco-Roman goddess, Demeter. They have the standard abilities of her children. Chlorokinesis, enhanced strength and stamina, above-average regenerative capabilities. Mitsuki listed off. Okay, we know who we're up against. How do we counteract them? Micah asked as he took a bite out of his cheese pizza. Sikvera-sama usually employs two strategies in her games, Mitsuki said, writing two terms on the board. Capping the marker, she pointed at it. Modatus and guerrilla warfare, Mitsuki said. I'm familiar with guerrilla warfare, but what is Modatus? Toka asked. Modatus is a strategy used in a war known as a double envelopment maneuver. In basic terms, Sikvera-sama uses her pawns and her knights to split the enemy peerage into smaller, manageable portions and overwhelms them in detail. Mitsuki said. So like divide and conquer? Risa asked. Yes, Mitsuki said. Any counter-strategies? Ingveld asked. My goal for this match is to lose the least number of people if possible. That is why we will be employing blitzkrieg tactics, Mitsuki said. Hit them hard and hit them fast as we plow our way to Sikvera-sama and Olivian. So no splitting up to draw out their forces, Ruby asked. Not this time. She'll be counting on it, Mitsuki said. Now, everyone in Sikvera-sama's peerage, following the end of the war, is at least on the low end of ultimate class, with Sikvera-sama and Olivian being the strongest. I think our most troublesome foe for this would be Zin, Mitsuki said. Issei's face became serious. Zin has power rivaling a dragon king. Bova's eyes widened as he looked at Issei with an open mouth. She's almost as Strong as father? Bova asked. Issei nodded and a silence fell upon the entire group. Combined with Olivian and Sikvera-sama, those three will be the toughest opponents we'll face on that team. While they're nowhere near on Thor-sama's level, Sikvera-sama is a tactical genius rivaling Sonocitri and RIAS Gremory. Issei said. When's the match? Vasco asked. Friday, Issei said. Which gives us time to prepare for her. Issei sat in the library of Hayudu Manor, books stacked next to him as he flipped through page upon page. His eyes were focused as he absorbed every word in the book. Issei. He turned around and saw Rosweiss walking up to him with a tray holding 2 glasses of juice. She smiled and placed one right next to him. Issei smiled as he took a sip from the glass. Mango, Issei thought as he placed the glass down. What are you reading? Rosweiss asked. A book about possible theories on how Big G created sacred gears, specifically those with beings sealed inside of them. Issei said as he flipped through it, careful not to utter the biblical god's name as to prevent Rosweiss from receiving a nasty headache. I see. Rosweiss picked up one of the books, Theories on the True Reason for Longinus. Rosweiss placed the book back in the pile and wrapped her arms around Issei's neck. You should take a break, Rosweiss said. Yeah, maybe I should look elsewhere like Sensei or Azine, Issei said. Good to know that you're taking a break, Drake said. You've been researching since you started training and you've made several breakthroughs in creating your own custom Dragon Gates, Tiamat said. But you need rest. Yeah, come on Rosweiss, Issei said. Wanna watch a movie together? Rosweiss smiled and nodded, following him out of the room. Armoros Stadium, February 21st, 2020, 10 a.m. Man, I can never get used to that many people in the audience watching us beat the shit out of each other while wearing my face, Micah said as he crossed his arms. Their match against the Agars clan. Just ignore it. I know how this all feels, Issei muttered, glancing at all the Oppai Dragon banners and merchandise that he spotted in the crowd. It seems that we all have fans, Rika said, looking at the people holding banners with her face on it. I don't know how to feel about that, Ingveld said, shivering at the people holding Marry Me signs up. Welcome to the 4th round of the Azazel Cup. I am your announcer Nod Gamagen coming back to you live with the first round of the semifinal matches. I assure you that we have a treat for you all today. Nod announced. An image of Sikvera appeared on the screen. Team Sikvera Agars led by the lovely, intelligent, and beautiful heiress of the Agars clan, Sikvera Agars. Nod gestured to another image that appeared on the screen. Fighting against them is the team led by the Oppai Dragon. Ever since he defeated Lord Thor, they have been labeled by the other gods and the Satans themselves, Team Midnight Dragon Emperor of Crimson Truth led by the Oppai Dragon, the Red Dragon Emperor Issei Hayudu. I wonder where we're fighting. They didn't send me a place this time, Issei said. I've been wondering what the terrain is as well, Toka said. The match will be held in Alps. Nod exclaimed. Are both sides ready? Issei and Sikvera both narrowed their eyes as their peerages both got ready. 3, 2, 1, start. Team Agars and Team Midnight Dragon Emperor of Crimson Truth were both teleported into the arena. Sikvera's side, Mont Blanc. Sikvera-sama, Olivian said as he walked up to her side. Our peerage is prepared to move. Mitsuki is on their team. There's a chance they'll be expecting the usual strategy. Olivian, tell our peerage to do a pincer maneuver. And Zenogre, I'd like it if you stayed with me, Sikvera said. Of course, Agars Dano, Zin said. Well then Issei, how will you deal with this? Sikvera's red eyes twinkled. Issei's side, Monte Rosa. Monte Rosa was the 2nd highest peak in the Alps. The sheer size of it being replicated in the rating game setting never ceased to amaze Issei. As he looked out over the Alps, he saw the white caps filled with snow. Clouds hugged the mountains, giving off a massive sea of wispy grays and whites with a sky so blue that it hardly appeared to be real. Issei glanced over to his right and saw the familiar curved spire of the Matterhorn which he had seen so many times in books and movies. He smiled, planning to visit once this was all over with Rosweiss and Arena. So, full speed ahead? Issei asked, glancing at Arena. Michan said to do a blitzkrieg, so yeah, hit hard and fast. Arena said, Welp, charge. Issei spread his energy wings and took off. Everyone glanced at each other before taking off after him. Issei dove down through the clouds, masking himself and his entire peerage inside of them. Above them, shadows dashed over, forcing them to pause. They're already moving, Issei asked. Issei, behind you. Issei's eyes widened as Rika appeared in front of him, blocking someone's blade. I didn't even sense him, Issei said as he floated back. Rika parried his blow and slammed her foot into his stomach, sending him back a little. The attacker in question was of European descent. His hair was messy like a bird's nest with dark locks that had white tresses mixed in. He wore a white and black tunic with blue accents. His pants were black and the thighs were covered in silver armor. His blue eyes stared intensely at Rika as she leveled her blade at him. His grip on his own sword never wavered. "Charles," Mitsuki said as she formed energy blades on her hand. "Suki," Charles said as he leveled a beautiful golden sword at them. "Joy-use," Vasco gasped. Several figures dropped into the clouds around them. Mitsuki narrowed her eyes as 4 figures surrounded them. A pair of twins and a man and a woman. She recognized the twins immediately. Castor and Pollux, twin daughters of Demeter. Unlike her and Issei, Castor and Pollux were same-sex twins, meaning they were both female. Castor and Pollux were a year younger than Mitsuki, if she remembered correctly. The twins were nearly impossible to tell apart, both possessing orange hair and blue eyes, however. The most glaring difference was their bust size. Pollux had larger breasts while Castor's were smaller, which often sparked a fight between the twins. The woman on their right was Kaguri Midobi. She was Sikvera's best friend in everything that involved robots and tech. She had snow-white hair that reminded her of a certain Lucifer and sparkling blue eyes. She wore a white sweater with a blue vest and a navy blue skirt. Floating railguns were on standby next to her as she pointed their sights on them. The man on their left was Sirius Alexander. He was easily the oldest of the 5 that had ambushed them if everyone had to guess. He had blonde hair and hazel eyes and wore a red headband. He lacked a shirt, showing off his muscular physique complete with a six-pack. He wore brown baggy pants hidden by a tattered red cloak. On his arms were white bandages that served as arm guards. "Misan," Kaguri said as she floated. "I didn't think we'd be facing each other in the semifinals. Seems like fate that we would fight here today. I'm curious Sikvera-sama isn't performing the usual game-winning strategy." Mitsuki said. "Lady Sikvera has foreseen that you would tell them of how she fights. Therefore, she has decided to use another maneuver to catch you off guard." Sirius said. "That's right, even if your team is stronger than ours." Castor said. "There's no way you can beat us in a battle of wits." Pollux answered. Mitsuki remained silent as she stared at them. She glanced at everyone who nodded. "Unfortunately for you," Issei said, summoning the boosted gear, "we don't intend to let you take any of us out." Everyone tensed as the air grew heavier with each passing moment. Without warning, Issei dashed towards Sirius, landing a devastating blow to his face. He punched the underside of his chin, sending him upward through the clouds. With that, all hell broke loose. Charles rushed Rika, engaging her in combat. Their blades clashed, causing sparks to fly as they flickered in and out of sight around them. Micah and Toka were engaged by the twins. Ingveld summoned water serpents and attacked Kaguri while turning to Vasco, Irina, and Bova. "Geo, help Issei," she yelled as she deflected a pixelated energy blast from Kaguri. The 3 nodded and broke through the clouds to see Issei and Mitsuki fighting against 3 people. The first opponent that they fought was a woman with short brown hair. She had lightning arcing off her body as she fired lightning bolt after lightning bolt at Issei. Issei dodged as the lightning bolt flew past him, destroying the peak of a nearby mountain. Issei's eyes widened as he blocked Sirius, whose fist was encased in a white and red glow. Their eyes traveled to a man with short red hair and red eyes. He had a beret-style cap on and a white and red checkered coat with a book in his hands. He smiled as he summoned a massive ball of fire and threw it at them. Vasco reacted quickly, summoning Durandal II to slice the flaming sphere in half. Irina raised her hand and summoned several dozen light rings and threw them at the mage. The mage raised his hand and a red barrier enveloped him, blocking all her attacks. "TCH," Irina said. "Irina," Risa said as she summoned her katana. Irina glanced at her. "Go help Issei," Risa said as she disappeared in a flash of orange light. Sirius grinned as he blocked a blow from Issei. Fighting against the Red Dragon Emperor had been one of his dreams for the tournament, and here he was. He slammed his fist into Issei's torso, sending him back a few feet. Issei gripped his side. "That's going to bruise," Mastima said as she hovered next to Issei. "Shut up, trying to concentrate here," Issei said as he rushed back in. Issei looked and saw Risa bulleting towards him. He flew out of the way just in time to see Sirius get kicked through a mountain by her. She hovered in front of him. Go plow your way to Sekvira," Risa said as she sliced one of the lightning bolts in half. Irina flew up to Issei and hovered. Let's go. Watch out for Ariana, Issei yelled. Risa nodded as Vasco engaged the girl in hand-to-hand combat. Issei and Irina glanced at each other before jetting towards Sikvera Agars. Risa smiled as she stood back-to-back with Mitsuki. Fighting against my own peerage members outside of training. Never thought that would ever happen until I reached high class, Mitsuki said as she held her arms up, coated in violet energy. Just because we're on different teams doesn't mean you should hold back, Mitsuki, Sirius said as he flew over to her front. That's right, the red-headed mage said. Easy for you to say, Xavier, Mitsuki said, glancing over her shoulder. It is, Xavier said, smiling. Always a prick. Hey Risa, wanna switch? Mitsuki asked. Sure. Risa grinned as the two shot past each other towards their desired opponent. Issei and Irina sped through the clouds, scanning for any sign of Sikvera, Zin, or Olivian. The peaks of the Alps became blurs of grays and whites as they flew at top speed. This is a big map, Issei muttered, scanning every peak that they passed. How did they find us so fast? Irina asked. They must have used Zin's master familiar contract to find me and relayed through a multi-channel CC, hehe, Issei said. If she can use the contract to find you, can't you trace Zin through the contract as well? Irina asked. Wait, that's genius, why didn't I just think of that? Issei said, slapping his forehead. You are the epitome of strategic brilliance, hatchling Tiamat sighed inside his head. Issei forced energy into his right hand where a dragon gate symbol with Zin's dragon form appeared. He closed his eyes and searched for her through their contracted connection. Zin opened her eyes as she looked ahead. Sikvera, noticing the change in the air, looked over to her. He's using the contract to find me, Zin said. Like how we found him, Olivian deduced as he crossed his arms. Be ready. Even if it's a 3-on-2, Issei is a very powerful fighter. Stick together and don't give him any room to breathe, Sikvera said. Issei opened his eyes as soon as he locked onto Zin's signature. Without warning, Issei made a sharp turn to the right, catching Irina off guard. She flapped her wings, creating a sonic boom as she sped behind Issei. Did you find them? Irina asked. Yeah, they're this way, Issei said as he increased his speed. Irina sighed and activated her night speed that she gained from the Queen Piece to follow after him. Ingveld coated Rika's blade in water as she dashed towards Charles. Charles poured magic into Joyous, bringing it up and blocking Rika's blade. She gritted her teeth as she began forcing him back. Charles narrowed his eyes, shifting his weight and pushing back. Ingveld formed a massive magic circle above her head and prepared to fire when Kagari fired a blue laser at her. Ingveld reacted quickly, erecting a barrier that deflected the laser. Focus on our fight, Kagari said as she fired a series of magic missiles at Ingveld. Ingveld's eyes widened as she summoned several magic circles that fired several blasts of energy. The blasts collided, shaking the area as the clouds were swept away by the shockwave. Above them, the Tindari twins fought Micah and Toka. Castor vaulted over her sister as she kicked Micah in the chest, sending him crashing into Toka. Their synchronization, Toka said as she gently pushed Micah off her. Ours is better. We're the ultimate tag team after all, he said, grinning. His fang glinted in the light. Toka smiled as she held her arm out. Partial deployment. Code Ketis. Dawn Cannon. The pauldron of Toka's black armor shifted as a cannon encased her right arm. A beam of red energy shot forth from it, forcing the twins apart. Micah appeared in front of Castor, landing a kick on her arm. An audible snap was heard as Castor screamed in agony. She gripped her broken left arm as she glared at Micah. Dick! She yelled. Green magic circles appeared behind her as vines shot from them towards Micah. Micah stiffened as he used Great Moonlight Blade to slice the vines apart. He poured energy into the Magitech Tomahawk and swung it, creating an arc of energy. A red barrier covered her, deflecting the blast. Micah glanced up and saw a red-haired boy sending them a thumbs up before dodging a swipe from Bova. Always at the last moment, serious, Castor said as she clutched her arm. Pawn of Sikvera Agars has been defeated. Castor's eyes widened at the announcement as she turned around to see her sister dissolving into red lights. Toka was behind her, dagger drawn. Pollux, you bastards. Promotion, Queen, Castor announced. Shit, Micah said. Can we promote? Toka asked. No, if these pieces work like actual chess, then we need to be in enemy territory. Toka said. Shit. Micah dodged as Castor shot past him with a kick. Micah. Toka flew up to him, blocking another attempted kick from Castor. Stronger too, Toka Toka said as she held back her kick. "TCH, you eliminated my sister," Castor yelled. "It's just a game," Micah protested. The phrase, "it's just a game," is such a weak mindset. Castor roared as she threw Toka back. She rushed towards Micah, using her good arm to try and land a blow on his neck. Micah dodged and moved out of the way before moving in and planting his knee into her stomach. Castor coughed as she flew back. "TCH." Castor roared. "Watch out." Toka and Micah looked up and saw Mitsuki heading for them. The two frantically moved as Mitsuki shot past them. She formed an energy blade in her hand and disappeared in a burst of speed. Castor's eyes widened as she felt pain in her torso. She looked down and saw a cut forming on her abdomen. Looking behind her, the mountain peak was gone as Mitsuki stood there with her hand out, a blade made of energy around it. "Sorry, Cassie," Mitsuki said, turning around. "TCH, you got lucky, moon bitch," Castor said as she lost consciousness and disappeared in a sparkle of lights. What a stunning offensive front. Team Midnight has eliminated 2 pieces from Team Agar's and has yet to lose any of their own. Could we be looking at a possible mismatch? Nod announced. "Mismatch," Mitsuki muttered. She glanced up and saw Bova crash into a mountain peak, courtesy of a punch from Sirius. Issei and Irina slowed down when they felt a massive wave of power coming from a nearby peak. The two looked at each other before heading towards it and landing. Irina looked around, seeing no one in the area. She summoned Hautaclear from her pocket storage and gripped it tightly as she and Issei made their way across the mountaintop. "See anything?" Irina asked. "No, I don't see any." Every hair on Issei's neck stood on end as he jumped back as red lightning crashed in front of him. Irina slid back from the sheer force of the impact, sliding into a boulder. The two looked with wide eyes when they saw Olivian and Zin walking out from the small crater. "Issei-sama," Zin said as she stopped, her red eyes staring at him. "Zin," Issei said as he dropped into a stance. "Oya, we are the last barrier to Sikvara-sama," Red Dragon-san, Olivian said. "So she's not coming to fight us herself?" Issei asked. "No," Olivian said, his nails extending into claws. "Issei," Irina said, spreading her wings. "You read my mind just right," Issei said, folding his hands in a volley position. Zin and Olivian looked confused until Irina hopped on Issei's hand and he threw her at speeds faster than they could track. Olivian's eyes widened as his vision was filled with Irina's knee. The angel kicked Olivian off the peak before dodging a tail swipe from Zin. She swung Hautaclear, parrying Zin's tail as she flipped backward. Zin had no time to breathe as Issei began sending a flurry of kicks and punches in his balance breaker. Zin grunted as she deflected Issei's blows. She infused red lightning into her fist. She appeared in front of Issei in the blink of an eye, who was caught off guard by her speed and was sent flying through a rock with a lightning-enhanced blow. She appeared behind him and kicked upwards, sending Issei into the sky. "Damn it, gonna have to use it," Issei said as several black and red balls appeared behind him. "Megiddo Rain," Issei called out as the balls sped towards Zin. Zin weaved her way through the onslaught, wincing as one of the pod balls hit her on the shoulder. Issei boosted 20 times before meeting Zin's fist with his own. Irina and Olivian, who were locked in combat with each other, were forced to stop as an explosion rocked the entire arena. The two turned to see a massive cloud of smoke with red lightning arcing through the clouds. Zin burst through the clouds, shielding herself against a red laser. Wag! Zin deflected the laser and returned fire with a massive bolt of lightning. The lightning pierced through the clouds, easily destroying the series of mountains behind it. Issei appeared behind Zin and punched the back of her head, sending her plummeting through the clouds. "Time to finish this," Issei said. Issei boosted several dozen times as an orange magic circle appeared in front of him. "Sorry, Zin, but I need you to eat shit right now." A massive flaming sphere formed above Issei. "Fire. Against a dragon," Zin said as the clouds parted. She was in her draconic form, her spikes extended and conducting so much electricity. She put the entire power grid of the United States to shame. "That's really stupid," she said as she unlatched her jaw. A massive red ball of electricity formed. "TCH," Issei said. "Mastima, this new trick better work." Issei prayed as he aimed the sphere at her. "Could have used my flames," Drake said. "Not now, Drake. Eat shit." Issei fired the torrent of flames at her while Zin returned fire. Olivian and Irina were forced to surround themselves with a barrier as the heat battered the entire area. Lightning versus fire. Two destructive forces of nature clashed for supremacy as neither fighter gave up. Issei roared as he tried to push against Zin's lightning beam, which was slowly beating his flames out. "Wanna add mine into the mix?" Drake asked. "I need to do DXDG or pseudo-DXD, and I can't access it anymore, remember?" Issei reasoned. "How about mine?" Tiamat asked. "Really? You can?" Issei asked. "Of course." Tiamat said. Welsh booster shift. Calamity booster. The gem on Issei's gauntlets and chest shifted to blue. Add the power of destruction to both flames. I can guarantee that you'll be able to overpower her, Mestima advised. Issei nodded inwardly as blue flames poured from the gems on his armor. Black and red energy formed in Issei's hands, and he focused them towards the hellfire he was sending towards Zin. The two flames merged with the power of destruction, creating a violent torrent of pure destructive energy. "What?" Zin yelled as her beam was being overpowered by Issei's new attack. "Hua aghag!" Issei roared. "Yua wa au wug wug!" Zin howled as her attack was overpowered and her entire body was swallowed in Issei's blast. The entire arena erupted in a flash of white light as the barriers struggled to hold the blast in. When the light died down, Zin was nowhere to be seen, but Issei could feel her through their contract. Outstanding. Another piece of Sikvera Agar's has been defeated. This time her knight. Nod announced. "Issei, go. I'll take care of Olivian," Irina said as she took advantage of the Agar's queen's distracted state. She kicked him into the side of the mountain, causing an avalanche to begin. Issei nodded and jetted towards another peak in search of Sikvera. "Where could she be?" Issei muttered. You can try to feel for her demonic energy," Mestima said, keeping up with Issei effortlessly. "She's suppressing it," Issei said. This turned from blitzkrieg to cutting the head of the snake," Mestima said. "Shush you," Issei said as Mestima pouted. "How do you intend to find her?" Tiamat asked. "Blow up every mountaintop," Issei guessed as a red sphere formed above his head. Welsh scatter bullet. Issei's surroundings were destroyed as the bullets smashed into the mountaintops. Sikvera shook as she hid behind one of the mountains and saw it collapsing over her. She was forced to fly out and dove beneath the clouds for cover. Sikvera gritted her teeth. "There's no way I can survive a direct confrontation with Issei. It might as well be a checkmate. Wait, I can use that new technique I was saving for the finals, but this might be a better time than ever," Sikvera thought as she spotted Issei through the clouds. "Time to execute Operation Emerald Javelin," Sikvera said as two magic circles formed next to her. 5 small green orbs were formed next to her. She raised her hand, waiting for a few seconds to make sure Issei didn't notice her, and threw her hand forward. "Go, my children," Sikvera said as one of the orbs shot forth and sped to Issei. Issei sensed a high concentration of demonic energy coming for him. He quickly turned to attack it but dodged immediately, seeing that it was a green energy orb. "Now that's distracting," Issei said. Several green bullets homed in on Issei, forcing him to dodge them as they kept coming back. Growling, Issei called upon Tiamat's power and released a burst of dense flames that consumed the orbs. "And that's just annoyingly distracting," Issei said. Issei turned to see Sikvera planting an armored foot in his face. Issei flew to a nearby mountaintop and crashed through it. He caught himself in midair and saw a hail of magical bullets heading for him. "Shit!" Issei flew through them, dodging everyone until he saw Sikvera with a robot guardian next to her. She snapped her fingers and the automaton met Issei halfway, engaging him in hand-to-hand combat. "Issei, can you fight me if I do this?" Sikvera said, firing several magic missiles at him. Issei growled and shoved the robot in front of him as a shield. Issei's eyes widened as pain shot through his body. He looked up and saw Sikvera's automaton had its fist embedded in Issei's stomach. "TCH? Cheeky robot," Issei said, shoving his fist through its chest. He pulled his fist out and kicked it to Sikvera, who hovered there. Issei could not afford a drawn-out battle. That fight with Zinogre took a lot of energy out of him, and as of right now, he was being careful not to show signs of fatigue in front of the Agar's heiress. Sikvera's automaton floated next to her, slowly regenerating from Issei's attack. "So it can heal," Issei said as he observed the robot. "Like it. I developed it after watching a certain show about muscular men," Sikvera said. Issei remained silent as he gauged her. He straightened himself and flew towards her. "Oh, you're coming straight for me," Sikvera said, narrowing her eyes. "Yeah, I can't retire you without getting closer," Issei yelled as he rushed towards Sikvera. Irina parried a blow from Olivian as the draconic maid shifted into his draconic form. Irina backed away as the once handsome queen had transformed into a monstrous reptilian demon. Olivian's dragon form was smaller than what she had seen during the war, but the aura that flowed off was no less imposing. Ice scales were glistening in the false sun, shining a bright orange-red. His eyes flickered like embers as they gazed upon her. His maw possessed rows upon rows of teeth that she could only compare to the sharpest quality blades in a weapons store. His wings extended outward, dwarfing the wingspan of a small plane while his tail swished behind him. Irina's eyes widened as his light brown underbelly began to glow as an orange light traveled up his throat. Olivian roared and opened his mouth, unleashing a steady stream of fire towards her. Irina dodged and flew away as Olivian turned his mouth, following her. Irina's violet eyes stared at Olivian as she formed a light disc in one hand and threw it at him. The light disc impacted Olivian on the side, stopping the flames. "His scales will be a bitch to deal with," Irina said. Irina observed Olivian as he observed her, neither fighter giving ground. Suddenly, Irina disappeared in a burst of speed, catching Olivian off guard. He turned to see Irina behind him with Hauteclear bathed in white light. She slashed him, cutting into his scales as he cried out. She smirked. Even as a dragon, his devil physiology made him susceptible to light. Irina flipped as Olivian swung a paw at her. She held up her arms, anticipating his next attack, and blocked it. Olivian howled in pain as he pulled back his burned hand. "I am taught and trained by the Archangel Raphael. Don't think for a second that I won't be able to fight a dragon," Irina said as her arms were coated in white light. "TCH." Olivian growled. "I have to win for Sikvera-sama. Issei. I have to win for Issei. I failed him during our battle against Thor. I will not fail again," Irina thought. Irina leveled Hauteclear at Olivian and charged at him. Olivian flew towards Irina, coating his talons in fire as he raised them towards her. The two met, swinging their weapons, shooting past each other. Irina sheathed Hauteclear and floated on the other side, her torso having 3 slash marks that were bleeding. Olivian had a gash on his chest that was filled with light. Blood poured from the wound as he slowly lost altitude. Eventually, he dipped and fell through the clouds as his body dissolved in red lights. "Queen of Sikvera Agars has been defeated," Nod announced. "Up to you now, Issei," Irina said as she placed her hand on her side. "Ha!" Sikvera raised her arm and threw it down, sending her automaton towards Issei. Issei panted as he met to counter the automaton's blows. He was getting tired. He needed to end this fast. Deep crimson spiral. Issei formed a swirling orb of destruction and slammed it into the automaton. The automaton staggered as Issei sped past it and headed for Sikvera. He summoned golden flames to his fist as he neared her. Sikvera floated back as a grin appeared on her face. As Issei was about to land the finishing blow, she uttered one word. "Checkmate." A pulsing energy exploded from her, wrapping the area around them for 200 meters in a distorted bubble. Issei's entire body was frozen and in grayscale as Sikvera and her automaton floated around him. "Time has stopped, Issei. Only I can move in this time-stopped world. Unfortunately, I can only maintain this for 9 seconds. Let's end this, shall we?" Sikvera said as she motioned for her automaton. "This is bad," Mestima said. She sighed as her eyes glowed red. "You better thank me, Issei." As the automaton sent a punch towards him, Issei's eyes glowed slightly red and color returned to his body. He instantly countered the automaton before kicking it away. His eyes returned to their normal color as Mestima flooded his mind with information. "You can stop time," Issei said. How?" Sikvera said. "How are you able to move?" Issei remained silent. "What did you do?" Issei asked. "I helped. You. More tricks if you will," Mestima said cryptically. "Answer me," Sikvera said. "Because I'm the damn Oppai dragon," Issei said as he dashed towards her. Sikvera gnashed her teeth together. "Even still, breaking from my time grip should be stamina-consuming. This is the end, Issei." Sikvera sent her automaton towards Issei in order to eliminate him. Issei narrowed his eyes. He was on his last dregs. Whatever Mestima made him do took too much energy. He needed to make this count. As Sikvera's automaton threw a punch towards him, Issei's eyes widened. "I can't use an attack or I'll spend the rest of my energy," Issei thought. Reacting quickly, Issei held his arms in a cross formation and took the attack. Pushing back with all his strength, Issei parried the blow before performing an overhead kick on its head. The automaton staggered a bit before being pushed down as Issei used its back as a platform to launch himself. Sikvera's eyes widened as Issei coated his fist in the power of destruction and golden flames and shot past her. "Checkmate," Issei said. He straightened himself as an explosion of energy similar to that of a brilliant eruption that occurred behind him. Sikvera Agars has been eliminated. Victory goes to Team Midnight Dragon Emperor of Blazing Truth. Nod announced. Issei sighed as he sat down in midair. He spotted Irina flying towards him, and she tackled him and planted her lips on his. What was that for? Issei asked as he pulled away. Victory kiss. Irina smiled as she and Issei dissolved in a shower of lights. Unknown location. Did you find it? Gremory asked as she sat in a chair. In front of her was a naked man. His body was littered in cuts and bruises. There were burns on his leg and a brand with the Gremory insignia located on his left buttock. Around his neck was a leash with a tag that said Daniel E. on it. She sighed as she formed a violet blade with her fingers. Where is the gun? Gremory asked as she ran her finger across his skin. The man howled in agony as Gremory kicked him. He fell to the floor as Gremory planted her foot on his chest. I won't ask again, Daniel. In a safe underneath the Florbiordis. He yelled as Gremory dug her finger into one of his wounds. She smiled and grabbed his face, bringing it close to hers. Good boy, she said, licking his cheek. She dropped him and tugged on the leash. He whimpered as he began kissing her feet. Citri walked out of his office with a busted safe in his right arm. Got it, Citri said. How much ammo? Gremory asked as she kicked Daniel's face, breaking his jaw and caving his skull. And did you really have to kill the guy? Citri asked. He got too boring. I don't like it when my toys get boring, Gremory said, stepping on the remains of Daniel's skull. Let's go, Citri said as he and Gremory disappeared in a funnel of black smoke. Gremory Manor, December 4th, 2019, 8:20 a.m. RIAS slid back, falling to one knee. Her eyes flickered before losing their glow and returning to their blue color. It had been a week since she had awakened her power of sight. A week since Issei had returned home to them. A week since her peerage, female members, had all gone their separate ways for training, for introspection. While RIAS was slowly beginning to accept the fact that Issei was never going to come back to her, the others hadn't. Of her female members, only Rosweiss ever had a chance with Issei now. But that's not what she was worried about. Akeno, Koneko, Risa muttered. RIAS, stand. She looked up and saw the eyes of her brother Surzex. 1 week. 1 week since she had asked her brother to train her. 1 week since Surzex had begun his torturous training. 1 week since she had begun to learn hand-to-hand combat. Of course, this was only the basics of the Gremory style. After all, its full utilization relied on the analytically predictive powers of the power of sight. A power her brother did not inherit. RIAS shakily stood to her feet and dropped into the basic stance. Her eyes began to glow once more. Surzex shook his head and sighed. RIAS. RIAS turned and saw her father, Zeoticus, and her mother, Venelana, calmly sipping tea. You shouldn't overly rely on your eyes. The Gremory style is all about precision and flow, turning your opponent's moves against them. And your foot is off by 3 degrees, Zeoticus said. RIAS nodded and readjusted her foot as well as deactivating her sight. Again, Zeoticus said. RIAS channeled miasma to her legs and was about to move when her father spoke. No miasma. The whole point of this is to train your body. After this match, I will apply gravity bands to you, Zeoticus said. RIAS groaned and stopped channeling. She took off, running towards her brother. Surzex, having centuries of experience, easily blocked and countered her punches and kicks. You're going to have to do better than that. Surzex caught her leg and threw her, sending RIAS a few feet away. RIAS righted herself in midair and landed, panting. She placed her hands on her knees as she bent over to catch her breath. It seems that we have to work on your stamina. While you're capable of firing off spell after spell, your physical stamina when it comes to close combat leaves much to be desired. We'll work on that as well, Surzex said as he straightened himself. RIAS gave him a thumbs up before sitting down on the ground. You're getting better, Surzex said, offering her a towel. Thanks, Onisama. RIAS graciously accepted the towel and began to wipe the sweat off her forehead. No, really. It's only been 1 week since you started and you have the basic stance down for the most part, Surzex said as he sat next to her. My eye training will be with Father Right, RIAS asked. That's right. Zeoticus walked over to them with 2 glasses of mango juice in his hands. Surzex and RIAS took them and began to drink. Nay, Otasama, what do you think my eye's unique power will be? RIAS asked as she finished gulping down the last of her juice. Zeoticus placed a hand on his chin and stroked his beard. That's hard to say, is different for everyone. And besides, you still have to train it. The power of sight has 2 stages in its maturation process. Your older sister achieved the final stage within weeks of attaining it. Once your eyes fully mature and reach the final stage, you'll know what your unique power is. What's yours? RIAS asked. I've never seen the power of sight in action before since I never really had to train in it. Still have enough energy for an attack. Any will do, Xiaotica said. RIAS nodded and got to her feet. Now, I want you to fire a basic spell at me. I don't care if it's elemental or your power of destruction. I just want you to hit me with magic, Xiaotica said as he backed up a few feet. RIAS nodded and created a red magic circle, firing a bolt of lightning at him. At that moment, Xiaotica's irises turned red and a bladed cross spun out, unfurling from the center of its pupils like a saw with retractable blades. His eyes focused on RIAS's spells as he held his hand up. RIAS watched with fascination as the spell froze in front of her father's outstretched hand and was seemingly sucked into it. You can absorb, RIAS asked. In a sense. My eye's unique power is called the Swirl of Gluttony, which I named after one of the powers utilized by the original Beelzebub, which was the Crown of Gluttony in addition to his more famous Lord of the Flies. It allows me to absorb spells to either add to my magical reserves or redirect back at my foe, Xiaotica said, raising his hand into the air and releasing the same bolt of lightning RIAS fired at him towards the sky. That sounds incredibly powerful, Otosama, RIAS praised, beginning to wonder what her own powers might be. It does have its drawbacks. I can't absorb spells that I can't focus on. Spells like charms that buff the user are things I can't absorb either. They all have to be a projectile-based barrier or a wide-ranged AoE spell, Xiaotica said. So a healing spell would be unaffected by your eye's abilities, RIAS asked. Yes, he answered. What eye power did Wanisama have? RIAS asked. Xiaotica stiffened at the mention of the word Wanisama. He looked down for a moment before smiling. Your sister had a power she labeled Fata Morgana. It allowed her to create extremely hyper-realistic illusions that were capable of inflicting physical damage to its targets in addition to mental trauma. Her skill with it was so great that she can cover an area of 50 meters around her in an illusory bubble, Xiaotica said with a hint of pride in his voice. RIAS smiled and nodded. What was she like? Xiaotica's eyes dimmed at the question as his face dropped before he quickly masked his sadness with a smile. Your sister was a great woman who accomplished many things, RIAS, Xiaotica said as he walked inside. RIAS nodded, unsatisfied by his answer before standing up to go and follow him. RIAS munched on a cookie as she sat in the training fields underneath Hyudu Manor with her peerage. Their training for the Azazel Cup was progressing as smoothly as her training to master her eyes were. And by that, she meant that they were making more progress than she did. For now, most of their efforts were focused on getting the boys up to speed. Eren had no problems with the sudden increase in his pace of training. RIAS knew that the boy was receiving some on the side from his older sister, Natalia Yatagami, and their father, Ajuka Beelzebub. In addition, the Purgatory Blossom was more than just some run-of-the-mill high-tier elemental sacred gear. No, this gear, as Michael affirmed, was a Longinus. The 14th Longinus to be exact. RIAS couldn't believe her luck. While Eren declined to become a member because he was already a devil and the heir apparent to House Neema, he still joined the team for the Azazel Cup, and having a Longinus user made RIAS feel at ease. Tatsuya, as RIAS noticed lately, seemed to have an increased drive, training his sacred gear to the max. His ability to manipulate both ice and fire would be devastating on the field, allowing him to counteract both fire and ice mages as well as providing support in the form of barriers and long-distance attacks. Of course, outside of training, there were some things that Tatsuya did that annoyed her. While he seemingly understood and accepted that whatever relationship they had prior was all due to the manipulations and control of Yatagami-sensei, the man did not know the meaning of personal space, nor did he give up. It was something both she and Akeno were growing tired of, as in his own words, he said. Then, that means I'll just have to work to make it real. After all, our meetings were fate. RIAS-sama. RIAS snapped out of her stupor and looked up to see Koneko in front of her. What is it? RIAS asked. Hiriko broke his arm. I need you to heal him since Asia is. Koneko trailed off as she glanced over to the nun. RIAS followed her gaze as they saw Asia training with Eren. Their side of the field had practically become a garden that was constantly destroyed and created over and over again. Asia wasn't lying when she said that she wasn't going to be weak anymore. The girl was unleashing several blasts of elemental magic to batter Eren's wooden barriers. Fine, I'll apply healing magic. RIAS sighed as she stood. The two walked over to where Hiriko was clutching his arm. How are things between you, Ravel, and him since you know?" RIAS asked as she summoned a first aid kit. "I think he understands that KFC and I can't be together with him." We sat him down and explained everything. At first, he was confused, but I think he got it. So far, he's been respectful of us and our space. Koneko said, At least your guy gets it," RIAS said as they neared him. She kneeled and inspected his arm. Hiriko winced in pain as RIAS placed her hand on it. "Ow, I think she did more than just fracture it." Hiriko said, "I don't have x-ray eyes, but I know this will take more than a healing session." "Koneko, go get me some Phoenix tears," RIAS ordered. She nodded and ran out of the training area to go find some. "Hey, how are you holding up?" RIAS asked as she inspected his arm. She was no expert in medicine, but being around the people in her peerage had taught her a few things in how to treat wounds. "I'm good, or I will be once I take those Phoenix tears," Hiriko said, flinching after RIAS placed a finger on a certain spot. "I'm guessing this is where she hit you," RIAS said. "Yeah, never should have asked her to go all out," Hiriko said. RIAS nodded as she applied a splint. "Really? I thought you would all know your limits by now," RIAS said. "Hehe, sorry about that. It's just that Tatsuya's pushing us all to get stronger since Eren awakened his sacred gear," Hiriko said. RIAS glanced at him and sighed. "You know you don't have to listen to him, right?" RIAS said. "Yeah, but he's stronger than I am, so what do I know? And besides, there's something I want to prove," Hiriko said. Well, remember, don't push yourself to the point of death. Sometimes taking it at your own pace is how you improve," RIAS said. "Thanks, RIAS-senpai." Hiriko smiled in an embarrassed manner, his gray eyes twinkling in understanding at her words. "RIAS-sama, Akeno's here," Koneko said, handing her a vial. RIAS nodded and handed it to Hiriko. Hiriko nodded gratefully and took the vial. RIAS stood and saw Akeno walking into the training ground with a blank look on her face. "Akeno," RIAS said, walking over to her. "I asked Azazel-sama for training so that I can be of help, but Penemibasen told me that he was busy with something," Akeno said. "Who did you ask then?" RIAS asked. "I asked Tusan and he readily accepted. Now I'm receiving from Tusan and Ambrielheim-sama," Akeno said. "That's great. The princess of the Grigori and Barakil-sama are cadre-level fighters almost on par with Seraphiel-sama. By the time of the games, you'll be extremely powerful," RIAS said. A small smile appeared on Akeno's face. She nodded. "Want to spar for old time's sake?" Akeno asked. "Are you sure? I've learned a few tricks while training with Tusama and Nesama," RIAS said as a feral grin appeared on her face. "In terms of strength, Bucho, I probably can still contend with you," Akeno said with fake arrogance in her voice. RIAS's grin only grew wider as she gestured for them to make their way out into the field. Their auras grew in magnitude, signaling everyone to clear out. RIAS shot Asia a look and she nodded. Asia stood in between RIAS and Akeno nervously as her eyes flitted between them. They were sizing each other up like rival predators in the wild when they fight over a mate. RIAS dropped into a stance, shocking Akeno a bit. "Kiba, RIAS seems different, don't you think?" Rosweiss asked. Kiba looked at her and nodded. Hand-to-hand combat was never RIAS's thing. Seeing her actually fight in close-quarters combat would be interesting. "Oh, hand-to-hand. I never took you for the physical type, Bucho," Akeno said. "Things change," RIAS said as she narrowed her eyes. "Ready?" Asia looked between the two and raised her hand. "Begin." RIAS wasted no time and channeled magic into her limbs. Shocking her peerage and her opponent, RIAS disappeared before Akeno's very eyes in a burst of speed. Caught off guard by her sudden increase in power, she was barely able to register the fact that her vision was suddenly filled with RIAS's fist. The force of the blow sent Akeno flying through the air. RIAS wasted no time and gave her queen no room. She appeared above her and attempted to perform an axe kick, however. Akeno was prepared for this. Using her knight speed, Akeno was able to dodge RIAS's kick, gaining some distance between them. "So you can fight hand-to-hand now," Akeno muttered. "Fine, I'll show you what I can do too." Akeno summoned forth the holy power that she inherited from her father. RIAS stiffened when she saw a golden aura surround her queen as 3 pairs of black feathered wings grew from her back. Akeno's eyes glowed violet like Irina's as a high-pitched screeching noise began to come off her. Everyone in the room had to shield themselves from the toxic power of Akeno's holy power as she took a step towards her king. RIAS gulped and calmed herself. She closed her eyes and began to control her breathing. She opened them, revealing 2 glowing irises with a faint floral pattern sitting lazily around her pupil. Akeno narrowed her eyes. Not taking any chances, She channeled holy lightning into her hand and unleashed it at RIAS. To the others, lightning was incredibly fast, appearing as a near-instantaneous attack to the weaker members and an extremely fast one to the more senior ones. But to RIAS, Akeno's attack may as well be as slow as a turtle. RIAS lazily moved out of the way before dashing towards Akeno. She channeled her power of destruction, forming a scarlet magic circle atop her hands. She fired it at Akeno, surprising her. Akeno rolled out of the way and fired another blast of holy lightning, following it up with a flame blast. RIAS ducked and countered, sending a volley of weak pod bullets at Akeno. Akeno created a large magic barrier to defend herself from RIAS's attacks. Her eyes widened when RIAS appeared in front of the barrier, her fist coated in the power of destruction. RIAS threw her fist down on the barrier, shattering it almost instantly with her magically enhanced strength combined with her power of destruction. Taking advantage of Akeno's distracted face, RIAS grabbed her and slammed her knee into her queen's solar plexus. Akeno flew and slid across the training floor. She shakily got to her feet, using her hands to support her as she tried to get up. Her eyes widened as she felt some bile rising to her throat. The pain she felt in her abdominal area was horrid. Who knew that RIAS could punch so hard? When did you learn to hit like that? Akeno groaned as she stumbled a bit. A few days ago from Nesama. Though judging from how you're reacting, I still haven't perfected it. RIAS said, clenching her fists. Haven't perfected. I think I sprained a few ribs from that blow. Akeno said, it wasn't meant to. My horridly large reserves of power make it hard, even with the Gremory affinity for magic to fine-tune my control for this. RIAS said, well, we're not done. Akeno said, snapping her fingers. Several spears made of golden lightning appeared, hovering in a halo behind her. RIAS's eyes widened as she jumped back to avoid being skewered. She gritted her teeth as she dodged another lightning bolt. She was jealous of her father. His eyes were fully developed while hers were barely in the stages of enhanced perception. Tsh. RIAS formed two large pod spheres and used them to bat away Akeno's lightning. RIAS threw them at her queen, dashing after her spheres for a pincer attack. Akeno threw her hand forward, creating a barrier that shattered but deflected RIAS's attacks. Her eyes widened as she barely dodged RIAS's foot by a hair's breadth. RIAS spun around, sweeping Akeno's feet out from under. Akeno fell to the ground and quickly rolled out of the way as RIAS's fist impacted the floor, sending spiderweb cracks everywhere. Akeno felt a bead of sweat trickle down her forehead. That blow would have knocked me out instantly alongside a concussion. Akeno said. RIAS stood up and smirked. She made the come-at-me gesture to Akeno, which served to tick her queen off. Akeno growled as she formed a lightning javelin and threw it at RIAS. As RIAS was about to dodge, she found herself glued to the floor. She looked down and saw her feet were encased in ice. She had no choice but to block erecting a red barrier in front of her. Her eyes widened when Akeno appeared in front of her barrier, firing a massive blast of lightning at RIAS. Time slowed down for her as her eyes began to throb and pulse. The blue glow grew more intense as RIAS immediately moved out of the way. Akeno was still in slow motion for her, so she took advantage of this, jabbing Akeno's already injured torso, sending her queen sprawling onto the floor. The glow slowly subsided as RIAS looked at Akeno, panting. A sharp pain shot through her skull, causing her to scream as she fell to her knees. RIAS. Akeno, despite the immense pain in her side, ran over to her. My eyes! RIAS screamed as she gripped the sides of her head. Asia and the others ran over to help when they saw it. RIAS was bleeding from her eyes. H. She screamed as tears of blood steadily poured from her eye sockets. Call Surzek-sama, or someone from the Gremory family. Akeno barked as she motioned for Asia to apply healing magic to her head. Within minutes of the call, Zeoticus had arrived and began to check on RIAS. Asia's twilight healing had done nothing to help with RIAS's pain as there was no wound to heal. Zeoticus knelt next to his whimpering daughter as he gently stroked her hair. RIAS, Zeoticus said. Daddy, it hurts. My eyes hurt. RIAS meekly said as she leaned into her father's comforting touch. She turned to him, her eyes still closed with dried blood trails that covered her face. What were you all doing when this happened? Zeoticus asked. We were training. RIAS-sama and I were sparring when she suddenly started screaming and bleeding from her eyes. Akeno said. She must have triggered a change. Zeoticus said. A change? Kiba asked, looking at his king. Is she going to be all right? Tatsuya asked. Yes, her eyes are just going through a small change. It seems that she's crossing the first threshold to maturity. Due to her awakening so late in her life, her body is forcing her eyes to rapidly adapt to her power. Zyodicus said, "What do her eyes have anything to do with this?" You asked. "Hey," Zenobia whispered. "That's Gremory-sama, Ria-sama's father." You shut up upon hearing it. Zyodicus ignored his tone and answered his question. Rias has awakened the Gremory family power, the power of sight. It's a unique ocular derived from Lucifer-sama's Chevret Hakalim. Members of our clan awaken it under great emotional trauma or a physical threat to one's life. Venelana and I were surprised that Rias hadn't awakened it sooner. After this, Rias should be fine. If she uses her sight, she'll be able to notice a clear difference. Her enhanced perception will be further enhanced, as well as an enhanced visual perception of energy, as well as the ability to analyze nonspecific and non-hereditary spells. Essentially, she'll be able to learn magic much faster to the point where she can use any spell she sees with an adept level of skill. He said, "That's incredible," Rosweiss gasped. "Once she's fully mature, she'll have a trait that's unique to her eyes." Zyodicus said, "What do you think her eye's unique trait will be?" Koneko asked. "I'm afraid I can't answer that question for certain," Zyodicus replied with a sheepish smile. He looked down and brushed a few strands of hair from Rias's face. She was lightly breathing. Zyodicus sighed. She had passed out. Rias groaned as she opened her eyes to see. Darkness. "Rias Wani-sama." She heard Asia's voice from her left. "Asia, what happened? Why is it dark?" Rias asked. "We put these around your eyes. Even though Zyodicus-sama told us you would be fine. We just wanted to be sure," Asia said. "Can I take them off?" Rias asked. "Of course," Asia said. Rias's hands moved around the back of her head where she found the knot and slowly began undoing the wrappings. Rias opened her eyes and noticed that her vision was sharper than normal. "Rias Wani-sama," Asia said. Rias turned to her. "Your father said that you were." Rias finished Asia's sentence for her. Crossing the first threshold into the second stage. Rias said, "Are you all right? Do you still feel any pain?" Asia asked. "Yeah." Rias smiled at her. "In fact, I feel great." A loud growling noise echoed throughout the room, causing Asia to giggle. "And hungry," Rias said, her cheeks turning red. "Would you like to go and eat now? Okasan made her famous curry," Asia said. Rias nodded and followed her bishop out of the room. "You know you'll get wrinkles if you keep doing that," Akeno said as she watched Rias throw another book at the wall. Rias sighed. "I don't get this at all, Akeno. Why are the only mentions of my older sister from history books?" Rias asked as she looked at the ceiling. "Did you check the family albums?" The two turned and saw Asia and Kiba walking towards them, holding a stack of books. "No, and why didn't I think to check there in the first place?" Rias muttered the last part. "Did devils even have cameras back then?" Akeno asked as she grabbed one. "If I recall correctly from what Onisama told me, they had something similar," Rias said. She took the album from Akeno and opened it. "Is that?" Kiba peeked over her shoulder. "I think we grabbed the wrong one," Koneko said. "Yeah." Rias closed the book immediately and placed it behind her. A baby picture of her peeing her bed. "No thank you. How about these? And thanks for leaving us, by the way," Zenobia said as she, Aaron, and Rosweiss walked in and dropped a pile of books at their feet. "Are you sure those are albums and not grimoires?" Rias asked, picking one up. "That's what we thought too until Grafia-sama reassured us that they were," Aaron said. "Well then." Rias opened one of the books, sending dust into her face. She sneezed and waved the dust off her face. "Is that Surzek-sama?" Akeno asked. Rias squinted as she saw a little boy with short red hair sitting on her mother's lap. He was smiling and grinning at whoever had captured the photo. Rias's eyes drifted to her mother's arms. There was a small baby wrapped in cloth, sleeping soundly. "Is that?" Koneko asked. "Wani-sama." Rias's fingers lightly touched the picture of her sleeping sister. "Find another picture," Akeno said. Rias nodded and flipped through the notebook. She found a picture titled "Day at the Park." There she saw her older brother starting to look like the Surzeks she was familiar with. In looks anyways. Surzek's eyes were nothing like how they were today despite possessing the same color and shade. The emotion in them was bored. Next to him, she saw a girl with long red hair hugging her brother's arm. She had two pigtails on the side of her hair. She possessed the same Gremory blue eyes as they did. "Your sister looks so beautiful," Aaron said. Asia nodded, lost for words and captivated by the young woman's beauty. "Your brother kind of looks like you whenever he showers you with his Riatan affections," Akeno said. Rias blinked and looked closer. He did. That same face she always made whenever Surzex did embarrassing displays of affection in public whenever he saw her. The hugs, the smiles, the kisses on the cheek and forehead, and the Lucifer-awful nickname that continues to haunt her to this day. But she couldn't help but wonder why her brother made that face with her older sister. She always assumed that he was like this. Did her death really hit him that hard? Your brother was never really the same after Anna died, a voice said from behind. The group jumped and turned to see Ajuka standing behind them. Beelzebub Sama, Rias said, getting up and bowing before him. To what do we owe this honor? Ah, Rias-chan, you know you don't have to bow to me. Anyway, I'm here to see if your brother was here. Natalia and I need him for something, Ajuka said. His eyes drifted over to Eren. Eren gulped. Your sister is also looking for you, Ajuka said, smiling. I'm just hanging out with Rias-sama and her peerage. Eren said, Tusan, don't tell her I'm here. I told her I was going to be at the mall with a couple of friends. Haha, I'm not going to tell her, Ajuka said. Well, that'll be all. I need to go look for your brother now. Wait, Ajuka stopped in his tracks and glanced over to Rias. Tell us about what happened. How did Ne-sama die? All I know is she died in the Civil War. Rias said. Tusama and Kasama rarely talk about her without Kasama crying, and even when they do. You should ask Surzex that sometime. Annalise and I were close friends, but I feel like Surzex would be the best person to ask about her, Ajuka said. I see, Rias said. Thank you for your help, Ajuka-sama. January 23, 2020, 4:15 p.m. Gah! Rias slammed into a wall and slid down. If there was anything almost as bad as the heartbreak she felt when she and Issei had broken up, this was a close second. She shakily got to her feet and activated her eyes. Ha! Rias disappeared and reappeared in front of Surzex, delivering a flurry of kicks and punches. Surzex blocked them all effortlessly before sending a punch towards Rias. Rias barely dodged, using Surzex's arm as a platform, and jumped into the air. She raised her hands above her head and fired a pod beam at him. Surzex slapped the beam out of the way before flying to Rias. Even with her eyes active, Rias barely perceived Surzex's speed, and she knew he was holding back. Surzex rammed his fist into her stomach, bruising several of her ribs. Rias fought through the pain and grabbed her brother's arm. She used his momentum against him, throwing him to the ground. Surzex landed without issue, but was then sent crashing face first when Rias performed a spin kick to his head. You landed a hit, Surzex said, smiling. I know. Finally, Rias said, jumping away from him. Surzex gave Rias a feral grin. Looks like I'll just have to try harder then, Surzex said as he began to charge his demonic power. Rias's eyes widened as Surzex disappeared before her very eyes. She raised her guard to the max, using her eyes to scan for her brother's energy signature. Rias immediately moved out of the way as Surzex's fist traveled past her face. She countered by attempting to punch the underside of his chin. Surzex blocked and slammed his palm into her, sending her skidding backward. Rias panted as she looked at her brother slowly walking towards her. Tisich. Rias summoned the power of destruction to her hands and shaped them into daggers. She dashed towards Surzex, slashing at him. Surzex coated his hand in pod and slapped the daggers out of the way, kicking Rias. She flipped over his leg and slammed her leg into her brother's side. Surzex slid to the left and countered with his own kick, sending Rias flying. Rias righted herself in the air and spread her wings. She dashed towards Surzex, her eyes glowing with intensity. She coated her fist in the power of destruction. Surzex stood there, waiting for her to attack. She threw her fist, which was easily caught by Surzex. He tightened his grip around her arm and smirked as he looked at her. Is that it, Rias? Surzex said, sending her to one knee due to the pain. Rias glared at her brother before letting out a pained grin. She opened her hand, unleashing a deluge of pod bullets in Surzex's face. His eyes widened as he let go of her arm to dodge her onslaught. He looked down and saw Rias's leg slam into his face. A crunching noise was heard as Surzex stumbled back. He gripped his face and saw blood in his hands. Rias stood there with her leg extended before putting it down and readying herself for her brother's next attack. You broke my nose, Surzex said. Really? Oh shit. Rias dropped her guard. I'm so sorry. You forgot lesson 1, Surzex said. Lesson 1. Never let your guard down. Rias nodded and got to her feet, stumbling as she tried to balance herself. Right? That was a dirty trick, Rias said, seething at her own mistake. Your opponent will perform the same tactics in battle, RIAS. You should know this by now, Surzex admonished her. Right? RIAS said, wiping the blood off her mouth. So, are we done for the day? Surzex asked. RIAS's jaw dropped a little. No, we're not done until I reach the final stage. RIAS protested. RIAS, you've been doing really well with evolving your eyes, but you're not going to force yourself into the final stage. Surzex said. No, I am going to reach it. RIAS said. Why are you so fixated on reaching the final stage? Surzex asked. So I can be as good as her. So I can be just like Nesama. RIAS said. RIAS, you've never even met her. Surzex said. But still, ever since I was born, I never knew anything about her. All I knew was how great she was, and I've always wanted to be like her. Now I'm older and I will achieve that childish dream of becoming a woman like the sister I've never met. I will carry the Gremory family power with me like she did. RIAS said. As she said this, her eyes began to glow with great intensity. RIAS, Surzex said. And to prove that I don't need Issei to protect me all the time, RIAS yelled, her power flaring all around her. She dashed towards Surzex with the intent to injure him. He quickly dodged as RIAS slammed into the ground behind him. He batted her hand aside as he began to parry every blow she threw at him. Ha! RIAS performed a roundhouse kick on Surzex, which he effortlessly blocked. So this whole thing was about Issei. You never got over it, Surzex said as he held her leg. Shut up, RIAS yelled as she forcefully wrenched her leg from her older brother's grasp. And fight! She threw her fist towards his face. RIAS. Surzex caught the fist and put RIAS in an arm lock. Why? It wasn't my fault. I was being controlled. RIAS yelled as tears streamed down her face. You've been trying to be strong for the others, Surzex said. Let me go, she yelled. She used her demonic power to escape from Surzex's arm lock. As she did, her eyes bled as they glowed intensely. The floral pattern became more prominent as a wave of red power exploded from RIAS. Surzex was forced to let go and jump back to avoid it. A volley of dark red energy balls flew towards Surzex. Surzex's eyes widened as he summoned a magic barrier to defend himself. His shock grew even more when his barrier was seemingly erased by the energy onslaught. RIAS floated in the spot where they had stood. Her hair was glowing red and floating slightly as red lines of energy etched itself into her body. That's just like, Surzex said. Has her power of sight really helped her control her energy to that degree? Surzex dodged as he watched the remaining balls impact the ground, exploding in soft red lights. There were small, perfectly circular craters in the ground behind him. Pay attention, RIAS yelled as she appeared right next to him. Surzex reacted almost immediately and jabbed RIAS with his elbow. RIAS fought against the pain and grabbed Surzex's arm. Surzex immediately felt pain shoot through his arm as he saw his sleeve being eaten away by violet-purple energy on RIAS's hands. The flesh and muscle were all being eaten away, torn apart atom by atom. Before the corrosion could spread, Surzex's eyes glowed and RIAS was launched away from her brother. Surzex held his now bleeding arm in pain as he looked at RIAS. I can still fight, RIAS said. No. The two turned to see their father standing at the balcony. That's enough, Xiaotica said. But Tusama, RIAS protested. Her hair had long since lost their glow as she powered down. The markings of energy on her skin had seemingly vanished. RIAS, come with me. Surzex, go. I had a phoenix tear prepared for you after witnessing that, Xiaotica said. Surzex nodded and RIAS sighed as she spread her wings and flew towards her father. Tusama, RIAS asked as she followed him into the mansion. RIAS, I need you to follow me, Xiaotica said. I don't understand, RIAS said. You don't need to, not yet, Xiaotica said. RIAS followed her father as they went to what she considered to be the creepy part of the manor. It was a place she only stepped foot in a few times in her life. That number was something she could count on one hand. RIAS watched as her father placed his hand on a wall. The Gremory clan symbol appeared on the wall and the wood moved, revealing a door. RIAS, what I'm about to show you is a place not even Surzex nor your mother have been to. Only your older sister has ever entered this place, Xiaotica said as he opened the door. But they know this exists, right? RIAS asked. They do, but the magic is specifically keyed to those who have awakened the power of sight. No one else other than those who possess our eyes or the Chevret Hakalim can enter this place, Xiaotica said as he descended a spiral staircase with RIAS. Chevret Hakalim. I've heard that word thrown around a few times, but I don't really know what that means. If I recall correctly, you said that our power was derived from it. Rias said. The Shevret HaKalim is a unique power that belongs to our creator, Lucifer, and her daughter, Lilith. Xiaticus said. Did Satanakia-sama have it too? If I recall, he was also called Lucifer. Rias said. No, Satanakia had something called the Crown of Wrath, which allows him to use a destructive power similar to the power of destruction. Xiaticus said. Then what does the Shevret HaKalim do? Rias asked as they arrived at another door. I've never seen it personally, but rumor has it that it supposedly possesses the power of unlimited creation, as well as the power to utilize the powers of all devil families. Xiaticus said. All devil families? Rias asked. Yes, it's where our progenitors got their powers from. It only makes sense that the source is capable of using all our abilities, don't you think? Xiaticus said as he opened the door. The door opened to reveal a small room with shelves inside. A portrait of a woman with blood-red hair and golden eyes hung above a mantle that was lit with red flames. The flames caused shadows to dance eerily, making the woman in the portrait seem more imposing than she already looked, enhancing her yellow eyes to the point where they appeared as if they glowed. Rias recognized this portrait anywhere. Any Gremry worth their salt knew who this woman in the painting was. It was the progenitor of their clan, the 56th Pillar Demon Gremry. The room had 2 seats as well as a small red orb that rested on a pedestal before the fireplace. Xiaticus motioned for Rias to follow him inside, and she did. What is this place? Rias asked. This is where a Gremry goes upon reaching the final stages of their eyes' maturation. It is where they discover what ability is attributed with their eyes. Xiaticus said. So you think that I... Rias asked. I don't think. I know. Xiaticus said. He picked up and grabbed the orb before him. This orb holds a record of every power that the sight awakens from others that have come before you. Of course, I say unique because usually only 1 or 2 people wield the same ability. My swirl of gluttony was known as the Starving Gaze when it was used by the original Gremry. Xiaticus said. So this orb is a record of all the original Gremry's powers? Rias asked as she took the orb from her father's hand. Essentially, Xiaticus said. How do I find out what power I have? Rias asked. The orb contains an inscription written in a language that only wielders of the power of sight and the Shevret HaKalim can wield. Xiaticus said. The words are invisible to everyone except for wielders of those 2 powers. I have to activate my eyes, Rias said. Xiaticus nodded. The orb will react to the activation of your eyes and present to you the power you possess. Rias nodded and activated her power of sight, and the orb immediately pulsed and shifted, changing from red to a swirling black-violet color. Rias's eyes widened as she saw a set of words in a language she had never seen before appear in the air before her. Well, Xiaticus asked. It says. Rias said as she slowly read the words with clear understanding. It says Empress Gaze. Rias said. If Rias ever regretted a time where she didn't have a phone, it would be now. Her father's jaw had dropped open and his eyes threatened to bug out of his head. He opened and closed his mouth as the words Empress Gaze repeatedly came out of his mouth. See. Can you say that again? Xiaticus asked. It says Empress Gaze. Rias said. Empress Gaze. This is amazing. No one has had the Empress Gaze since the original Gremry. Xiaticus said. What? Rias asked. What does the Empress Gaze do? Rias asked. It is said to go hand in hand with the Axial Gaze. Xiaticus said. Whereas the Axial Gaze can control spacetime, allowing one to teleport, shift spaces, and access a different dimensional space as well as intangibility, the Empress Gaze has the power to grasp all that they can see along with controlling an energy called null. It's what you used in your battle against Surzex. The power to deconstruct something atom by atom. Xiaticus said. That's like, Rias said. The power of destruction. No, the power of destruction focuses on the annihilation of things, whereas the Empress Gaze's null allows one to sever the bonds of all matter. Rias looked down, looking at her hands. She had injured Surzex, ripping his flesh apart atom by atom with her powers. This new power scared her. While she was afraid of injuring her friends with her power of destruction, this new power was one she had no control of. So what now? Rias asked. Now we train your power, Xiaticus said, taking the orb from her. Get ready. This will be the most intense training of your entire life. Rias gulped as she nodded. Satanakia Stadium, February 20th, 2020, 3 p.m. Current time, 3 minutes and 50 seconds till midnight. Rias couldn't stop shaking. This was her second semifinals match, and it seemed like destiny or whoever was in charge of it liked to screw with her. Rias-sama, we will win this time. It won't be like last time. Akeno said, placing a hand on her shoulder. RIAS nodded and glanced at the rest of her peerage before turning to the screen. Welcome to the second round of the semifinals. This is your host Nod Gamajin speaking once more. And here we have a guest host. All of you older devils know her. Every god in existence knows her. One of the 7 prime demons. The progenitor of the Mammon House, Lady Mammon. Nod announced. A woman whose beauty could be on par with goddesses themselves sat next to Nod. She had long flowing wine-violet hair that reached down past her shoulders. She had perfect dark skin that made her look like an ebony goddess as her sulfuric yellow eyes gazed at the crowd through the screen. She wore a maroon cape that adorned her white and black dress shirt that had a black tie around it. Mammon-sama is watching the game, RIAS asked. It seems like it, Akeno said as she watched the prime demon wave at the crowd. What's a prime demon? Aaron asked. Oh right, a prime demon is a title referring to the 7 eldest demons in existence. They are considered to be the progenitors of the royal families of Lucifer, Beelzebub, Leviathan, and Asmodeus. Belphegor and Mammon are also considered royal houses despite them being classified as extra demons. Some say that they have more influence on devil society than Zekrom, but they prefer to remain out of the light and lead peaceful lives. RIAS said. Now let's get this match started. It seems that we have a good one today. As many devils here may recall, RIAS Gremory made her first debut into the rating game world with this match, and it seems that fate had plans to allow her to have a redo of her first ever loss. On the right, we have RIAS Gremory and Team RIAS Gremory. Nod announced. An image of RIAS appeared on the screen. And as I said, fate decided to screw them as her opponent is none other than Riser Phoenix. Nod said. An image of Riser appeared on the screen. So he was your first opponent? Tatsuya asked. Yes, we lost against him in our first match for the fate of our arranged marriage. Issei had to end up rescuing me, RIAS said. Well, this isn't going to turn out like last time because you have me, Tatsuya said, grinning and flexing. Yu and Hiriko gave him blank stares as RIAS and the others shook their heads. The match will begin in 10 seconds, so teams get ready, Nod said. RIAS turned to her peerage. This is it, she said. 10, 9, 8. We have to win this, RIAS said. No excuses. 7, 6. Riser will go down this time. We will head past the semifinals and the finals and win the games. 5. Because we are Team Gremory. We are the team that helped win the war, RIAS said. 5. RIAS turned and looked at the screen. 4, 3, 2. I hope you're ready, Riser, RIAS said. 1. Let the match begin, Nod said. RIAS and her peerage disappeared in a red magic circle as they were transported into the rating game arena. I'll make my daughters cuter, Shiva sighed as he watched his wife and Ra arguing. Next to him sat the white-haired, blue-eyed creator young man who was the creator of Shemaim, Yahweh, eating a loaf of bread as he watched the beautiful violet-haired goddess and the handsome black-haired, golden-eyed god have a screaming match. To Shiva's left was another woman. She had long midnight black hair. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, and she wore a dark violet kimono that opened up slightly at the bottom, revealing her shins and her feet with a white violet obi at her torso. Her eyes were red with white slit-like elliptical pupils. She sipped a cup of tea as she sighed. She was Amatsu Mikaboshi, the Shinto elder goddess of darkness and stars. Should we stop them? She asked. You know that never ends well, Amma, Shiva said, placing a hand on his cheek. I'm surprised that you aren't stopping them, Yahweh. Usually, you play as a neutral third party every time they fight, Amatsu said. I'm curious as well. You aren't over there with them this time, Shiva said. That's because what they're arguing about is pointless, Yahweh said, swallowing his bread. As if he had said something blasphemous, Ra and Parvati stopped arguing and appeared immediately in front of the white-haired deity. Pointless, Ra yelled. Yahweh, for shame, Parvati said. Hey, I'm just saying you two have been arguing about the same thing for months now, Yahweh said. Well, bird brain over here won't accept facts, Parvati argued. No, this grape-haired bitch is the one that won't accept, Ra said. Shiva, your wife is being insulted. Do something, Parvati said, causing her husband to shrink in his seat. Come on, can't we just agree to disagree? Amatsu asked. No, not until she agrees that my daughter is the cutest. They both said at once. Ift. Ha ha ha, Yahweh laughed. That's it, guys. Thanks for watching and supporting us. See you in the next part.